Hey everybody, this is Mike coming to you from California, and oh my word, I'm so excited to be here. I mean, I can't believe this. I get to really hear the most professional people in the entire world talking about Angular, and I'm so excited. And what can I say? I got you guys for, I guess, I don't know. Let me look here. I got everybody here for about, let's say, a couple hours, and I'm really excited. And I heard a lot of you out there, it's kind of getting late, so be like me, get some coffee, and let's just have a really good time here. And I want to bring in my first speaker here. Her name is Hava Babay-Adi. Come in here. Hey, how's it going, girl? How's it going? How you doing?
Hi, going great, and I'm also very, very excited to be speaking here.
Yeah, you know what? I was looking at your topic here, and I was like, okay, you need to explain this to me. I've always wanted to use that spell or Angular. What? So explain that to us, what that is. What's the title here?
Actually, the first statement is a quote from Harry Potter, and in this talk you will hear about Angular forms and a little bit about Harry Potter.
Sounds great. Well, you know what? I'm going to let you have the stage, and good luck. And I'm going to be real excited because I'm going to be taking some notes, and I'm going to go ahead and click in your presentation, and I'm going to back away, and you got it. So have a good time.
Thanks, Mike, and hi, everyone. Welcome to Angular Forms in Practice. My name is Hava. I'm a full-stack software engineer and tech lead at Google, and I'm very excited to take part in this summit. Google has many products and services. Many of them need to communicate with their end users. I'm a member of the Google Notification Platform team. It is a platform that enables the various Google products to build notification campaigns. So if you ever got an email, a push notification, or an SMS from Google, it may have been set from the Google Notification Platform. This is an example of an email that I received from the Google Notification Platform into my personal account. It is an email from the Waze application summarizing my carpool rides. I'm a member of the front-end team. We are a full-stack team developing front-end code in Angular and back-end and APIs in Java. As a developer in the Google Notification Platform team, I'm basically an Angular developer just like you. The only difference is that as a Google employee, we have internal forums that I can use to ask the Angular team questions. For my day-to-day work, I use Angular Dart. The template code in both Angular and Angular Dart is quite the same. However, in Angular Dart, the component code and the services are implemented using the Dart language. The code in this in the slides will be in Angular and TypeScript. We are all using forms, aren't we? Here are a few examples. This is a form from Amazon in which I can add a new address to my account. This is the registration form to the Angular Global Summit, and this is an application form to your favorite club. Forms are a fundamental aspect of every web application that capture user input. The goal of this talk is to give you an overview of everything that you need to know in order to implement forms in your application. It is a recipe based on my experience and with all the ingredients needed for leveraging the magic that Angular Forms provides. The code examples that I will share in the slides are also available on my GitHub account, and I will share the link at the end. In the next 20 or so minutes, I'm going to answer the following questions. What is the use of forms in Angular? What are the problems solved by Angular Forms? How are they going to help my application? What are the alternatives for implementing forms in Angular? I will start by looking into a simple form, and then we will see how to implement dynamic forms in Angular. Next, we will answer the question how to convert a form into a data object and vice versa in order to interact with your application API. And we will finish by answering the question how to apply clean code guidelines on Angular Forms code. For the purpose of demonstrating the features of Angular Dart, I've built a demo system. This demo system is inspired by Google Data Studio, by the magic that Angular Forms provide to your application, and by the fact that I'm a fan of Harry Potter. It is an application that manages the students at Hogwarts, the wizarding school that Harry Potter went to. This application can be used to generate reports over the database of students. Hogsmeade is a village for magicians only. This village can be visited by third grade students or higher, and only if they have their parents' approval. Let's see how we can generate a report of all the students that can visit Hogsmeade on a certain weekend. Okay, so this is the demo system, and here we can create a new report. Let's name this report Hogsmeade Visitors. And then we can add filters. The first filter will be the year, that should be greater than or equals to 3, and has parent approval, should be equal to yes. And let's go over the Angular Forms features that are leveraged in this application. The first feature is validators. Angular Forms allow you to define a validator on every field in the form. For example, the title field is required, so if I will clear the title, then the field will be marked as invalid. Also, the one who must not be named cannot be mentioned in the system, so if I will type, then the field will again become invalid. This is thanks to a regular expression validator. We've seen validators on a field level, and it's also possible to set up validators on a group of fields. An example for a validator in a group of fields could be in an application form where you need to set your home phone number or a mobile phone number. Only one of them is required. The second thing that Angular Form provides is statuses. The first status is valid. We want to save to our database only data that is valid. So if we will look at the save button, it leverages the valid indication. The valid indication is set for every field in the form and for the entire form. So if I will again clear the title field, you can see that the save button is disabled. The second status that a form provides is dirty. A field in the form is dirty if a user has made changes to its value. Let's, for example, save this report. And you see that now the save button is disabled because in addition to the invalid indication, I'm also using the dirty indication. I would like the save button to be enabled only if a user has made any changes in the form, because no point to save if no changes have been done. So if I will call it version 2, then using the dirty indication, the save button will be enabled. One last status that I will show is the touch indication. A field in the form is considered touched if a user focused into the field and then out of the field. One usage for this touch indication is an indication for when to display error messages. This is a new report, and the title field is invalid because it is empty. However, there is no point in displaying error message before a user even interacted with the field. So you can see that if I will focus into the title field and then out of the title field, it will show the invalid indication because now the user interacted with the field. There are additional features that Angular Forms provide, and I will not show in this presentation. One of them is the ability to subscribe to changes in specific fields in the form or on the entire form. And the other feature is displaying a specific list of errors per field. Now let's go back to the slides. Okay. So let's look into implementing forms in Angular. Form control is the basic building block of a form. When implementing forms, every input field on the page, such as text field, text area, dropdown, and so on, will have a corresponding form control. A form control is responsible for keeping the input field's value and expose the statuses that we have discussed before: valid, dirty, and touched. Then there are form directives. Directives in Angular are classes that add additional behavior to HTML element in your Angular application. Angular Forms implement a set of directives that are responsible for the communication between an input field and its corresponding form control. Form group is a collection of form controls. A form group is a form control by itself and therefore have the same methods and statuses. So a form group has the dirty, touched, and invalid indication. And basically, if any of the child form controls is invalid, the form group will also be invalid. If any of the child form controls is dirty, the entire form group will be dirty, and so on. Basically, in Angular, a form is a form group, and it's possible to have a top-level form group and then a nested child form group if needed. And if we look into our Hogwarts student management system, this is the top-level form group. It has one child form control for the title and another child form control for the filter, which is actually a form group. And this form group has 3 form controls for the field name, operator, and value. Now let's look into 2 alternatives for implementing forms in Angular. The first alternative is template-driven forms. In template-driven forms, all the form configuration is set on the template. Template-driven forms are mainly useful for simple forms. Let's look into an implementation of a simple form with only the title using template-driven forms. The form element is responsible for defining the top-level form group. The form group name is by the hashtag. This is our input field for the title. The ng model directive is responsible for two-way binding of input elements. And in the context of forms, it also creates a form control behind the scene. The name attribute sets the name of this form control. Required and pattern are validators. As we saw before, it is, as we've seen in the demo. Angular Forms provide a set of out-of-the-box validators that can be leveraged, such as the required or the regular expression validator. And it's also possible to define your own validator. This is the Save button, and you can see that the Save button is disabled if the form is pristine, meaning that no changes have been made to the form, or if the form is invalid. The second alternative for implementing forms in Angular is reactive forms. In reactive forms, the component code creates the form group and form controls and therefore can access them explicitly. This makes the form code more robust. It allows the code to be more reusable, scalable, and testable. Let's look into implementing the same simple form with title only, but now with reactive forms. This would be our component code that is responsible for creating the form group and for form controls. The form builder is a helper provided by Angular for creating form groups and form controls. It should be injected to your component. Then this is the statement for creating the form group. It's possible to define validators on the form group level. In this example, there are no validators on the form group level. And this is the code to define the one child form control. Its name is title. It has an empty string as default value and a list of validators. Similarly to template-driven form, also in reactive forms, Angular provides a set of validators that can be leveraged, and it is also possible to implement your own custom validator. This is the code of the Voldemort validator. It leverages the regular expression validator, and in this case, I defined it as a global validator. So other forms in the application will ensure that the one who must not be named won't be mentioned. It is a small example of how reactive forms can help you reuse code. This is the template code for the reactive forms. The form group directive is responsible for binding an existing form group into the DOM element, in this case the div. And then this is our input, and the form control name directive is responsible to bind this input field into a form control that has the name as mentioned in the directive, which is a child component of the top level, or in this case, the surrounding form group. Okay, so we have seen some of the magic that Angular Forms provides. Let's look into a more complex case. A form can be dynamic. When your form includes an unknown number of fields, a user interaction with the form can add or remove form groups and form controls from the top-level form. And let's see it on our demo system. Okay, so again, we create a new form. And by clicking add, I'm adding a new filter, and it basically adds a new form control, a new child form control to the to the top level form group. Sorry, a new child form group to the top level form group. I can add an unlimited number of filters, and each time I click add, I basically add an additional child form group. By clicking remove, basically the code removes a child form group. The indications that we have discussed, this dirty, valid, and touched, should consider all the form controls that are a part of the form at any given moment. So, for example, if I set the value in this filter, the filter will become valid. However, the entire form is not valid because the second form group is invalid. If I remove this form group, then all the child form controls right now are valid, and the save button is enabled. Okay. Back to the presentation. We'll use reactive forms for creating the dynamic form. And let's look into the component code. This is the Hogwarts form group that we've seen in the previous example. And now we will add a form array into it to support the unlimited number of filters. A form array is an array of form controls. In our case, it will be an array of form groups, one per filter. This is a method for creating a new filter form group. You can see here the child form control, each one of them with its name, default value, and list of validators. This method will be executed on the on-click event of the add button. You can see that the code creates an empty form group, adds it to the form array using the push method. Dirty and touch statuses needs to be marked explicitly since the interaction with the form was made by code and not by the user. This would be the template code of our dynamic code. You can see a for loop over the form array, and for each form group in the form array, we will bind it into a div, and then we will bind its nested form controls. We also have the remove button. The on-click event of the remove button gets the index of the corresponding form group. And then we will use the remove at method to basically remove a form group from the form array. And again, we will need to mark the form as dirty and touched. We've seen so far how to create forms, how to display forms, and how to set up validators. Is it all you need to know about forms? Well, in my point of view, there are two additional aspects that you need to be aware of. Let's look into how forms interact with your application API. This is the life cycle of a page that creates a new resource, in our case, a new report. The first step is to display an empty form. The second step will be to get the user input, and after the user click on the save button, we need to invoke an API request to create the new report on the server. We've seen how to implement step 1 and step 2, and let's see how to implement step number 3. Upon save, you basically need to implement a code that converts the form group into a data object. It could be the data object that is sent directly to your application API, or an object like a UI data object, but anyway, you need to convert the form into an object that will go forward in the pipeline. So for every form control has a value method. If the form control is a single value, then the value method returns the actual value. And if the form control is a form group, then the value method returns an aggregation of the values of the child form controls with control names as the keys. So this would be the value of the report form. And basically, you should implement a code that out of this value object builds your data object. Let's look into the life cycle of an edit page. The first step is to get the existing data, in our case, the existing report using API request. Then we need to present a form filled with the data of the existing report. The user then changes the report, and we will invoke an API to update the data on the server. So let's look into the first and the second step. How are we converting the data from an API into a form group filled with information. Let's see it on the demo system. So basically, the demo system has three existing reports, and if I view one of them, you can see that it is pre-filled with the filters and the title, and same for the second report, it is filled with a different title and different filters. So let's go to the slides and see how this can be implemented. We have the patch value. It is a method on the form control. If the form control is a single value, then patch value just sets the value of the form control. And if you use patch value on a form group, basically it sets the value of the form control that has a matching attribute on the data object. In our case, in this code example, report data is the data object from the application API. So the form initially has only the title attribute, and then patch value will copy the title information from the report data into the report form control. And then we will iterate over the filters, create empty filter form group per filter, and then patch the value of the filter over this form group and push it into the filters array. Not in all the cases there is an exact match between the data object and the form control name, and in that case you will still use the patch value. However, you will need to interact with the data object in order to get the right value per form control. Another alternative for initializing a form would be setting the value on upon creation. In the example so far, I created the form controls with empty value, then patched it. In this alternative, it's possible to set the title right away. I prefer the previous method, the patch value method, because it allows a more distinct separation between the code that create the form and the code that convert the data object into a form. But depending on your use case, this is also a valid alternative. We have all avoided many problems thanks to clean code principles, haven't we? Let's see how we can apply some clean code principles into your form implementation. This is the template code for the dynamic form of the Hogwarts reports. It's very hard to read on a slide, and it's also hard to maintain in real life. This is the component code of the same Hogwarts report component. It is longer and harder to read and maintain. Single responsibility principle is a very important clean code guideline, a principle in my point of view, and I was also very happy to hear about on the previous talk. It is a basic programming best practice that should be applied to UI code as well. And it says that each component should do one thing and do it well. So, depending on my recommendation in order to comply with the single responsibility principle is to create separate classes for the code that convert the data object into a form and vice versa. Depending on the complexity of the form, it could be just global functions that are responsible for the conversion, or it could be an entire class in the case of the report form, which is more complex than the filter form group, and on top of the method that it has to create the form based on the data object, it also have methods to, and the method to convert the form group back into a data object. It has two methods to add filter and remove filter. Basically, by creating dedicated classes or dedicated method for in building your forms, you can unit test them, you can unit test the validator, you can unit test the form statuses, and all this can be done separated from the presentation layer, which will have its own tests. Another important thing that will help you to keep the single responsibility principle is nested form components. In large forms, it's especially important that a form won't be one large component, but rather a composition of smaller components. It will improve the readability and maintainability of your code, and it will also allow you to reuse parts of the form. An example for reuse could be an address form group that can be used in a shipping address form or a billing address form. However, even if you take a large form and split it into smaller components, we need to have one single statuses, and therefore the components should interact with the parent form. So there are two alternatives for implementing that. And before I will show the alternative, I will show you again the Hogwarts student management system, because in our example, we could take the filter form group and build a dedicated component for it, so it can be tested independently and maybe also reused. So one alternative that will help us communicate between the child component and the parent form is to pass the form group as an input to the child component. This is how the code will look like in this alternative. It is working, it is simpler. It has the disadvantage that the structure of the form is very coupled between the parent and the child, because the parent needs to pass to the child a form group with a specific structure. The second alternative is control value accessor. Control value accessor is a set of interfaces that if a component implements them, then they are compatible with reactive forms, and it's possible to apply form directives directly on your nested component. I will not drill down into the form value accessor. However, you should be aware that this interface exists, and if you need to implement nested form control, then you can look into it in more details. This is how a code would look like if a component implements the control value accessor interface. You can see that app report filter is our child component, and it is using the form control name directive. So thank you very much for listening. I really hope that this session was useful for you. We've discussed the various features that Angular forms can provide to your application and the various problems that they solve. We have discussed reactive forms and template-driven forms, so you can choose either one of those alternatives based on your use case. We have discussed value and patch value methods that can be used to load data into your form and then get the data from the form and convert it into a data object. And we have seen some single responsibility principle alternatives. That's it. This is my LinkedIn address where you can ask me questions, and this is the code to my GitHub, so you can view all the code examples shared in this in the slides. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so much information. I was just trying to get it all in and everything. I'm sorry. I'm more of a jQuery guy, but we'll talk later. But anyway, yeah, we'll get into it later. I think we're having a Q&A. There was some questions that came out, so everybody stick around because I got questions for her. I know that you do too. And thank you very much, Hava. It was amazing, your talk. I really appreciate it. And see you soon, okay? Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Guys, okay, wow. I'll tell you what, this stuff is amazing. I'm telling you. I mean, I'm learning so much. And let me bring in my next speaker here. Her name is Marjorie. I'll bring her in. Hey, Marjorie, how's it going?
Hi, all good, and you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm just so excited because I'm learning more about Angular. I just want to say that when I was up in Silicon Valley, right, I was up there for my work, and I turned to this guy next to me, and I asked him, hey, dude, what are you working on in the area? He said, oh, I'm working on Angular. I was like, Angular, what? I didn't know what he was talking about. And so I've been learning more and more about it. And what are you going to talk about today? What are you going to show us? What's going on?
Yeah, so my talk is about accessibility. It's not super Angular focused, so because I believe accessibility should be agnostic to any framework.
Right.
So we're going to learn how to make things accessible and why should we.
That's great. So you know what? I'm going to let you have it all here. I'm going to go ahead and bring in your slides, and you got it. And thank you very much for being here.
Great. Thank you. So first of all, thank you everyone for being here. And this slide that you see here is the link for the slides in case that you want to follow along by yourself. And yeah, let's get started. So my talk, as I mentioned, is about accessibility. Mostly we're going to talk about the what, why, and how. And we're going to touch some topics that are, as I mentioned as well, they're agnostic to any framework, so we can apply regardless if we're using Angular or any other tool. And before getting into that, I would like to discuss a bit the word disabilities. So the word disabilities is what we call an umbrella term. And an umbrella term is a word or a phrase that covers a wide range of concepts. Birds, for example. This includes all types of birds, hummingbirds, parrots, and all of them. And the problem with this kind of terms is on the way that our brain works. So we tend to abstract and generalize depending on our experiences. But this might not be such an issue when we talk about animals. But when we talk about people, social topics, genders, or rights, it can get very problematic. And this is, I believe, is what happens with the word disabilities. And when I say this word, each of us might think about something different. But many of us might also think about the same thing. And this could be someone in a wheelchair or a blind person. The interpretation of this word will be different from person to person. And that is why establishing one definition for this is so problematic. If we go to the dictionary, it tells us that a disability is an illness, injury, or condition that makes it difficult for someone to do the things that other people do. And the problem with this definition is that it's relying on the interpretation of a normal activity. What is normal? Something that is considered normal in one culture or society might not be in another one. And it also tends to be associated with a health issue only, when in reality it's a lot more than that. There are many types of disability, and the World Health Organization tells us that disabilities can include impairments, which is a problem in a person's body function or structure, participation restriction, which is the involvement of life situations, and activity limitations, which are difficulties encountered when executing an activity or an action. And the thing is that disabilities can come in many forms. They can be temporal or they can be permanent. They can be hidden or they can be visible. They can be situational and much more. We can also say that a disability is a mismatch between a person's ability and their environment. Therefore, inaccessible environments create disabilities. And this is where the topic of accessibility comes into play. The what. So, what is accessibility? Again, if we go to the dictionary, we can see that it's the ability to access. Pretty simple, right? But the principle of accessibility it wants to eliminate or reduce the barriers that hinder the rights of people with disabilities. And this is no matter if it's about spaces, things, or information. We want to make things accessible for as many people as possible. And in our case, I'm going to refer as websites, but this applies to applications and any other products on the web. And being accessible is about making your website available for anyone, no matter how they have to use it. Here, I'm paraphrasing Kate Cunningham from the Accessibility Handbook, and this touches more into what universal design is. So we see that, we want to make our products, we want to make them accessible for as many people, but why? So you might have an idea already, but if you ask me, I will say because it's the right thing to do. But sadly, this is not enough for many. There are many other factors that come into the reasons why accessibility is not being applied. And that can be business, it can be lack of time, it can be misinformation, and many others. And the thing to understand how did we get to this point that the web is not very accessible, we can look a bit back. So the world we live is in a state of constant change. It keeps changing so fast, and it's so hard to keep up. We went from having these huge computers that fit in a whole room to being able to wear them in our wrist. And we went from websites that look like this, with just text and hyperlinks, to websites that look like this. A bunch of pop-ups, modals, cookies, banners, things moving, videos, ads, and a bunch of things. Technology changed and the web evolved. And by now, the web is part of our everyday life. Applying for a job, doing the taxes, learning new things. Now with this whole issue with the pandemic, the web has become more and more important than ever. And I believe we successfully managed to increase the reach of technology, the internet, but we also successfully managed to make it confusing, inaccessible, and not so welcoming for everyone. The Web Accessibility in Mind is a nonprofit organization, and they have provided accessibility solutions since 1999. In 2019, they conducted an accessibility evaluation of the homepage of the top 1 million websites with a tool called Wave. What they did is they ran this tool through all of these websites, and this tool detects patterns in the content of the website, and it checks if it aligns with the accessibility issues and the web content accessibility. So the problem with these tools is that they're limited in their detection of the issues. So only around 25% of possible failures can be automatically detectable. And when they did this, they found this amount of errors, almost 60 million of errors. And that's an average of 59.6 errors per page. So let that sink in. That's a lot. That says that around 97.8% of all websites that they analyze contain errors. And these are sites like Instagram, Facebook, Washington Post, Forbes, Stanford, so there are news, social media, and university sites in that list. And this tells us that there's a lot of people that might not be getting all the information or all the tools that they need to make the correct decisions. So why is this happening? So I think that we tend to mirror our experiences into the things that we create. So we have this image of how a computer is used, how to navigate the web. We have two hands with all 10 fingers, and we have one hand for the keyboard, one hand for the mouse, and we have our eyes that are capable of distinguish all of the little details. We do not have pain, and there's nothing in our environment that interrupts us. Does this sound like you? Does it sound real? Maybe for some, but not for a lot, because this isn't reality. And for some reason, most of what we do is oriented to this perfect image of a user. And the thing is that we all will experience a disability at some point in our lives. And we will also experience life in different ways, because we are all individuals, and we are all we have our own different way of interacting with things. So some people have difficulties to see certain colors, others have difficulties using their hands, or have pain that prevent them from using a mouse for a long time or at all. And for example, parents will have only one hand most of the time while carrying their children. And like this, there are millions of examples of different ways that we interact with the web and our environment. And even then, accessibility is often forgotten or disregarded. We leave it for last. We wait for someone to complain. Or even worse, we don't care. In my experience, it's not much that people don't care, it's much people don't know. So this is something that happened to me. Accessibility was not taught to me at university. I stumbled into it when I started working. And then I started to wonder, hey, why didn't I know this? Why no one told me about it? So yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So now we know what it is. Now we know why do we need it, but how can we do it? So there's a lot in here. I could talk for hours about how all the things that we could do, but I want us to go through very basic things that make most of the errors that you can find out there. And I believe we all have a role to play regarding accessibility. So whether you're a designer, a developer, a tester, a business person, all of it, you have something to contribute. And I wanted to go through some of the topics, as I mentioned, that cause a lot of errors. And who are we helping when we are applying this? So my first advice is go back to the basics. With so many things coming every day, new frameworks, new technologies, so many new things, we tend to forget the basics. And it's never bad to go back and refresh the knowledge that we tend to give by granted. So my first point is having a semantic and structured HTML. HTML is something that a lot of people take for granted, and they think it's very easy, so we just put divs everywhere. And when I say semantic and structured, I mean use the right tag in the right place. So HTML provides us with a bunch of different tags. We have headlines, articles, aside, buttons, anchors, etc. And all of them have their own meaning, and they have their native behavior. So how some assistive technologies work is that they use something called the accessibility tree. And how this is done is that the browser will take the document object model, also known as the DOM, and it will modify it into a form that will be useful for all of these technologies. This is a subset of the DOM tree, and it will have less information because maybe some things are not so important to tell to the user. Maybe they're only visual, so they don't provide any actual content. So it's just a subset of the DOM tree. And these assistive technologies can do that because the DOM has a semantic meaning. It uses HTML, and native HTML elements work well because they have their behavior established. It is predictable. And when we use an anchor tag, the browser knows it's a link. So when we write our HTML, we need to make sure to use what is provided, because in many cases, that is enough. So maybe you saw this example in other places, the comparison between a div and a button. So when we use a div to make a button, and we inspect the element and check what the browser knows about it, it tells us nothing. So as here you can see, the role is generic, and there's no information about this element. So this means that the screen reader, for example, will have no way of knowing what it is, what it does. So the user won't know any of this. But if you use a button, the browser knows more stuff. So suddenly we have contents, primary, in this case is a text in between the button tags, and the browser knows it has a role button, it knows it's focusable, and this might not happen when you use a div if you didn't apply the correct behavior with it. And the browser can communicate all of this information to our user, so they can know that they can click on it, or maybe they can focus it and tap through it, and so on. So at the end, it's our job to choose the proper tags for the job. And if you're creating a state-of-the-art element where no other tag will fit, then do so. There's no problem with that. But you need to keep in mind that you will need to make sure that this is accessible and to provide the right roles and behaviors for it. So this is about semantics. Always use the tags that are provided as much as possible. But what about the structure? So how do we structure our HTML? So the reading and the navigation order of our document is determined by the code order. So this one should be already logical and intuitive. In the case of headings, they are, for many users, they are like a primary entry into our website. So for someone that uses a screen reader, they might get the list of headings by their system, by their different screen reader that they're using, and they can navigate the page with this. And in the evaluation that was done, they found that skip headings, meaning that a level was skipped, for example, H2 to H4, and there was an H3 missing, were found in around 36.3% of the pages. And the things that these headings help us to give a structure to our page. So they will define the different levels of the site. And there's a rule that there's always has to be an H1. So regardless if it's visible or not, there has to be an H1, and this will describe the website and should be similar to the title. And the rest of the headings from 2 to 6 will act as the different levels of the site. Another important thing that is constantly misused is the tab index. So the tab index let us modify how an element, if an element can be focused or not. And the thing with it is that it should be used carefully, because it can be either helpful or it can be a disaster. And we can put different values here. We can put a positive value, and this will alter the natural order that we did, like with our code. We'll add it into the navigation, but it will add it before another element that comes first if we put a positive number in there. If we put 0, then this will allow elements to receive keyword focus, but it won't change the natural order. So it will go into the navigation order in the correct order. So, and the tab index, when we put -1, this will allow us to focus elements via the script, but not the keyword. So we need to leverage this kind of things. In general, we can say that an element with any value more or equal than 1 will receive focus before any other element that doesn't have the attribute or whose value is 0. And when we alter the order of the elements, as I said, we are altering the way that the user sees or hears and perceives the page. And sometimes we change this with CSS. So we take an element and change its position and put it maybe on top when originally in the code is on the bottom. And this might be problematic because it might be confusing for someone that uses a screen reader as a support, and they will hear something and they will see something completely different. So we need to be careful with that. And who are we helping when we do our HTML in a structured and semantic way? Well, as I mentioned, everyone that uses assistive technologies like screen readers. Another big topic that a lot of people get wrong is the alternative text. So in the evaluation, there were around 36 million of images, and an average like around 33.6 of all images had missing alternative text, and around 16% had not attribute at all, so that it was missing, or it was like questionable or repetitive text, so it was kind of wrong. And the thing is that writing this text is not very straightforward. We need to take care of certain things. We need to provide the right context while also describing the image. So in this example, we have the image of a very cute brown dog, like laying on a couch and looks like it's reading. So we could say potentially that the alternative text for this image will be brown dog reading. But this will depend where this image is located and the context that it's in. And sometimes we might not even need to put any text on it. So we can leave it empty in the case that the image is decorative. So it's not providing any information to anyone, it's just there for the visuals. So in general, we can say that all images need an alternative attribute, but some of them might not need any text. And this will help people that, for example, users cannot see, so they cannot see the image, and then they can listen what is the image about, see if they provide the correct context, and so on. And previously, I mentioned focus, and focus is also a big thing. The focus determines where the keyword events go in the page at any given moment. So, for example, some elements are focusable, like inputs or buttons, but others are not, like divs or spans. A rule of thumb is if it's interactive, it needs to have a focus state. So, what is this focus state? Usually comes in the form of a blue outline. So this is an input, and this is how it looks in different browsers. I have a Mac. And usually this gets removed because, I don't know, it doesn't go to the design, it might be ugly, so a lot of people tend to remove it. But the problem when we remove it is that it's removing any visible indication for users that use the keyword, so they might get lost. Even then, they are still focusable. The user doesn't know where it is at the moment. And also, sometimes leaving it to the browser is not enough because it will depend on the background color, the contrast, etc., which is another topic that we'll talk in a minute. But a CSS gives us the power to take this away. It also gives us the power to change it. And this is something that we can do. We can use the properties, outline, color, style, width, and offset to style this outline to however we need and make it look better or make it look more according to our design. And this way, we don't need to take it away, and the user will know, hey, when they focus this input, here is where you are. And who are we helping? Well, people, for example, with a permanent paralysis or a sprained wrist that will use the keyword to navigate. As I mentioned, color and contrast is also a big thing. Like, color is everywhere. And when we build products with diversity in mind, color choice is very important. The color can convey many things. Your brand identity, it can help users understand information, and much more. The thing is that not everyone perceives color the same way. Users, including users with visual disabilities, must be able to perceive the content on our website. And what does it matter if we have a beautiful design that is amazing if people cannot actually see it, right? So this is also where contrast plays a role in there. So when we talk about contrast, we also refer to the difference between the foreground and the background, usually text and the background. So here we have an example. This is an image of the color spectrum, and you have all of the possible colors. When we apply a filter that simulates the lack of sensitivity to the color blue, we can see that it changes a lot. So blues kind of disappear, changed, the greens change, and there's no yellows. And the same image, but with a filter that simulates the lack of sensitivity to the color red, it's also completely different. Everything is basically yellow and blue. So when we provide information only relying on color, a lot of this information can get lost. And a very good example of how can we fix this or make it better is the colorblind friendly mode that Trello uses. So when you activate it, it will add a texture on top of the color labels everywhere they're shown. And the labels will keep their color and the texture is added on top. And this way, the users can identify the different labels without having to rely on color only. In the case of contrast, here we have a screenshot of the Indeed website, and this is how it looks. And when we apply a filter that simulates like how someone with low contrast sensitivity would look at it, which is very common in older people, it kind of looks like this. You can see that things get hard to read, and if we don't take care of this, and we use, for example, a very light color for our fonts against a white background, it might be very difficult to read, even for people that can see things more clearly. And that's because content works in different lighting conditions, such as sunlight and glare. You can see I have a lot of glare right here if I move. So this is also affects the way that I look at my screen and the way that I look at the content that I'm navigating. So yeah, content should be easy to read for everyone, including people that doesn't have any specific visual condition. In the case here is like how contrast is measured. So in this case, we have on top a purple font against a green background, which has a 7.21 contrast, and it's a lot, so it's very clearly seen, versus the bottom one that is like a pinkish background with a yellow font. And in here, the contrast is 1.7, and it's not really high enough. And for example, if you create a graph, you have to make sure that these things, like you're not relying only on color, that the text is also readable, and so on. So who are we benefit when we care about this? So mostly users with partial sight, often like that have limited color vision, colorblind people, some older users that might not be able to see color well, or for example, people using screens with limited color or monochrome displays that cannot see any color at all because of the display. So yeah, text. Text is also everywhere. So the thing is that not everyone reads at the same level or has the same ability to understand the text content, even when we present it clearly and simple. So there are reading disorders, memory disorders, attention deficit disorders, and other conditions that will affect the way the brain's cognitive process, and this can compromise a person's ability to benefit from text. So what can we do to improve this? Well, one of the things that we can do is use simple language. So this means we can put the information in a logical order. We can try to put the important details first. We have to fit our language to our audience and the context, try to provide definitions for unusual words or for abbreviations, and try to be as literal as possible. Because some people have a hard time distinguishing between the literal meaning of ideas and the implied meaning. So things like sarcasm or parody can be very confusing for some people. And in the case of fonts and icons, choosing the right font is very crucial. So sans-serif fonts are very recommended, which are the ones that doesn't have the little thingies at the end, as they tend to be very easier to read on screens, and try to avoid small fonts as much as possible because they're very hard to read. So choose a proper font size with a proper font family, and you will make easier the journey of your user to read the content. And in the case of icons, in a lot of websites, we use icon fonts. And in this case, we need to be careful because some users have their custom fonts and they will apply it and they will replace our fonts. And the icons might disappear. So they might not see the actual icon if it's providing some type of information. We need to be careful. Also, media plays a big role. So by now, we have a lot of media on the web, videos, ads, sounds, podcasts, all of that. So in the case of, like, for example, videos and sound, we should or try to provide captions and transcriptions because they can be especially useful for someone with hearing difficulties. They can also help people that prefer written information, as they can read along while listening at the same time. And they also help people that can actually listen to the things. Maybe, I don't know, they're in a library without headphones and they want to see something. And if there are captions, then it's a lot better. So nowadays, it's like very common to find a lot of videos that autoplay, like in social media or basically anywhere. And this can be very bothersome for many. Like people with cognitive disorders can take this as a distraction from the main content, or it may cause a migraine, or maybe with, for example, fully GIF pages that give you random stuff. It can affect people with photosensitive epilepsy, and it can increase the risk of a seizure, or even cause one in a very grave case. And in the case also of someone that's using a screen reader, it can be almost impossible to listen to the content of the site if, as soon as they load the page, all of these videos, one is just playing loudly. They cannot actually listen, so they have a hard time trying to figure out how to reach the stop button so they can also navigate the page more comfortably. So for this, we should give our users the control over this dynamic content. So especially like not autoplaying videos, but also maybe giving them the control over animations and things that move a lot, and give them the possibility to stop this kind of things if they would like to. And yeah, at the end, the best that we can do is test as much as you can. And how can you do this? How can you say, okay, I get you, I want to start, and how can I do this? So one thing that you can do is listen to your website, to your product, or any website around there. And how can you do that? So if you have a Mac, you have VoiceOver, integrated in it, so you can activate it, maybe read about how it works, and then it will start working right away. If you are in Windows, there are different tools. So if you have Chrome, there's an extension that simulates a screen reader. There's a screen reader called JAWS that you can also download and use. And in your phone, also, it has like a speaking ability that you can activate on the settings if you want to review this on your mobile. And another thing that you can do is forget about your mouse. Disconnect it, disable your mouse pad, and try to navigate the website with the keyword only. Can you reach every element that is supposed to be reachable with the mouse? Can you interact with it? So if I can click on an element when I press enter or space, does something happen? If yes, then perfect, it's great. But if not, then there's something that needs to be fixed there. And yeah, as I mentioned before, automated testing is not enough. There are a lot of tools that can help you to start, and they're Lighthouse in Chrome. You have extensions like Axe Coconut and Linters and unit testing tools, and they're amazing. Of course, they help us start and find some of the issues, but manual testing is always necessary because, as I mentioned before, around only 25% of all errors can be found in an automated way. So there's still the need for a human to go and check, hey, does this alternative text make sense on the image? Or is the order of the way makes a logical sense? Like if we read from left to right, does that make sense? Is that happening? And so on. So who benefits from accessibility? I mentioned many cases, but in my opinion, everyone. We all benefit. And for example, when we have a blog and we start breaking down paragraphs, making more space between the stuff, and using a simple language, we're helping people, for example, with dyslexia or ADHD. When we remove the mouse-only interactions and make our elements accessible through keyword as well, we're also taking care for people that have chronic pain or Parkinson. And yeah, so like these are a lot of cases. And I like to believe that I'm also building things for the future me will like to use. So as we might get lost division and get this little thingy. So at the end, we're also helping ourselves in the future. And remember that small changes have a big impact. All of that I mentioned, it's very easy. It's nothing super complicated. And even then, it makes most of the errors that you can find out there. There's more, and there are many more things that we need to take in account. But this makes a great bulk. So if you start from like a little thing and build up to that. So it's not like you need to redo your whole website. It's not accessible, I need to throw it away and start again. No, the thing is that we need to start thinking with accessibility in mind. So for any new things that you do by now, maybe you can check this. Maybe you can think, hey, how can I make this more accessible or more semantic and so on? And yeah, my last advice is let's get out of our boxes. Let's start seeing the world from a different perspective. Let's diversify our teams. Let's test with actual people and people with disabilities. And for us, let's try to experience the world from another point of view. And in this way, we can bring all of these experiences into the things that we create. And I believe if each of us start changing things and start including accessibility on every step of the way, from the conception to the execution and checking for it as the product evolves, we can make the web a more accessible and inclusive place where everyone is welcome. So yeah, that was my talk. My name is Marjorie Figueroa, and this link that you have here is a repository with a bunch of things that you can use to start your accessibility journey. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Marjorie. That was really awesome information. I have a lot of questions for you, but our kind of time is short and everything. We'll meet up again, right, at the Q&A. Yes. And yeah, I have some questions for you actually on the colorblind. You answered a lot of them, but I kind of have some more information because that's one thing that my job doesn't do. We don't really get into, and we should get into like the people that are impaired, right? The ones that are colorblind and the ones that can't hear. So great topic. I really enjoyed it. We'll talk to you later, and yeah, have a good one.
See ya.
Okay, see you. All right. Hey, everybody. Wow, this has been really awesome, hasn't it? I mean, these are the kind of things that we really need in our job, aren't they? And yeah, that's all I can say. I mean, it's important for us to go ahead and make sure we meet everybody's needs, like the topic that Marjorie gave, because it really is important, you know, because everybody does go out there and use all our sites, right? Anyway, I'm going to bring in the next speaker here. His name is Sani. Yusuf. Oop, I'm sorry. I'm all excited and fired up and everything. Let me try one more time. Hey, man. How's it going, Sani?
Hello. How you doing?
Oh, you know, I get fired and I get excited and I drink too much coffee. And I heard somebody today, they drink like 15 cups of coffee a day. I'm like, are you serious? That's a lot. But anyway, yeah, I'm telling you. Tell us what you got for us. I'm looking here. It says, how lazy is your component? So I don't try to be lazy. I really don't. So when your title came up, I was like, wait, dude, I'm not lazy. I don't think I am, but I don't know. Maybe your topic. I'm going to go ahead and let you explain to us what you mean by that. And I'm going to get off the stage here, and I'm going to go ahead and start sharing your slides. And
Okay. It seems like Michael's gone. All right. Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? Hi. Yeah, the title of the talk I have for you today is How Lazy is Your Component? I probably am going to piss off a lot of people considering I'm representing the greatest team of all time. Yes. And I kind of have two monitors, so forgive me if I'm kind of like a little bit all over the place. Yes, so I'm good. I'm gonna, without further ado, I'm gonna start. So how lazy is your component? I guess I can start by telling you about myself, right? So my name is Sani Yusuf. I'm actually Nigerian, which means I was born and raised in Nigeria, but I actually reside in the UK now. And I'm the founder of a company called Hybrid, which 9 times out of 10 just consists of myself and I, but every now and then, you know, we do some amazing things. And yes, I'm an author and a trainer out there. So, you know, I like to teach people. I like to give talks. I like to write and I like to share. I'm obsessed with sharing. If you know something that I don't know, I get jealous, but not in a negative way. I get jealous because I want to learn it so that I can also have something to also give you so that we can both leave that particular place better. And there is something I always tell people is I am a huge fan of the Avatar movie, not The Last Airbender or whatever that is, not that atrocity. I'm talking about the real thing, you know, the highest grossing movie of all time. If you have not seen this movie, this amazingness, all that chocolate greatness, please take the time to go and see the greatest movie of all time. We only have one life. Your life is not fully complete if you do not watch the Avatar movie. And if you, it's actually very easy to find online. You literally just Google my first name and my last name. It's kind of cool, right? But you just go Sani Yusuf and then you see me everywhere. I am very active on Twitter every now and then. I'm LinkedIn as well, and I do write on Medium and stuff. Okay, so without further ado, let me go on ahead and start my talk. So let us talk about lazy loading, right? This is a term that we hear a lot, especially if you're building a single page application or you are working with the Angular, you know, with an Angular app. What is lazy loading? That's the question. What really is lazy loading? So to kind of give you a grasp for what lazy loading is or how it works, let's take a memory trip down. Let's take a trip down memory lane, right? So let's look at how traditionally we would navigate a traditional web page. You would have a HTML file called homepage or index.html, right? And you create this beautiful, you know, page with images, amazing stuff, and you know, forget to put your security so that I can just go through without paying any money. And then you know, you'd have a server somewhere, right? You have a server. That server is where all these files would live, right? So you'd have like one page for your home page, you'd have one page for profile, you'd have one page for customers, you'd have one page for whatever it is, right? So you can see that we can have like multiple pages. And whenever somebody clicks on a link, an anchor link, you click on the link on a web page, what happens is that request is sent to the server, that particular file, we find that file, and then we come down and download all that file again. So let's say we want to go to the profile page. What happens is we have this HTML homepage file, the HTML, that we would go and look for profile.html, and then we'll return profile.html back to the browser, parse it, process it, and display it out to the user, right? Simple stuff, very basic stuff. It's basically, I want this, give me that. That's what the server does, right? So this was, or is still, the primary way kind of the web works. This is just, it's a feature, not a bug. But some point in time, something called a single page application came in sometime, I guess, towards the end of the last, it's not the last decade anymore, towards the end of the 2000s, and I guess the 2010 onwards, the single page application revolution took hold. One app that really made a single page application like phenomenon popular was Twitter, the very early versions of Twitter. Now, what is a single page application and why does it exist, right? Okay. So the problem with the traditional link, let's just go back a little bit and see. The problem with this traditional web page is, right, if you look at a specific, let's look at a website like Twitter, for example. You have a header here, you have a trend here, and you have like another, like maybe just a few things. Well, the only part of the page that actually really changes is the feed of people, 9 times out of 10 talking a lot of toxic things. Yes, it's a miracle while I'm still there. But yes, that kind of thing where it's just the data that changes. So if you're doing this, basically, if you look at a traditional web page, when you go to a web page, the header, the footer doesn't really change. It's just something in the middle that changes, right? So, but we're having to go to the server and download every single thing again. So it's a very inefficient way to use resources. Now, that's not a problem when you have a desktop computer with fiber optic internet like I do, right? But here's the thing. Towards the end of 2000 or the middle of 2000, middle of 2000, what happened? Steve Jobs held one of these, right? He called it an iPhone, and he was like, hey, you are my iSheep, and I'm going to collect your iMoney so that you would buy this iThing. And for whatever reason, it worked. A lot of people bought it for thousands of dollars. People were even queuing up days after, even though every year they find a way to remove something. One year they removed the headphone jack, they removed the buttons. The next version, they might remove the screen, and you're going to have an Alexa iPhone, but people still going to queue up and buy it. But what happened was, anyways, that aside, we had this thing where now you had a smaller form factor, which means you didn't have as fast of a processor, and you're mostly on 3G or 2G at the time, which meant that the internet wasn't as fast as possible. So the same page that you'd easily download on your computer then became a problem. You couldn't do that, right? So that's kind of what happened over the years. So that's kind of also what made the single page application thing make sense. So instead, the single page application, you'd have one major page, which is your index.html, your homepage.html, right? And then you'd have all these partials, we call them partials at the time, or templates, right? That are in your server, right? So let's say you have a partial for about, basically the part that changes in your web page. Another one for profile, contact. And then when somebody says profile, what happens is just a little profile bit gets downloaded, and whatever we don't need from the index.html, we kind of just adapt. We kind of like where we morph. It's a little bit of like martial arts going on. I call it the dark arts. It's a little bit of the HTML dark arts. Use JavaScript to insert or remove things with thanks to Ajax. So that way, if you have a header that doesn't change, that does not need to go away. You just go fetch your thing. And of course, this is not better or worse. It's just a different philosophy of navigation in the internet. It does have its downsides, namely, if you are SEO critical, you are a magazine and you need to give people news that is probably most likely very biased and not correct, as all news is, you would need to, that's not going to be great for you because you only have one physical page. So the big guys at Google are going to find it very difficult to crawl. Of course, there are solutions with things like Scully.io and all of that, but story for another day. So that's kind of what happened. So you can see here, we just kind of put that about the HTML there on the screen, right? That's kind of what we do. So I'm just gonna make this full screen. Let's just not show. Yes, there we go. So we do that. And so what's the problem with this particular thing, right? The problem is, the first thing is all that routing is happening on the front end side, right? Traditionally, you downloaded a HTML page, you made a request to the server, you went, you got it back. But now your app has to download, or like all that routing is happening on the front end, because this all relies on the anchor router, which is the ahref and HTML hashtag routing, right? Where you route between parts of a page, right? That allows you to sort of like tab through. So you have to go load all these partials first, which means the bigger your app is, the bigger the initial load, because you have to go get all those partials on the front end side and the client side, so that then you can move from one place to another, right? Another thing is exactly your initial launch time grows. It's okay if you have 1 or 2 pages, 2 partials. Imagine if you're building an ESPN website, or if you're building, I don't know, Twitter or Facebook. It's probably not going to work because you have millions of pages and partials, right? Exactly. So that means you have to download all of that. It's not going to work. And that it can lead for a very terrible user experience, very, very terrible user experience. If you've had some experience with Internet Explorer, exactly. Now imagine Internet Explorer loading a very badly built SPA page. Not a great place to be. So when we work with Angular, that's when the Angular lazy loading technique comes through, right? And Angular is not the only framework that has lazy loading. A lot of other frameworks have lazy loading, right? So let's look at how Angular's lazy loading, their take to lazy loading actually work. And the one person we have to thank for this will be Victor Safkin, who built the Angular router, the second router, while he was still working at Google, because the Angular JS, the former Angular, did not have lazy loading built in out of the box. So Victor, I will always be eternally grateful for you. And I know you had to deliver the router a little bit late because you wanted to rebuild it, but you did an amazing job. We love you. Anyways, built-in component routing, with Angular, it uses JavaScript import syntax, which we're going to look at. It's an ES6 syntax. It allows you also to do what we call custom strategy for lazy loaded. So for example, you can have go and lazy load, only on demand, right? So only when I try to access something. But you can also have, hey, I only have 3 pages, so don't lazy load anything, get everything now. Or you can say, why don't we just lazy load the critical bits, right? A custom strategy. But if the user is on Wi-Fi and the Wi-Fi is like 1 gigabit per second, there's no point. Just go get everything, because now you have the bandwidth for that. Your users are not going to suffer, right? So let's have a look at what this looks like here. That's what you can see on the screen. You can kind of see, the Angular lazy loading here. You create a bunch of routes and paths, very simple stuff. You use the new syntax, which is the load children syntax. You pass that a function, an arrow function, and use the import syntax to signify where exactly, on line 4, you can see that, where exactly that particular module is. It's an Angular module, an ng module. And then obviously you return that module, and that's it, really. And in that module, obviously you signify what module in that file you want. And that's literally it. And then of course you configure the router module. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff, right? Now, you can also look at the lazy loading strategies that I talked about. You have a few of them. You can get your own preloading strategy. You can use preload all modules. You can, preload on demand, different things like that. And you can see that on line 11 to lines 11 to 13, right? Pretty straightforward, amazing stuff. I've really, really gotten used to this. In fact, when I used to teach my classes, at the time, we stopped teaching non-lazy loaded routing because it just didn't make sense anymore, because most people will want to lazy load. Now, I've just spent a good 10, 15 minutes talking amazingly about this strategy. So why am I not going to talk rubbish about it now? Well, I'm not going to talk rubbish about it. I'm just going to tell you its limitations, right? I always say something is not wrong as long as it works. It can always just be better, That's the thing. So if you have a code at work and you hack your way around it, as long as the code does what it does, it works. It's not wrong. It can be better. So that's how my philosophy on things. Lazy loading only allows us to load the routes, right? Because now we have to go and create a route and stuff. What if we, with the rise of the micro front end, the famous over-engineered thing that has been going around recently, right? Sometimes we do want to just load up specific parts. Sometimes we want to be more dynamic than dynamism itself. And that is a requirement for certain applications, right? So what is the case where we want to load a component of its own? Instead of loading an entire module, we just want to load a component, right? How cool would that be? That's where Angular component lazy loading comes in. And Angular component lazy loading has been around in the last few versions of Angular, from around Angular 9 upwards. 10 upwards. It's really taking. A lot of people still don't use it because the route-based lazy loading is still the primary way. But it has a lot of power because when you're building a much more complex application, you can decide which parts of your application are lazy loaded, and it's really easy. And I'm going to be showing you that, right? Very simple, straightforward stuff, I promise. So let's go on ahead and see what this looks like. So I am just going to do this here, and I'm going to make this a little bit larger, a little bit larger, a little bit larger, and a little bit larger. Maybe one more. Okay, no, we can leave it this way. I think we should be visible. So here I have Stackblitz here, an IDE that everyone should be using. If you haven't, after you watch Avatar, if you haven't used Stackblitz, make sure you go use Stackblitz. It's amazing. And I love it because it has the Avatar colors as well, blue. So this is a standard Angular component that we can see, and I hope everyone viewing, I'm just going to check the chat to make sure that, what's it called? That, we can all see, what's it called? All right. All right, cool. I don't see any complaints about people not being able to see the font size. Okay, that's pretty good. All right. All right, here you have basically this amazing component, right? I call it my app component, right? And here you can just see it's just a standard component here. We have a view child that we're just trying to add something to the view. If you haven't used the Angular view child, that allows you to basically do DOM manipulation to find something or also potentially add something to the view. So here's what we're doing here. We just have a button. If you look at the HTML file here, let's go and look at the HTML file. I'm just going to open a bunch of files here. Okay, good. So this is the HTML file. We literally just have an H1 saying lazy component, a button that is registered to a click event listener via a method called lazy component, which the idea is when we click this particular button, the ng container we have on line 5, which has an ID called lazy component container, is where we want to interpolate, we want to insert that lazily loaded component. Does that make sense? I hope we're all following. So let me just repeat. We have a click listener registered on the button on line 3, right? That does would fire that method called load lazy component. And then when that component is lazy loaded, we want to put it inside that ng container, right? That's just a spot for us. Okay, so now let's go to the component file itself. You can see that we reference that lazy component container via the ID reference that we set in the HTML file. And we give it on line 13, right? Exactly. And we also have obviously our view container and the resolver and the component resolver. But if you notice, this load lazy component method on line 21 is actually an async method. It's an async method. It's marked with async, which means it's going to do something asynchronously, right? Thanks to ES6, we can do this now. Async await, right? So the first thing I'm doing is I'm clicking this.viewContainerRef.clear. I'm saying, hey, whatever the view container reference is, I want to clear it. I want to clear this view container ref in case there's something in there. Just something I like to do. And then on line 23, you can see I actually get the lazy component, which is another component, right, that I'm basically passing a reference for. And we're going to look at that particular component in a bit. I'm basically importing that. Normally you'd see this import in like the ng model level where we are doing our routing, but here we are seeing it in a method. And then all we're doing is we're creating that component, and we're letting the component resolve the process of fetching that component. And that's all we're doing. We're adding it to that particular container. So before we show the results, I'm going to show you my ng model to show you I am actually not, cheating here. You cannot see anything. There's no routes here. There's no ng router or anything. There's no router module, right? Okay. So let's look at that lazy component. I love lazy components. Lazy components are great. Long live the lazy component. So we can see the lazy component here. It just says lazy text in uppercase. And let's see what our lazy text is. It just says, I am a lazy component. I love lazy components. Like I said, it's just doing its thing. So that's literally it. And if we then now go back here and we click load lazy component, you can see the I am a lazy component. And that's it. It's really as simple as that. You could add lazy loaded components right there on your screen. You don't have to create a route. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to worry about the fetching process and all of that. You can just let Angular handle all of that for you out of the box, right? But there's one interesting thing that we might have missed here. If you look at my lazy component, right, you notice that I have an ng module declaration, right? I have an ng module declaration in the same file as the component. So it's almost like I have made the component itself a module. Now, why have I done that? The reason for that is sometimes you need to use features. So for example, if you look at here on this particular component, the lazy loaded component, I'm using the uppercase pipe. And the uppercase pipe is a feature that is only available if you have the common module inserted, because it comes from Angular common namespace. So if I actually don't do that, then what would happen is Angular would not know where to get the reference for that particular uppercase pipe. So this allows me to basically organize and just create like what I call a lazy ng module, a semi-ng module here, and just say, hey, in this same file, once this is being loaded, Angular will automatically look at this declaration and just, get the component. And also I'm importing on line 25, the common module, which is basically saying, hey, we're going to need to use that pipe. That way you can almost lazy load, and you can have a plug and play lazy loaded component. So you don't need to like worry about, is this component inheriting this from here or there? Nope. Let it worry about itself. Components should be as selfish as possible. I don't know selfishness is a bad thing, but not for components. They should be as selfish as possible. They should worry about themselves and themselves alone and nobody else. That way you can take them from anywhere and just drop them anywhere and they will work. So if you have any questions, I'm going to share the link to this and people can, access it. And you can also hit me up on Twitter and ask me any questions. But without further ado, I think that actually kind of segues to the twilight or the end of my talk. So when do you want to use a lazy loaded component, right? There are specific cases that you want to use a lazy loaded component. You might want to use it maybe like, for example, you have a wide range of like, how would I say, insert remove type of places components, right? So let's say you are building like a game or something, or like you're building like a sports application and you need to insert things in real time, right? Where you don't want to like have to route to a place or stuff like that. You can kind of just insert them here and there. You can have multiple like, things like that. So that's one good way. Most times you'd have to have a custom need for why you want to do that. Don't try to go look for where to lazy load components. No. They would announce themselves. Those scenarios announce themselves. Don't go looking for that level of encapsulation. It will announce itself when you need it. Remember, Sani said, don't go looking for it. It will announce itself. So that's kind of the most, I guess, popular need or use case for lazy loaded components, but it probably more, and because such a new feature, only around a year or year and a half, we're going to be evolving it as we see fit, right? So without further ado, I think this leads me to the end of my talk. Thank you very, very much. And now I'm open to any questions, and I'm still going to be available during the Q&A time. But thank you very, very much. Feel free to hit me up on Twitter.
Hey, sounds really good. Thank you so much for your talk and everything. And I'm trying to find. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, man. Thank you so much. I was trying to pull your slides off and everything. Explaining to us that lazy component and everything. We got the Q&A. It'll be coming up later on. There's a lot of questions I'm sure a lot of people have to ask you, including myself. So yeah, I'm gonna let you go now, and we'll see you a little bit later on. Thank you, Sani, so much, man. That was really awesome, bro.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Pleasure is all mine.
Yeah. Have a good one. All right, everybody. I think I'm ready for the next person to come in. His name is Francesco Leardini. How's it going, man? How you doing?
Hi, Michael. Thank you very much. Yeah, everything good? Ready for my session?
Oh yeah, it's been real good. I got my coffee going on here, and it's only 10 o'clock here for me. I don't know. Everybody's been telling me they're tired. I don't know what their problem is, but I don't know what's going on. But
it's the event adrenaline, yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. So what are you going to talk to us about today? What's your topic?
Yeah, the topic is how we can turn our web application into a fully working application, even though when the users are offline. So it's no sorcery. We will see how this is possible thanks to progressive web apps. But I don't want to spoil it too much.
Yeah. And so what I'm going to do, you said the word no sorcery. I can think of a lot of examples at my work about that. But I'm going to let you have it, all right? I'm going to go ahead and see if I can bring in your slides. Whoa, yeah. I think I got your slides here. And I'll go ahead and let you go. All right, man.
Yeah, thank you very much. So welcome, everybody, to the Angular Global Summit 2021. It was a really great first day, not finished yet, of course, and we had a lot of great events and still have yet to come. For my session, think about a scenario where users, even when they are offline, they can access and interact with our web application without any issues. That is pretty cool, isn't it? And this is exactly the topic, as I said before, the topic of my talk. We will start describing some usage of progressive web apps from a very generic point of view and show how progressive web apps can really benefit any kind of web application. And then we will step deeper and deeper into more technical details. And at the end of the demo of the presentation, I hope I will be able to give a reason of this title and show you how, thanks to progressive web apps, we can indeed create applications that are never offline, always working even when the user is offline. That said, let's start. My name is Francesco Leardini, and I work as a senior consultant and Angular trainer at Trivadis, an IT company providing consulting and training services with our headquarters in Switzerland. Even though I work as a full stack engineering, having .NET and C# as my backend side, I'm a big fan of modern web, PWAs, and of course, Angular. And I always try to experiment a combination of these technologies together. And whenever I have a chance, write articles about that or to present to events or meetup. Let's imagine now a typical case, or at least it was so far a typical case, but hopefully it will soon again be normal. So we are commuting to work, or just let's say we are traveling, and maybe while commuting, our connectivity is unstable. We are reading some technical articles, and then while we swap from one page to the next, this is what we often experience. Indeed, not a great user experience, especially for our clients or our users. However, thanks to progressive web apps, we can easily provide customized offline pages as a minimum, maybe with a company logo, some brand colors, so that the user or our clients at least can recognize our branding and can feel a little bit a better experience than just the downloads or that we saw before. However, thanks to progressive web apps, we can even move a step further and provide offline games, like in the case of Trivago, where you access a second time the application and you are offline. You will see that we get an offline labyrinth or maze game. And this is indeed a very cool trick, or a very cool invention or solution we can provide with the progressive web apps, because we keep the user's attention locked on the page, and then as soon as the connectivity is then restored, the user will be automatically redirected to the originally requested page. So this is a very cool solution that allow us to retain a potential customer that otherwise we would have lost. And these both cases, and even more, all this is possible with the progressive web apps, and we will see how. Let's step now a little bit more in the details that are behind the progressive web apps. We have to keep in mind that progressive web apps are just web applications with, let's say, vitamins or with extra powers. One of the things that make progressive web apps so special is the so-called web app manifest. Is a JSON file that defines how our PWA or progressive web app will be rendered once installed on a user's device. Here you can see all the mandatory files that are needed to show the so-called add to home screen dialog on a device. And when the user will click on this dialog, the application will be installed on the home screen of the target device. Let's analyze some of these properties first. We have a name and a short name that is a fallback in case the name is too long to be displayed on the screen. Then we have a display property that is a very interesting and very powerful, because it shows how, or tells how, our application will be displayed on the browser. Browser is the default value, and it will render the application in a standard way. It's the typical way when we access a website with our mobile device. So not really interesting. But more interesting is the value standalone, because we can see that some UI elements of the browser are removed. Here, for example, we don't have anymore the address bar. Full screen, as the name suggests, removes all these UI element of the browser, and it's most suited for applications that are maybe web games or applications that are rich in media content. And then there are also other properties like the start URL, so the page that will be always used to be displayed as a first page whenever we open our application. And we can provide an array of icons that will be used as a splash screen when the application loads, or to be used as an icon on the home screen. If all these properties are correctly defined and we have a service worker running in the background, then we will see on the bottom of the page the so-called add to home screen dialog. By clicking on it, the user will install the application, our progressive web app on the home screen. Very, very easy. We don't have to remember all these properties by heart. There are many manifest generators we can use. This is, for example, one of them. You can see the link in the up right corner. So we don't have to write everything by hand. So web manifest is one of the components that make web apps so special and is needed by a progressive web app. Aside of these core properties that we saw, we can also define so-called shortcuts in the web manifest file. When the user engages with our app's icon, so a long press, for example, on a mobile device, then the user agent can use these shortcut values that we define to display a context menu. In short, a shortcut is just a link to an URL pointing to a page within our progressive web app. They are typically used to create common actions or very important pages or links to pages to further increase user engagement and make it very easy to navigate to specific section or areas of our web application. The other actor behind the superpower of progressive web apps is the service worker. Service workers are JavaScript files similar to web workers, but differently from these, they have a specific task: to work as a proxy between the client and the server, intercepting then all the traffic from and to our application. It runs in the background on a separate thread, so not the one used, not the main thread where our web application is running. And because of this, it's called non-blocking, because even if it crashes, it will not affect at all, or it won't block at all our web application. And this is a good thing. Let's see now how the service worker runs and acts. The first time we access our web application or our progressive web app, we get the response, and we also download and install the service worker on the client side. Then, according to how we implemented it, we might even already store in a local cache some assets and some files. We will see later in details how and which files we can store. And the cool thing is that from this moment on, the service worker will then intercept all further requests and try to provide the response for their local cache eventually, so that this would have a double benefit. On one side, our responses will be extremely fast because they are already on the local side, on the local cache, so they are extremely fast. And then we don't even have a connectivity or a network connection in order to provide the responses. And that's why we can provide content even when the client or the user is not connected to internet. Let's see now a fun test. Another goal of progressive web apps is to provide a richer user experience, an experience that is as close as possible to a native app experience. Here is a screenshot of my phone where I installed the Android native application of Twitter, and it's a progressive web app version. You can see that once they are installed on my phone, on the home screen of my phone, they both look exactly the same. And even if I open it, we can see that except a few details, the layout is extremely similar, to the point that it's almost impossible to know which one is the PWA and which one is the native app. I give you now a few seconds in order to try to guess which one is the native app. Not very easy. Because of this, I give you a very little, let's call like this, hint. This is the amount of space used, of this space used on my phone. And probably now you understood which one is the native app and which one is the progressive web app. If you guessed on the left side is the native app and on the right side the PWA, good job, you did it right. So we can see how progressive web apps are really needing a very small disk space compared to native apps that needed to install maybe a database or third-party libraries. And this is another benefit of progressive web apps. However, a service worker per se doesn't know by default what to cache. We need to implement caching strategies in our service worker in order to define which assets or network calls we can and we want to cache. This is very important because looking at this graphic, we could see that the mobile traffic constantly increased in the past years. Therefore, it is really crucial being able to optimize our web application also for mobile devices. And caching strategies can really help in this direction. The first strategy we see is called the cache-first strategy. When we execute a request, the service worker first checks, of course, intercepts the request, as we said, and then first checks if the data is available in the local cache using the cache API. If not, it will then falls back to a normal network call, so as we would never implemented anything or any strategy. So if we want to provide the data even when the user is offline, this is the strategy we should or we wanted to implement. We can avoid network calls altogether if the data is cached locally, of course. And hence we can provide very quick response because we provide this data straight from the local cache. A network-first strategy is completely the opposite case. Is suited for resources that update frequently, and we want to show always the latest values. For example, it can be a right choice for a stock exchange website when we want to provide always the very latest value of some shares, for example. So we directly go always to the network, and as a fallback, or if we define the timeout, the service worker tries to return the data from the cache, if available, of course. With this strategy, we give online user the most up-to-date content all the time, but offline user might get a stale version, still better than nothing. But it's important if the latest data is crucial in our domain, in our use case, it's important to inform that maybe they are seeing data that is not live, but is coming from the cache, so it's stale. There are also further strategies. One of them is called stale while revalidate. And this is a kind of a combination of the previous two cases. When we get a request for data, we provide it straight from the cache, offering this way a very quick response. But in the background, we also attempt to fetch a newer version from the network, from the server, and update the cached data for the next request. So we not only provide very quick responses, but also we can constantly update the cached version, so that the next time the provided data will be newer or might be in a newer state. In this case, the implementation is slightly more complicated, not crazy complex, but we need to provide more lines of code and take care of more things, more aspects. However, thanks for us, Angular gives us, thanks to Angular PWA schematic, the possibility to turn an existing Angular project into a full working progressive web app, and with just a command, as you can see in the snippet. What this command does, we will see in the first demo. Here is the URL for the GitHub repo, where you can play with the demo and even look the code for your pleasure, let's say. But let's switch now to the first demo. You can see here the Visual Code solution, and we can see that what this command does is downloading the service worker module for us and registering straight for us. Here in the register method that is created, all what we see now is created out of the box. And I will tell you how we can further enhance this default value or default results that are created and initialized for us with the Angular PWA schematic. So it downloads the service worker module and registers the Angular service worker file. And then we can see here is enabled the service worker only in production build, so that if we make a dev build, it will not be triggered. It will not be registered locally. We need a production build. And we always need to serve our distribution static files into or using an HTTP server, because ngserve doesn't work with the service worker. So we need to serve, if we want to play with it locally, we need to serve it with any web server or HTTP server. Another thing that the command does is creating and initializing the web manifest with a set of default values. Here we can also see there are a set of icons. By default, the command downloads the Angular icon, the Angular logo. And of course, we are free to choose to change these default values with the values that are more pertinent for our use cases. But the most interesting file is the Angular service worker file, configuration file. Here we can see that we have an asset group array where we have two objects. One is has an install mode prefetch at the line 7, and the other one install mode lazy. What does it mean? Install mode prefetch means or tells the service worker to prefetch or to fetch while the service worker is installing all these files that we define here. So that as soon as then the installation step of the service worker is concluded, we are sure that all the files that we define in this array will be stored in the local cache. And then as soon as the user accesses our application, these files will be provided even if the user is offline. So these files typically build our app shell. So it's really the core amount of files we need to provide the minimum set of files for our application. We can also, though, create other objects with value lazy for the install mode. These files are not so crucial, and we can see here we target, for example, font files. In this case, we want to tell the service worker to download and cache these files only if they are requested at least once, therefore in a lazy way. And then by saying update mode prefetch, we say, okay, download them the first time in a lazy way, so after they have been requested at least once, but if you detect that there is a newer version on the server, update the cache immediately. Therefore, we define an update mode prefetch. In this case, we could have used also lazy. So all these commands are created by default with this Angular schematic. And everything we define in the asset groups allows to cache, thanks to the service worker, cache static assets. So we can see here HTML file, JavaScript files. We can put here eventually even custom offline pages that will be provided once the user is offline. But Angular allows us also to cache HTTP requests and responses. Let's see how. For that, we have to create another array or another property called data groups. That is an array containing a set of URL that we want to target. Here I have, for the sake of the demo, I have two endpoints. The first one is providing random jokes, dead jokes, and the other one is providing random images of cats. In the Angular context, the strategy performance is the cache first strategy we saw before, meaning that we go straight to the cache and we want very fast response. We can define how many responses we want to cache and for how long we want to retain in the cache. On the other side, for the other URL, so providing random cats images, we can define a strategy freshness. That is the network first strategy we saw before. We can even define a timeout, after which if we don't get any response, then the service worker will try to provide the response from the cache. But let's see how the application looks like. So this is my demo, nothing crazy, but you can see also later in the URL. We can see that if I refresh it, the joke, because it comes from the cache, is always the same, while the photo of the cats is always a new one. The interesting thing is that if we open the DevTools of the browser, we can see that in the application tab, under the service worker menu, we can see that our service worker is activated and up and running. In the cache area, selecting the cache storage, we can see that we have here all the files that we defined before. So not only the static files though, but also some responses that came from the cache. For example, here is the dead joke, and then we will have the images of the cat, and they are all cached here. So we can see that we can store not only static assets, but also the responses that come from APIs. And let's see now the cool thing. If I simulate that I go offline and I refresh the page, we can see that not only all the static data is provided, so the icons, the fonts, and so on, but also the content of the two cards. And this is a really cool thing. We can see that if we switch to the network tab, we can see that both responses are from the cache are provided by the service worker. Now, if I go online again and I refresh the page, we can see that the joke, let me refresh it, the joke remains always the same, but we have a new cat image as expected. And we can see the confirmation that indeed that joke comes from the service worker, while the image comes from the network. So this was a simple demo to show you how we can turn an existing Angular project into a full-fledged and working Angular application that not only is able to cache static assets, so the icons, the styles, and so on, but we can even provide offline the content or the responses that came eventually from some of our services or from some REST API that is stored on our server. And this is done, except for the dynamic part, so except for the data groups part, this is done everything just with one command. This is the great thing of Angular. But the cool things about the progressive web app are not finished yet. This is just the first step. We can see how we can go further and how we can go to a next level. This is because we say that the service worker uses the cache API to cache the data. The problem is that so far, cache API allows it to store only GET requests. How can we do better? Because typically we have not only passive websites that we provide the data, but also we want, for example, to cache a post or put requests. How we can do that? Because this is not possible at the moment with the cache API out of the box. One solution could be to implement some kind of custom solutions. For example, index DB, where we store all the pending requests, and then as soon as we detect that we are online again, we go over this index DB and we fetch again one by one all these pending requests. Not so crazy complex, but again, there are quite some complex that we have to implement. Again, thanks for us, there are other tools that we can use to leverage and or actually to abstract this complexity. One of these is the Cloud Firestore. It's a NoSQL database offering offline persistence, and is a product or a service belonging to the Firebase platform. It's a Google platform that provides a lot of services and cloud tools for web and native development. Once we download the web library for Cloud Firestore, we can instantiate it, and of course we have to register the API key so that we can bind the Firestore project that is hosted on in the cloud with our application. And then with just one line of code, so just by invoking enable persistence, we can turn this offline persistence. What does it mean? With just this method invocation, we can cache every document that comes from the NoSQL database. And this will be out of the box stored locally into an IndexedDB for us. And it will also be made offline, available offline for us, so that even when we are offline, we can still access, edit, delete, and do whatever we want with that document. And the cool thing is that as soon as then we go online again, the Cloud Firestore will detect these pending changes and then automatically synchronize to the cloud database and propagate these changes to all other clients listening to the same or connected to the same database, so that also the other clients will get these updates thanks to WebSockets without the need of refreshing the page or making any kind of polling. They will just receive kind of a push update. And let's see now the second, and I hope for you also cool demo that uses Angular, turn into a progressive web application, and uses as a NoSQL database Cloud Firestore, where we already enabled the offline persistence. But let's turn to the demo. For this demo, I will show you also the emulator from my phone to simulate a real case where we are traveling and we are fully offline. Just one word about the project. This project is a personal project of mine where I register all nice bars or restaurants that I meet while traveling with my wife, so that we can keep track of them and eventually suggest to friends of us when they visit the same country. On the left side, we have simulates one client is on the local host and is connected to the same browser, to the same NoSQL database, Cloud Firestore. And on the right side, I have my PWA, is my places code. And we can see that also another aspect of progressive web apps is that they are responsive. Now, if with my phone, I imagine I'm traveling, and to do that, I will switch to airplane mode. So I go fully offline and I refresh the page. We can see that not only, because it's a progressive app and it works as expected, not only I can get the content of my application, but I can also open one record and then let's edit it. Let me write offline, for example. I will save it. And we can see that the changes is only on my phone because I'm offline, and of course is not propagated yet to the left side, so to the other clients that are connected to the same database. And now the cool thing is that as soon as I will switch off my airplane mode, so as soon as I will turn online again, Cloud Firestore will detect that there is this pending changes and will automatically, or let's say automagically, synchronize with the other client without me to do anything else. So I'm offline. I can still open other documents, and we can see I have all the documents here. I can change another one, and all these, save it. All this is possible while I am offline, and I'm accessing. This is not good. I'm accessing my web application powered with the progressive web app features. And then let's see. I switch off the airplane mode, I go online, and then according to the connection, how fast it is, it was quite fast. So you can see that immediately Cloud Firestore detected these changes, propagated to the server, and the server propagated to all the other clients, in this case, just one. And we have immediately this kind of a synchronization. So for this, I wanted to show you how nowadays it's possible to create never offline web applications, because our users accessing these progressive web apps, these apps, even when they are offline, still they have no perception of being online or offline. The application simply works. And then this brings to the end of my talk. These are some of my social media. If you want to follow me on Twitter, where I periodically post some updates or I write articles. And there is also the URL for my GitHub. So if you want to see the code and the demos of this presentation. That said, thank you very much for your attention. I hope you liked it, and feel free to make all your questions in the Q&A later on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Francesco. That was really awesome. And I always wondered about, okay, when I put my thing in airplane mode, what happens then? So that was a really good explanation, how you explain that, how after you go back and turn it back on and how it syncs back up to the servers and everything. Yeah. That was really awesome. Yeah, no, thank you. And we'll see you in the Q&A. We got to bring in our next speaker and everything, but I really appreciate it. That was really clear and everything, and I really loved your presentation. So
Great.
We'll see you later.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
See you later.
Yep. See you later. Bye. Okay, everybody. Looks like we have our next speaker here. Let me see what's going on here. It's going to be Marta. How you doing, Marta?
Hello.
How's it going with you? What time is it there anyway?
It's 8 p.m.
Oh, 8 p.m. Well, I'm only like 11 in the morning.
Greetings from Warsaw.
Yeah. Hey, greetings for you. I'm from California, and I got my coffee. So anyway, what are you going to talk to us about today? What's your topic?
Today I will tell you a bit about some tools for Angular developers that will be really useful.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that in your title, and I thought, wow, that's going to be a really interesting talk, because I know a lot of people out there. There's probably so many things that are available, and I really like how you have the top 10 list. But I'm gonna go off here. I'm gonna try to go ahead and share your presentation. There it is,
Right.
and you have it, Marta. There you go.
Sure. So the official start. Hello everyone. My name is Marta, and I'm super excited to be a part of this conference. And today I will help you supercharge your developer experience. And I will present you top 10 tools loved by Angular developers that will help you build your apps faster for less effort. And that are mainly open source projects. And I will tell you how you can set up, what are the main features, and how you can use it in your Angular projects. So let's take a look at the developer experience. As you know, our life as programmers sometimes is quite complicated. We have good and bad moments, and the knowledge about proper tools we can use is crucial for us. And today I will show you some tools that will make your life easier, that will make your working days full of positive feelings, and you won't stop wasting time on things that can be done automatically. And now let me introduce myself. So my name is Marta Wiśniewska. I'm from Poland. I live in Warsaw, and I'm Google developer expert in Angular web technologies. And I work as a front-end developer at NES. And I love all things about tech, especially progressive web apps, Angular, web performance, and so on. And I also co-create open source project called PWFire. If you're interested, you can check it out. And I'm also a huge fan of coffee, sport, community, so here I am. And if you want to get some updates about Angular, progressive web apps, web performance, you can find me on Twitter with this username. So let's take a look at some responsibilities of developers. Because before I selected the top 10, I was considering what are my tasks as a programmer. And it's quite obvious, and people say that programmers write code. But if we take a closer look at our hobbies, then we can see that we're responsible for much more. So besides of writing code, we're responsible for selecting proper solutions to our project. We should keep in mind proper architecture, libraries, dependencies that will be easy to use in your apps, but also easy to maintain in the future. We should keep in mind that our apps should be reusable and scalable. We should take care about the app performance from the beginning, not after the app is created and improving this, but we should keep in mind at the beginning of the full implementation. And last but not least, we should keep proper code style, because it just will deliver a good quality products, and it will be easy to work on it across your team. So the implementation is the only one puzzle, the only parts where we can find some tools that can help us. But also keep in mind that maybe you need some help in setup and configuration of your environment. Keep in mind that you need some tools that will be useful if you want to run tests. It's good to know some ways how to debug your app and to track some potential issues. Keep in mind that building and deployment process are also crucial if you're a developer. And find some tools that will help you with documentation. So based on these puzzles, I created this top 10. And I will start with the one that I think is the most powerful. This is Angular CLI. Angular CLI is this command line interface tool that allows you to generate, to develop, and to maintain your Angular projects. And I told you this is the most powerful because, as you can see, for almost each of these puzzles, you can find commands that can help you. So for example, for implementation, you can use ngGenerate and generate some parts of your code automatically. You can add some dependencies with ngadd command. You can use ngrun, nglint. If you take a look at the puzzles with environment, with setup and configuration, you can find, for example, ngnew, that will generate the full workspace, the empty Angular project, so you don't need to create these files on your own. Also great tools to configure this workspace with ngconfig command or ngupdate to update your dependencies. For next puzzle for documentation, we have ngdoc. We can easily run tests with ngtests for unit tests, but also for end-to-end tests, the second command. And for building and deployment, we have some commands that will run these processes automatically, but also gives you some options to configure it. And because Angular CLI, it's quite a big tool, and we have many commands that we can talk about, I will show you how you can set up this tool and how you can check the possible options to use it. So the available commands that are ready to use currently in this tool. So you can install it with npm install command. And if you type ng-help, then you will get this list. And today, I don't want to focus on each of these commands, but I selected two. That first one is I think I use the most, and you probably also. But the second is that I have never used, but I found it when I was creating this presentation, and I think it will be really interesting also for you. So the first one, ng-generate. So it allows you to generate some elements of Angular apps automatically with the full, code. You don't need to write it. So for example, you probably know these elements that are on the left side that are the most common. So ng-generate allows you to generate components, services, directives, interfaces, pipes, guards, modules, interceptors, and enums. But I am not sure if you know that you're also able to generate, for example, the app shell for a running server-side version of your app. You're also able to generate a new app definition in the subfolder of your workspace. You can also create service worker and web worker automatically, and for example, generate a new generic library. And the second command that I want to present you, this is ngdoc. So ngdoc allows you to open the official Angular documentation for a specific keyword or query. For example, let's say that I want to find some properties of components, and I type in my console log ngdoc component, and then you will get a browser open on this site, let's say. So we will get results for the search in API. But if you additionally add this search, then you will get the results for the full app, not only for API, but also, for example, for resources, some resources from tutorial, for CLIs, from guide, and so on. So it's super useful because you don't need to search, in a web browser, but you can easily type it in your workspace, and then you will get your solution. And the second tool, I call it Angular CLI on steroids, and this NxDevTools. And if you're a fan of monorepos, you will love it for sure. So NxDevTools is extensible toolkit for monorepo development. And I really love it because it gives you a so easy integration with other, let's say, useful tools, like for example with Cypress, because it will generate the full configuration to write end-to-end tests. But you can also integrate it with others like Jest, TypeScript, Prettier, and so on. And if we compare it with Angular CLI, we can see that it's much faster than the previous tool. And this is mainly because of computation cache, because it never rebuilds the same code twice, and we can see results much faster. And especially if you're a full-stack development, it allows you to build a backend app and frontend app in the same repo. So it's also beneficial. And this is how you can set up this tool. So here you can see the link to the official, let's say, instructions for Angular, but you can also integrate it with other frontend solutions, other frameworks. And basically, you need the only one command. This is npx create NX workspace. And I will show you here how it works. So I have my workspace. I want to create a new project. So I type this command, npx create NX workspace. Then I will get some questions. So I need to type the name for my workspace. I need to select my environment. So for this case, it will be Angular, but also I can see other options. I will type name for my app. I need to select stylesheet format, linter, and also I can already integrate with NX Cloud. And then my new workspace will be created, and you will get a full file structures, ready to use, ready to implement Angular app with other tools that are integrated with NX. Yes, and this is how it looks like. So this is my directory for my app, and also for example, for the Cypress for end-to-end tests. Now I want to tell you about the next tool, and I found it because I quite often can hear that people can't update one version of Angular to another, and this is web app that gives you a set of instructions how you can do that. So Angular Update Guide considers app complexity, other dependencies, and will give you a to-do list, what you need to do in your app to upgrade your version. And the official link where you can find this tool, this is update.angular.io. And it looks like this one. So you have form where you have to select your initial version of your project. You need to type your new version, select app complexity, and of course, the advanced apps that will be much harder to update this version of Angular. And here you can see all steps that you need to do successfully update Angular version. And it's quite easy if your app is simple and you don't have external dependencies. And because this is the most problematic, not only because of updating, but also from other aspects, like for example, because of performance or because of maintaining in the future. So if you keep in mind this factor, I highly recommend you to try this tool, npm check, because this package allows you to find unused dependencies in your project, and not only unused, but also incorrect or outdated. So it's really useful. And you can install this tool with npm install command. And if you have set up this tool, then you can use npm check. And I will show you how it works. So let's say that I have my Angular app and some dependencies that I use in this project. I already installed npm check package, and now I can type it in my console log. So here you can see results. So this is a list of your dependencies with some information about what are the current version, some tips that you should, for example, update this version. You have highlighted not used dependencies. So it's quite useful because you can easily detect some dependencies that you don't use in your code. And it's really crucial to remove all trash in your apps, because it will just make your app lighter, faster, and better to maintain. Let's talk about activity that is quite frustrating for us, for developers. This is debugging. So to debug your Angular apps, you can use browser extension. And a new extension for Chrome created by Google, this is Angular DevTools. But before it was created, maybe you heard about Agri. It was another extension, not only for Chrome, but also for Firefox. But recently, it didn't support the newest version of Angular, so that's why I recommended this one, Angular DevTools. So it supports Angular from the 9th version to the newest, where we have enabled Ivy. It allows you to debug your app, profile, to find, for example, component tree, to detect your components, directives, check states for specific components, or, for example, to track change detection cycles and prevent some performance issues. And how you can use this tool. So you have to visit Chrome Web Store and find this extension, add it as usual, as you add another extensions. Then you're able to, let's say, open it in your developer tools. So if you run your app, click the right mouse button and then open developer tools and open tab Angular. And this is how this extension looks like. So this is this one. And this is how you can use it. So I present one of my app where I inspected, I opened Angular DevTools. So this is how it looks like. So you have two tabs. This is Profiler and Components. And you can, let's say, record profiling for your app and save this profile. And here you can see that it's able to detect some potential performance issues, because you can compare some change detection cycles and find components that maybe are crucial for your web performance. And now I want to tell you about some tools that allows you to create scalable components, reusable. So the first one, this is a Storybook. And Storybook provides a sandbox to build your components in isolation. So it allows you to build, for example, library in isolated environment, and just is kind of playground where you can, for example, collaborate with your teammates and with designers and check how these components will work, not in your local environment, but separated. This is open source, and you can use it with Angular, but also with other frameworks. And if you use this Storybook, you will write stories that will represent some states of your components that you want to visualize in the Storybook. Here you can find the official website for Storybook. But I think the crucial for you is installation. So basically you have two options. And for Angular, you can set up the full Storybook with the only one command. This is how you can do that. But sometimes I had problems because my Angular projects and environment wasn't detected. So I had to set up the Storybook manually. And to do that, I had install all dependencies. This is Storybook for Angular, but also Babel Core and Babel Loader. I added a new script. This is Storybook to start the Storybook with the only one command. And I also had to create two configuration files. First one was for JavaScript. Here you can see, and the configuration file for TypeScript. And if you have this environment ready, then you can write stories. So we will write a collection of stories, and each of this collection, each of these stories will be just a function that will be rendered on the screen for a specific component. And I created example for a button. So let's say that my button, there is a one story in which I will display some emojis inside of this button. So this is my one story. But I can write more because I have more states of my button, for example, with other titles, other texts, or I can write a story with some events, like for example, it will call some actions, or I can add link to another story. And if I write it, I can run all these stories. And you can do it in local environment. After running, you will get the link to the local, and also you can check it remotely. And this is how it looks like. So this is a storybook for my button. I can see all my written stories. And this is just a playground, and it's great, what I told you before, easy to collaborate, easy to check how it will feel in isolated environment. And you can easily test these components, design, and so on. And another tool, this is bit.dev, that allows you to build, export, and reuse your components. And for me, it's also a great way to find ready-to-use components, because sometimes you need to attach some features very quickly. You don't have specific design, but you can find and reuse some components that were already implemented by someone. And bit.dev allows you to do that. I will show you in the next slide how you can find these components, but also with other frameworks. And it's great if you want to share some components in different projects. It is easy to collaborate. You can work with your teammates on the same components and just create an external library of your components. And basic option is for free, but if you need premium account, you have to pay some money. And this is the official page of this project, bit.dev. This is how it looks like. And you, of course, need to create your account. And you have two options. One is, like as usual, you need to create your username, email address, and password. But also you can use with GitHub account as a connection. And this is a way how you can find the components that you can reuse. So I typed Spinner Angular in a browser, and then you will get results that you can also customize. But if you click a specific component, then you will get the full code, overview. You can take a look how it looks like, what are dependencies for this component, and of course, instructions how to use it in your project. And let's take a look how you can create collection. So you can create personal project or team project. You need to type name of your collection and set privacy. It depends on you if you want a public or a private. Then you need to type your project's environment. So as I told you, in our case, it can be Angular, but also you have other options. And then you will get full instructions how you can use this bit in your project. So you have to initialize it in your project at the beginning locally. And I can compare it to the control version. It works similarly like Git. So you can control the version of your components. You will track it. You can edit it and also control how it will change in the future and export your version of these components. Now I want to tell you about packages that can help you to improve performance of your Angular apps. And great technique that allows you to create fast Angular apps is a code splitting. And already Angular provides a good way to implement lazy loaded modules on routes. But as you probably know, routes tends to have many components. And we also want to implement code splitting on the component level. And NgRx Loadable can help you with that. So it's a wrapper for complex implementation for lazy loading non-routable modules that is written into simple API. So it just uses two elements, this NgRx Loadable component and also loadable service that allows you to lazy load modules that are not routable. And let's say that you have already your project that you want, in which you want to use this package. So you need to type command ng-add with this name, NgX loadable. Then we want to generate lazy loaded module. And if you do that, if you set up this dependency, then you're ready to use it in your app. So you can type in your template and just add like regular NgRx component. So this is how it looks like. NgX loadable with property for modules that will be lazy for us, and with flag for showing. And the second great tool is another package. So it provides preloading strategy for router module. And this is a strategy in which we want to download lazy loaded modules that will be associated with all visible links on the screen. So this is how you can install it with npm install command. And if you want to use this strategy, you need to import the full module, quick link, but also you need to type this type of strategy as a parameter of preloading strategy in router module. And this is the link to the GitHub, so you can find the full code and also instructions how you can set up it and apply in your project. So first and second solution I told you a bit, but I highly recommend you also to read and to check it out, the hero loader. It's also another way for code splitting on the component level, and also gwez.js. This is not a solution only for Angular, but also for any JavaScript app that is based on data that was collecting, for example, in Google Analytics, when users were navigate through your app, it allows you to prefetch resources that your user needs in specific time. So it's also really interesting, and I also recommend you to try it. And next tool will help you to improve your code style. This is CodeLyzer. It's just static analysis for Angular projects that were inspired by general, let's say, Angular code style. It consists of a set of testing rules that will give you a hint how to improve your code style. And the installation is quite simple with Angular CLI. So let's say that you create a new Angular project with ng-new command, and then you can type ng-lint, and your CodeLyzer is ready to work. And this is how it works. So it will process not only TypeScript, but also your templates. So this is HTML and also CSS code, and will give you some warnings and also hints what you should improve, let's say, to get it better. And this tool is great to keep consistent code, but also allows you to discover some potential errors. And the last one, this is Compodoc. This is a great tool if you need really quickly documentation. Compodoc is a local tool, so you don't need a server and any additional, let's say, computer. And it allows you to generate automatically documentation for your existing Angular project. It's fully open source, and you can install it with npm. And it includes a search engine, which means that you can easily find some phrases in this documentation that will be generated. So this is how you can use it, how you can set up in your Angular project. You can install it with npm install. It's good to add the script for this Compodoc, and then with the only one command, you can run it. So we type npm run Compodoc. And here you can see a structure for this documentation. So you don't need any effort, any input to generate these all files. And this is just in form of web app. So if you open it in a browser, you will see the overview of your app with the full component tree, with all your modules, dependencies, and so on. And you can also find some info about dependencies and their versions, modules, interfaces. So it's a great way to create a technical documentation with only one command very quickly. So now I want to sum up. This is a good time to take a screenshot and quick summary. And today I presented you top 10 tools that will be helpful for you if you want to make some processes easier. I told you about NgRx CLI. This is the most powerful. I presented you NX DevTools. That is also a good way from the command line to automate many processes. Angular update guide to update your app from one version to another. npm check to track, for example, unused dependencies in your code. Angular DevTools, browser extension, great to profile your apps. Storybook and bit.dev to create scalable and reusable components. Some packages to improve web speed. A tool to improve your code style, this is CodeLyzer, and also a tool to generate documentation of your Angular project. So that's all from my side. Thanks for having me, for your attention. I hope it will be helpful for you. You will find at least one new tool that will be really useful, and you will be able to use it after the presentation. But that's all from my side. Have a good day, and thanks a lot.
Thanks, Marta. That was really great, because I always wondered about those kind of tools. What's the best ones out there? What's the ones that are being used? That was really awesome. Let's bring everybody in here. Let's bring Sani in. How's it going, Sani? How you doing? Let me bring in Hava. I guess we're just going to have a big gathering today here, aren't we? Francesca and Marjorie, I think, here. We got her in there. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Did everybody get a break? Did you guys get coffee? Woo, I did too, man. Woo, I got my coffee going here. And man, I don't think I've eaten yet today. But, wow, you guys are awesome. And I've got some crazy questions for you. And let's just go around, the room about this. I have a question for you. What kind of development is required to support all browsers? And the reason I ask you this question is because at my work, right, I mean, you probably all know this, it looks really good on my development on my own little platform, but then when I go deploy this to a server and everybody starts hitting it, because I heard some of you mention like Chrome and Firefox. I mean, what's the best approach to do that, to make sure it works in all the browsers? Anybody go?
Crossing your fingers.
Yeah, I know. Anybody? I mean, they say they're standard, but they're really not, are they? I mean, anybody got any good tips out there? I mean, I want to know, what's the best way to make sure it works in all browsers?
I will say checking if you're using any new feature. Maybe you can check in Can I Use how supported and broadly supported it is. Actually testing on the different browsers. Sometimes it's kind of hard because, I mean, I'm on Mac, how I'm supposed to test on Edge, for example, but their tools are there, like Browser Stack, for example, that offers you to test in different browsers and environments. So it's also an option.
Yeah, I would also suggest not only test on different browser, but always keep in mind to test on mobile. I mean, I don't mean any kind of Android or iOS or phone, but at least on the DevTools, go on the mobile display and check if more or less everything is responsive and is working fine. Because sometimes you make a great cross-browser application for all the browser, desktop, and then it looks awful on mobile.
That's very interesting, Leon. Sorry, Francesco. I just came across this new tool that I don't know if anyone has used it before. It's called Sizzy. I don't know if anyone's heard Sizzy. It's an amazing tool. So what it does is it allows you to basically simulate as many viewports as possible on one screen. So normally, like me, traditionally, I'm coding, I'm writing WebStorm here, and I have my Mac, right? That's where I preview. But with Sizzy, I just open the Sizzy. It's sort of like a browser, but like an Electron app. And I can just be like iPhone, Android, basically it's different emulators, real viewport size. I can simulate like scroll. So if I'm scrolling on one of the apps, I'm scrolling on all of them. I can simulate offline, online. It's really great. It's not free. It has a 14-day free trial, which I still am using. but it's amazing. You can take screenshots and everything. Really, really cool.
That Sani is very interesting because, and this maybe might trigger some legal issues. There is another app is called Responsively, and is exactly the same for free. So you have a mobile, you have browser, you can scroll down. It's called Responsively, and have a check.
Oh, hell yeah! You said it's free. You have my attention.
Hava, what about you? What do you use? Because you're an expert at Google, right? So what do you use? What's the best tools that you recommend for that?
Actually, as a developer of an internal front end, the front end that I'm working on is supporting Chrome only. So I guess I'm not.
Yeah, of course.
I can't answer this question.
That's true. I heard somebody mention this. Tell me about unit testing, because I know that's really important, right? What kind of tools out there that you guys use for unit testing?
So for Angular, mainly Jasmine and Karma. I'm not sure if anyone is something more.
Yeah, I know some people use Jest, but I've never really used Jest with Angular. The Jasmine Karma integration is just so straightforward. Yeah.
And then the good news that in the newer version, you will be able to choose which, for example, for the E2E test, you can get rid of a protractor and you can choose Cypress, for example. That is much faster and much easier to configure compared to protractor that so far was always built into any solution, any project of Angular.
I agree with you guys. And the thing is, though, when we're developing, I gotta prove it to my management because we're in an agile cycle, right? We're in sprints, right? So how do I prove that, that my testing is good and everything is working? How do you do that? Like reporting tools?
Go on.
Yeah, it's always good to always test the negative path, or in any case, make your test fail. Is not enough the epi path and the negative path, but on purpose put something that is wrong and expected the result. Otherwise, you might get false positive in one or the other direction. Otherwise, I don't know. There are many maybe tools, but to know exactly if a test is working or not, well, make any kind of edge cases you might think.
And so, Marjorie, I got a question for you also here. You mentioned about the impairment, right? The different tools that are out there, and I thought that was really awesome, your talk. So are there standards for that? I mean, for me, I'm trying to design this, web thing, for my work. What standards are out there for people for the hearing impaired and, colorblind and sight and all that?
Yeah, so there are official standards. There are the web accessibility standards, and you can find them if you Google them. And there's a bunch of things. So there are breakdown by different cases, and there are different levels. So you have different levels of compliance. You have from A to AAA. So, for example, in the United States, this is also a legal matter because you have the ADA, and people can sue you if you do not provide accessibility. And you can conform to these standards. I'm not sure, but usually the most common is the AA, because AAA is very hard to reach for many products. And yeah, I mean, in theory, having an A is a progress, but the more you iterate over it and the more access that you provide and the features that you make more accessible, then you can check. And the different tools also give you this rating. So for example, if you inspect on Chrome and you check the color of the text, it will in many cases give you the contrast and also give you which standard is passing, because each standard has different definitions. So maybe the color with the background will pass the A, but not the AA. So maybe you can make sure that it's passing and change the color a bit, make it a bit darker, for example, and so on.
That's awesome, because I know that's really important. I have another question here, and I'm sorry, I haven't been clicking these in here. Just somebody jump in on this one. What's the approach to push notifications in real time in an app with Angular plus Java? Does anybody have any insight on that?
It's interesting because when you say real time, right? I think when we talk about push notifications, everybody thinks you have to go via the standard push API, right? You don't, because if you're using something like Firebase where you have a real-time connection, you can just trigger whatever toast or whatever it is right from the app. I guess that's one thing to know. Is this person talking about a push like, system-wide as well, which you can still use the push API as well on the browser now? That's new. But I guess it depends on, it's a case by case, right? I can't really, you have to really be more specific.
Yeah, I think this is a follow-up question to my session. I would say that, as I said, I'm developing an internal front end for push notification campaigns. However, the front end itself is not sending the notification. There are heavy backend systems that are responsible for sending the push notification. So it's basically just a background about me. The Angular app is mainly for management.
Yeah, you brought in another topic here. Okay, guys. There you go. How do I convince my development management to convert from, let's say they're using standard JavaScript or something like that, or even maybe a JSF framework, something like that. How do I do that? How do you convince them? And I'm sure you all have your use cases of doing that. And then what about IT support, right? And then what about DevOps and everything? So how do you go about that, convincing them?
Well, probably. Oh, go on.
No,
Go on.
No, I was making a joke. I just said quit.
I think in the case of a framework as Angular, the answer or the line to go on is extremely easy compared to other solutions, for example, because Angular is extremely or very good documented, and there are a lot of guidelines and so on. So it's very easy to follow good practices, and always it's easy to, even when you don't follow them, it's very easy to just by using the framework itself to get a lot of improvements in the bundles, in the size and so on, rather than, I don't know, going crazy with the vanilla JavaScript or maybe other frameworks that are not so opinionated compared to Angular. So these might be maybe the first topic to take out, but for sure the others might have other good points.
Anybody else, Sani? I think you were going to say something.
No. I was just saying quit because obviously when you try, if anybody is trying to convince their team to say, hey, let's completely reimagine this company, those conversations sometimes can be very painful. Yeah.
I would also say that conversations about technology are mostly relevant when starting a new project. For an existing project, it's much harder to make a conversation and convince to convert to something else. There must be a very good reason for that.
Anybody else? Marta, you have anything on that? You've had experience trying to...
I think that the main maybe purpose that you can tell something that this is the time. For management, it's really crucial if you say that the implementation time will be better if you apply this solution because you're more experienced, for example. I think it will be, it will support this solution and it will be helpful.
And this kind of goes into the next thing. I'm working on a project, let's say, right? And then let's say we're using older technology. Can I convert it? Or do I have to start a project from scratch? How does that work if I want to convert to Angular? And what suggestions do you have?
It also depends on how the AngularJS has been implemented. I worked in a relatively big project that was implemented fully in AngularJS, and we decided to go or to start on a greenfield and then not migrate, but really start from scratch, just picking some reusable parts rather than migrating the existing AngularJS project. But then it depends on how big and how is structured the existing legacy solution. If it's really huge, it might not be time-wise might not be a possible solution in that case. So it depends also on the cases.
Another approach that I don't see a lot of people, I've never personally used it, it's still theoretical in my head, is the custom component or Angular elements approach, right? So like micro Angular front end. Because if you have a custom component, right, web component, theoretically that would work with AngularJS. So you could theoretically migrate your AngularJS as a custom or web component and just bring it in, or vice versa, that kind of thing. It's a theoretical approach. I'm pretty sure somebody somewhere in a dungeon somewhere hidden is probably using it, but it's one that I would, if it fits your need, you could potentially look at as well.
Anybody else?
I would also say about migration that if, like, as long as you have time to migrate, there are more alternatives to consider for a migration. In some cases, the advantage of re-implementing a project and not just migrating is by the fact that you can bring new value and not just replace the technology. So I guess it's really case by case.
That's a great point. And then so let's see here, Marjorie. So we didn't implement the impaired stuff in. How do I go about doing that, right? I mean, that's another thing, right? I mean, we talk about converting to Angular, right? So now how do we go about implementing in, you know, all the vision impaired stuff and stuff like that?
Yeah, so when you want to integrate accessibility into a pre-existing project, it can get quite overwhelming depending on how bad it is.
Right.
So I will say start from the easiest part, right? From the easy wins. There are a lot of easy wins with accessibility. That those are the ones that I mostly mention in my talk, which are like maybe fixing the alternative text of your images or checking the structure of your HTML to, I don't know, maybe if you have a component library, then you can make sure that all of these components are using semantic HTML, and then this will migrate, like, for everyone that is using this library will be benefits. So if you use like an internal library for your own components, and you can start maybe fixing them, so every user of this library will get this benefit. And by default, more places will also be a bit more accessible. But I will say, start making an audit and maybe check with Lighthouse, maybe check with Axe Coconut, for example. The Axe team have a lot of very cool extensions and APIs that you can use, and try to integrate maybe some unit tests. At the beginning might be hard because they might all fail.
Right.
So then slowly maybe iterate it on new features and start like including this in your stories. Like when you write your user story, then make an acceptance criteria that accessibility has to be there. So it's like at least for every new thing that you will make, it will be there. And in the same time, start slow with the smallest and then progress over it.
Right. Yeah, and I just want to say something. Everyone out there, not the speakers, I hope you're all taking notes here, because every one of them here is giving really good information and a lot of experience. So yeah, I really appreciate all of you. Let's see here. Francesco, you see that one there? Are there any settings? You talked about the cache. So talking more about the cache, are there settings? I mean, what is it? And maybe a lot of people don't know what it is out there. So explain a little more.
Yeah, well, these are three maybe questions in one, but yeah, I will try to answer them all.
I'm going to cram it in. Go.
Yeah, I think one resource, if you want to dig deeper into the cache API possibilities, is the web dev documents from Google, or the Firefox docs also. The cache API is an interface that allows to expose some methods that allows to open a cache by passing the name or to match the cache. So you give an asset you want and see whether this is available or not in the cache and so on. So to implement it, it's very simple because the methods are not a lot, so it's very easy to implement this cache API. And it's also very easy and straightforward the usage. So it's just like you open the cache, you check if a specific file or response is there, and if not or so, and then you can delete the cache if you want, for example, to wipe old cache and use a new one, and so on. So the usage or how to implement is pretty straightforward, and there are a lot of good examples if you search for or you Google for a Cache API interface. Are there settings example? Yeah, you can find two. Typically, you use the Cache API to implement these different cache strategies we saw before. Angular provides just two of them. I didn't say before, but just the cache first and network first. But if you use, for example, tools like Workbox is a library that allows you in a very easy way to abstract all the complexity of caching, and you simply have to focus on the business logic. So you use this open source Google library, it's called Workbox, and then you can just call a method, and in the background, the library itself will implement all the caching strategies, that there are many more than the one I showed,
Right.
with just invoking one line of code. So it's very easy, and I would suggest that.
Thanks for that. That's a really good explanation there on that. Sani, I got to ask you this question. You said, don't look to make a component lazy. Why? You just said that. So why would I not want to look to make a component lazy?
Okay, I can see. I should clarify that particular word. I guess that the term is, a lot of times when people learn new features, like we almost want to go out and look for where to, we try to like find a solution looking for a problem. That makes sense, right? So like, for example, when you first learn object orientation, right? You want to create a class for everything. Sometimes all you just need is a function, but because you've learned how to create a class, now you want to create a class, you want to create an object and call it, but maybe just console the log is what you need. So while I was teaching the lazy loaded component, I said, don't go try to make every component lazy. Like, hey, I want to create a header component lazy. No. When it's time for you to make a component specifically lazy loaded, it will speak to you. You know that, okay, this is a good time to do this. So just code normally. When the problem presents itself, you would know when to go do it, if that makes sense.
That's awesome. Thanks for that explanation. And anybody answered this question here? I heard one of you mention about automation tools, and then you said maybe not fully automated, but what automation tools are out there? Like Selenium. What do you guys recommend, all of you? What's the best way to test, Angular projects?
I think that this question is specific about form validation, so I will answer specifically about that, and then we can
Right.
Answer in general. But for form validation, you can test it in unit tests. My recommendation is to split between the component and the form creation. So if the form is being created in a dedicated class, then it's tested using a simple unit test. And also, if you want to check the template with the form validation, then it's also a unit test. It's everything that in the scope, like form is everything related to form is in the scope of your application, so it's very easy to test it in the unit test.
That's awesome. Here's a real generic question. Are you afraid of home office? What? Somebody go. I mean, I'm sure we're all working from home, right? So how has that experience been for everyone?
So it's such an interesting question, because the home office means a totally different thing in the UK. That's like our, so, and everybody's scared of the home office. That's like our immigration, everything. So I'm like, oh, but yeah. No, I've been working from home since 2014. No. No more now.
Me the same. After the full year, I'm not afraid.
Has it impacted you guys since COVID? I mean, how do you have your meetings? Because I know we use Microsoft Teams, right? So what do you guys use to, in your meetings to collaborate with your teams?
We use the Teams, or we use for some more collaborative meetings, we use Miro as a platform. I found though a little bit awkward when you have an online meeting and maybe like now there is a question and some people have to talk and you are afraid, okay, I don't want to step on someone else talking and so on. So, okay. Or the classical, like, oh, yeah, do you see me? Can you hear me? It's but they are becoming kind of standard beginning of any kind of meeting so far, or at least for remote meetings. Yeah, I miss personally a little bit. I'm Italian, so I miss a little bit the personal touch, the physical touch with people and so on. Yeah, let's hope for anybody that soon things will go better, and soon we will be able to have live events again. I really miss live conferences when I see people and I can answer straight to people and so on. It has a lot of benefits. Home office, because I don't know, you can make in the morning gym, yoga, and so on before the first meeting. You don't have commuting time, but yeah, you lose on the other side a little bit collaboration or physical touch in that sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you can get up anytime you want, right? Let's say your meeting's at 1 p.m, so you can actually do
Well, not so late, but yeah, maybe if you're lucky enough, yeah, maybe yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think it's really changed a lot. And so it kind of brings up the next question for everyone here. What is the future of Angular? What do you guys see? What's the forecast you foresee of it?
Bright future.
No, I think and I hope the Angular future will still bright. The guys are doing really an amazing job in smashing all the pull requests and bugs and so on. Recently in the teams, on the core team, there have been a lot of big changes too. But I hope this also might bring new inputs, a new energy, new idea. And I think the guys will still go on in a very good way. So I'm pretty positive about Angular.
Anybody else going to comment on that? What do you see the future of Angular?
I think it's the same, really. Why not? Like, I feel like we asked that question because everybody, I feel like there's this everlasting fear that Angular is somehow dying, right? And it's weird because us as Angular developers, when we hear these things in the community on Twitter, you know, if you live your life on Twitter, Angular is this framework that is dead. Nobody's using it, and you're just like, I'll give you an example. I remember a few years ago, there was someone adamant on my team that Angular is dying, even Google's not using it. And I was at NgConf, and I just watched Miško Hevery, the founder of Angular, say, "Oh, Google has 14,000 internal applications," and I'm like, "Well, I'm not arguing with you, but here's a link to the guy that created it saying different." I think because Angular is an enterprise technology, right? So even metrics on Angular is very difficult because obviously firewall. That's one of the reasons why, I mean, we almost kind of like took the Angular team to the steakhouse when they did the migration from AngularJS, because we were like, why are you building the second one without telling us? But they didn't know. So I think there's always a bright future for this framework. It's so stable. You know, if you learn Angular 5 years ago, you'll be writing 90%, 95% the same things, literally. You know, there's not much has changed. Maybe a few things have moved around here. That's stability. That is really, really, really good. And for me, I don't build anything. Like anything I'm building is just Angular is my first bet because it just covers more and more things. You know, back in the days, we had the SEO problem, and now Scully.io is trying to solve that. You had the problem with what's it called? Legacy, and now differential loading is also solving that. So many things, you know. So I see nothing but positivity.
That's all. Here's a really interesting question for everybody here. What was the first programming language that you learned? The reason I ask this is because maybe there's some people out there that want to get into Angular and they're kind of wondering what that transition or how smooth it'll be. So what was the first programming language that you learned, and what do you recommend, you know, for beginners out there that are wanting to learn Angular?
Personally,
you're asking what is the first language that I learned, like back in the days, and then I will need to tell you, you will know what my age is. But for learning Angular, I think it's important to know HTML and CSS. That's the basis, and then Angular.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I mean, what do you recommend like that? It sounds like it's much a transition path from like HTML, JavaScript. What about Java? Is Java required?
Not really. I would say I was able to use it. I think a knowledge of an object-oriented language would help because of TypeScript, right? I knew Java and C#, so when I looked at TypeScript, it just made sense. It's just like, oh my God. But here's the thing. If you are a traditional JavaScript ES5 developer and you looked at TypeScript for the first time, you were not having a good day, you know, because it's like, why am I having to create these types? So it's very interesting. But now where ES6 is at a spot where, you know, everything is object more or less very, very close. The difference between TypeScript and JavaScript today is is getting closer and closer, right? So I would say for anybody learn to code today, just learn JavaScript, man. You can't go wrong with JavaScript. You really cannot.
Anybody else want to, you know, comment? This is your time, you know, about your.
So I can say I started with C, then tried Java, then tried Python, and then JavaScript and TypeScript. And I can see that each programming language is awesome. It really depends on what you want to build and what your preferences. For example, if you prefer to object-oriented or any other, it really depends on you. But you have many tools that you can select now, and it's easy to learn and easy to use.
Yeah.
Is there a really good website that you all recommend? That you just mentioned really good tools, right? So is there a really good site? If I'm just a newbie on Angular and I want to learn more, what's the best approach to do that? I mean,
nah. I would say, I mean, obviously YouTube is the spot, right? There's Angular University, Angular, Ultimate Angular. There's a ton of free material there. I mean, back in the days, Dan Wallin did the 60-ish minutes that everybody started their Angular careers from. But yeah, if you're a reader, there's a lot of people writing blogs. If you want a book, a good one is anything by Manfred is golden. Well, you'd probably want to wait till you're a little bit more advanced for Manfred stuff. But Asim's book, Asim Hussein's book, is really, really great as well. You know, there's a lot of stuff out there.
That's awesome. I mean, guys, this has been a really great time here. I'm trying to look at our schedule here. It looks like we're about to end, and I just want to say thank you to every one of you. Really quick, you guys got it. You want to pass anything on to everyone out there, and you know, what do you want to say to everyone out there? Just go.
Let's hope to see us all soon, and cheers all together.
And hopefully in person.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm launching something called Angular.training. It's supposed to be dropping this week, or it should have dropped weeks ago, but been a bit busy. But the whole idea is we're gonna be giving away, you know, just be writing and creating short videos to learn Angular for free. Angular.training. Right now, if you go to that website, there's a coming soon page. But yeah, so check, stay tuned to that Angular.training, literally.
Sounds great, guys. I guess that's about it. I personally want to say thank you very much for your time. I mean, I know that we all have busy schedules and everything, and I really appreciated all of your knowledge and everything. And I just want to, you know, say goodbye, and you guys go get sleep, okay? Because I know a lot of you out there, it's getting late and everything. So see you later.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Let's go here, everybody. Yeah, wow. I guess I'm on for the second hour. I'm gonna bring in looks like Gia. Oh wait, let me do some announcements here first. I just want to say to our dear attendees, and I'm just reading this, thank you for commenting on YouTube and platform on all your questions and everything. We really appreciate it. And we really appreciate our speakers. It looks like here Write down what you like most about the event, guys. Seriously, write down what you think was the best part of this event and the best topic and the best speaker. It looks like there will be 5 winners and they'll get 3 free tickets. Oh man, are you serious? You'll get 3 free tickets. And yeah, this is really awesome. I'm really enjoying this. And yeah, let me go in here. I'm just reading this as I go along here. Yeah, let's continue on here. Gia, are you?
Well, gonna have a short break. All right,
Okay.
Michael.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's have a short break, everybody, and I guess we'll tag up in a bit. Yeah, I'm just trying to pick all this up and everything here. All right. Yeah, let everybody go. Everybody get your coffee, get your food and everything, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. So thank you very much. Talk to you in a bit.
Hey guys, hey all. So I'll be there along with you for the next couple of hours, and we'll be taking up this all together. So we have our speaker Gia Lee along with us. So before I invite him to the stage, I would like to see in the comments box how much excited are you guys? Like, just I would like to see a spam of comments with hashtag excited into the comments box. That is something that motivates me and Gia Lee to keep the session going and keep it running. So I don't know what time zone are you guys in, and so obviously it's like midnight 12 a.m. for me in my time zone. So everyone is running hard to keep the sessions going and everything. So I would like to see the spam of comments inside the comment box. And meanwhile, I'll invite Gia Lee to the stage along with me. Hi Gia.
Hi Sandy. Nice
How
to
are
meet
you?
Yes, I'm doing great. It is super early in my time zone. It is 3:30 a.m. So yeah, I just got up.
I guess you are like 2 hours ahead of me, 2 or 2.5 hours ahead of me.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's super nice. So which company are you working at right now?
I'm in a company called Listot. Yeah, we provide service for the front end, back end, and everything. So currently, I'm an Angular software developer in Listot.
So
I'm very happy here. Yeah.
This conference was the perfect one to land you in here, because you have been working for it all around.
Yeah.
All right, all right. That's so amazing. That's so amazing. So, like, would you like to share some, like, words of words around the product that your company is building in?
Yeah, we provide a lot of front-end service such as Angular, React, Vue. So I personally working on some enterprise Angular project. I also work on the open source contribution, especially for the zone.js, which is originally it is a library used by Angular, and now it has been merged into the Angular model repo. So currently, I have been contributed to the zone.js for about 4 years. So yeah, so today I would like to talk about it.
All right, and where is this company based out of?
I beg your pardon?
Where is this company based out of? Like, the headquarters and the company head office.
So basically, all of the employees of this dot work remotely. So the headquarters is in US, but we have a lot of employees in US, in Europe. Currently, I'm located in Asia, but yeah, everybody.
Oh, that's amazing. Even I'm located in Asia.
Yeah, I originally located in Japan, but now I'm in China. So yeah, so the time zone difference is a little difficult, but we all work remotely.
Oh, nice, nice. So that's just the India-China time zone. That's like, that bridging a 2.5 hour time gap between us. That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, all right. You can just like, start up with your session, and the stage is all yours. And guys, bye-bye from my side. I'll hop in between if there's an issue or something. Otherwise, I'll join you guys before the next session starts. And GLE, it's like, the stage is all yours, and you are like, start. You can start.
Okay, so I will share my screen. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Jali. So today I'm very happy to join Angular Global Summit to talk about zone.js. I'm currently working in a company called Zstart as an Angular software developer, and I have been contributed to zone.js library for about 4 years. Now I'm the co-owner of zone.js and also Angular collaborator. So today I would like to make a very brief introduction about what is zone.js, and I would like to talk about why you need zone.js by several code examples. And finally, I would like to talk about how zone.js is used in the Angular framework. So zone.js provides a zone, which is an execution context that persists across a synchronized task. It is a library created, I think, 7 years ago by Branford. And this library is was inspired by the Dart language at the very beginning. So this is what zone.js provides. So zone.js provides an additional execution context and also several lifecycle hooks for asynchronous tasks and a global central error handler for asynchronous operations. I will make a brief introduction and several code examples to explain what this feature means. So first is the exchange context. So this sentence is from the JavaScript concept. So it holds the information about the environment that the current code is being executed. So this is a JavaScript 101 very simple function. So we can access the context by the JavaScript keyword this. And of course, because you can call the JavaScript function in many ways, so depends on how you invoke the function. The this value the context this value will also change. So this is all the basic JavaScript concepts. So the execution context in JavaScript world means when the code is executed in a function, there will be a new execution context. And the context determines the scope. the variables and functions that the current executing function can access, and it also determines the value of the JavaScript keyword this. And also, because we have the execution context, we can also get the stack traces, the coding history. So here we have several functions, and if we throw an error in the function C, we can also get all the coding history, the stack traces from this error stack. But there is something different if we use the asynchronous operations. So here we have a function C, which is a callback of a set timeout. And if we throw an error from this function and from the stack trace, we will only see the stack trace from the function C. But we lost the context from the timeout function, which schedule the timeout callback. So this is kind of the missing features of the execution context of JavaScript world. So we don't have execution context across functions, especially for asynchronous operations. So that is what zone.js provides. So zone.js provides an additional execution context. So here, for this code samples, we run a function inside the zone. So here we use a zone.run, and inside of this function, you can expect suddenly we have a new execution context. Imagine we suddenly have a new JavaScript keyword, zone this, just like the this keyword, and we can access this context. And no matter we are in the asynchronous function or asynchronous function, the context will always equals the zone, the current function running in. So here in the line 4, the zone this, the new context will equal to the zone. And also in the line 10, in a callback of a set timeout, or in the line 15, in a then callback of a promise, the new zone this execution context will always be the zone. So suddenly we have a new execution context, and this context will be persist across functions, no matter the functions is synchronized or asynchronized. So this is the fundamental features provided by zone.js, and it looks like we have a new zone this magic keyword, just like this. This is a new execution context. And for the synchronized operations, this new context will be the zone it is running in. And for asynchronous operations, this zone this will be the zone it is scheduled. And of course, we don't really introduce a new zone.js keyword. So to access this zone execution context, you need to call zone.current. And also, zone.js provides a set of lifecycle interceptable hooks. And with these hooks, the user can monitor what happens in my code, and such as there are some new asynchronous operation is about to schedule, it's about to invoke, it's about to cancel. I will make some example to explain those hooks later. So to make a more clear understanding about what zone.js is, I will use this very simple set timeout to explain. So here we have a set timeout code with a very simple callback. And sorry, I will back to this page. Okay, I will use a graph to explain how the set timeout work in the JavaScript VM, to explain how the asynchronous operations works in the event loop. So here we have a stack, which is the execution stack, and the web APIs. This means browser of Node.js VM, and this macro task queue. This is the queue inside the VM. Okay, so here we are run this function, and we will call the set timeout, and this set timeout will notify the browser. Okay, I want to schedule a timeout in 1 second, and okay, then the main stack finished. And the browser wait for 1 second, and we'll transfer this timeout callback to the macro task queue. If there is no other items waiting in the queued in this queue, okay, this is the first one. Okay, I will the browser the VM will transfer this this callback to the main stack and run this callback. So this is how the timeout working in JavaScript event loop. So the asynchronized in the JavaScript engine. So we have the ABCD function. If a CD are timeout functions, so the finally run order will not ACDB, but will be ABCD because CD will run later. So imagine if you want to measure the performance for those ABCD functions. If you write code like this, write the performance start and end like this, it will not get the correct result because CD will run later. So just like this graph, the performance will only measure the performance, the time cost by the function AB, and CD will not be calculated. So okay, so let's see how we resolve these issues by zone.js. So just like I mentioned earlier, so zone provides several lifecycle hooks for the asynchronous operations. So in this example, I will just introduce some most important hooks, which is on schedule task, on invoke task, and on has tasks. So I will the set timeout. The code here is the same. The only difference is I run this set timeout function inside the zone. So I will still use the similar graph to explain how everything works in the JavaScript VM. So here we start to invoke to run the code. So I will new a zone with the hooks and call zone.run. And inside the function zone.run, I will run the set timeout. And because the set timeout is run inside the zone, so instead of calling the native set timeout API to schedule this timeout function, it will tell the zone, it will run on schedule task hook before that. It means, okay, there is a new asynchronous task will be scheduled in this zone. So this on-schedule task will be triggered before a new asynchronous operation is about to schedule. And okay, and after that, it will trigger. It will call the native API to schedule this timeout callback. And before we schedule the task, there is no task inside inside this zone. So the zone is stable. And after the new task is scheduled in this zone, the zone become unstable because there is a new scheduled asynchronous operation. So after we call this call the on-schedule task and schedule new timeout operations, we will also call this on-has task lifecycle hooks to tell, okay, the zone, the status of the zone become from stable to unstable. So here we see the macro task count internal state become from 0 to 1. Okay, after that, the main stack is cleared, and the browser, after 1 second, the browser just send this callback to the macro task queue. And because this is the first one, no other items in the queue, so it will send the callback to the stack. And because this callback is invoked in the zone, so we instead of running this user code directly, we will trigger another lifecycle hooks, which is on invoke task first. And this on invoke task means, okay, there is some asynchronous operation will be invoked in this zone. And this after this on invoke task is triggered, and we will run the user code, the real user written callback function here. And because this asynchronous callback is invoked, the asynchronous task is consumed, is finished. So the zone becomes from unstable to stable again. So the on-hash tasks, this on-hash task lifecycle hooks will be triggered again to tell the zone, okay, the current zone is stable. So we can see the macro task count become from 1 to 0. So this is basically the lifecycle hooks inside the zone, how those hooks work together. So from the user point of view, everything works just like not inside the zone, just like the native set timeout. But if we write the hooks, we can write some code inside of those hooks and to monitor, to intercept the asynchronous operations. So back to the performance example. If we want to measure the asynchronous performance, and we can write some code like this. We can use the on-invoke task hooks to measure the performance of the asynchronous callback, and we can use the originally performance start and end to measure the synchronized time cost. So it will just look like this. And there is another very important lifecycle hooks, which is on handle error. So you can get all the error captured here. So all the error in asynchronous operations will be catched and will trigger this on handle error. So you can write a centralized global error handler to handle all the errors inside the zone. So Zone.js implement those features by monkey patch. So basically, Zone.js monkey patch all possible asynchronous API to implement the execution context and the lifecycle hooks. So when should we use Zone? So basically, if you want to monitor or tracing or do something automatically with asynchronous operations, you may want to use Zone.js. Or for example, the asynchronous test or the asynchronous tracing, asynchronous performance measurement, for some auto-rendering the user action tracing, or auto-release the resource, you may want to use Zone.js. So I would like to show some demos, very basic demo to show how Zone.js is used in the real world. So the first one is long stack trace. So let's see this code. So here we have a main function, and inside the main function, we bound event listener to button 1. And in this event listener, we bound another function to button 2. And when we click the button 2, it will throw an error. And without Zone.js, if we throw this error, we can only see, okay, the throw error, the stack trace here, and we just lost all the logical calling, the logical relationship of all those functions. And to really debug the root cause of these errors, we want to know all the call, not only the calling history, we want to know all the binding history of those functions. So with Zone.js, we can do that. So I will show the sample here, the long stack trees. I will open my console here. And we first banned the error, and we caused the error. And okay, so you can see we got a long stack trees here, and we can see all the history from the main and to the from the main and to the trees here, to the button click here, and to the throw error, to finally throw error. So we can get all the history from the main and to the first event listener binding, and to the final where the error is thrown. So with the long stack trees, we can get all the meaningful binding history of where is your error really caused by. So this is the first example. And the second example is the counting. So imagine inside of your application, you have a lot of synchronized operations. So you can use zone.js to make a very simple counter. So how many asynchronous operation is about to scheduled and how many asynchronous operation is invoked. So here we have a counter. So this counter is very simple. It just randomly generate a lot of asynchronous operations. And we can see a lot of set timeout scheduled, and some of the timeout is being invoked, and finally everything is finished. So we can see a counter changed here. So we can monitor in the real world, not only the count, but a lot of other information can be monitored. So this example just show all those information can be monitored inside the zone. And performance profiling. So imagine inside a button click, you do a lot of asynchronous heavy work, maybe some HTTP requests or something else. So you can use the performance zone to get the asynchronous performance correctly. So here is the examples. So in the code, we just randomly start some asynchronous task. And with the profiling, we can get the result correctly. And also, zone.js is not only work in the browser, it can also work in the Node.js environment, also Electron. So in the example, for example, if we have a file descriptor, and we open this file and we want to do some asynchronous work with this file descriptor, and all those work is asynchronous. And we want to release this file descriptor after all those asynchronous works are done. So imagine without zone.js, if you want to do that, you have to write some complex code to check whether all those asynchronous operations are done or not. But with with zone.js, you don't need to modify your the application user code. You just need to write auto release zone, and in the on-has task, if all the macro task is done, you just close this file descriptor. So the user code it just looks like this, and you can just release all the resources you want to close in a zone. And of course, you can also track the user actions with zone. And for example, a lot of business application, web application wants to tracking what user access, what user operations in my page. So for example, this is a commercial application. This is a button when the user view some product, and this is a button when user place an order. So the application wants to trace what exactly happens inside this button click. So in this example, so we have a view order button, we have a place order button, and we have something we cause an error. Oh, I don't need to open a console here. So with zone, we can trace, we can track what user are doing. So here, I write some user tracking zone. So when button is clicked, we can know what happened inside this button click. We can see, okay, there is some HTTP request is sent to the user's endpoint, and there is another HTTP request is sent to the post endpoint, and the first HTTP request costs this time, and the post HTTP request costs this time, and finally the total cost of this button click is here. So the same, if we click place order, we can see what happens inside this place order button click. And if the error happens, we can see the long stack trace inside this button. So with this user tracking zone, we can know what happened. We can automatically tracking the user behavior. So also we can do some UI auto rendering. So imagine you have some you write some UI update application, and the date is updated from several ways. The date may be updated from the ATP request or set timeout or button click. So after the date is updated, I want to update the UI, the DOM. So without zone.js, so for example, after the ATP button click, you get some date. You need to write something like update DOM to up the div inner HTML equals something like the new updated date to update the DOM finally. But with zone.js, you don't need to update this user code. You just need to write a UI auto rendering zone to do all the UI rendering automatically. So here, let's see this example. So let's see the code here. Okay, let's see the code here. So the HTTP request. So the code is just like I demonstrated earlier. So here I get some updated date from button click, from HTTP request or set timeout. But you can see I didn't call any the UI update code here. But if I really click those buttons, the date will automatically updated in the DOM. So why I can do that? Because I have a zone, auto rendering zone, and in this zone, I just implement the onInvoke task hooks, and it will automatically update the DOM after all the task is done. So you can separate your logic, the business logic and the auto rendering logic. And we can also do some asynchronous test to call the down function for you after all the asynchronous operations are finished. And we can also do some fake sync test provided by zone.js. So it will transfer the asynchronous test to synchronous test, just like the fake timers provided by Jest or the clock function provided by Jasmine. So in Angular, you can use these fake sync functions, which is also provided by zone.js. So okay, I use some examples to explain how zone.js works and one on the main use cases you may want to use zone.js. So zone.js, all those features is used in Angular. So we have an ngZone, and this ngZone will capture all the asynchronous operations, and it will tell when to trigger the change detection. And also in the test, zone.js provided several utility functions, async test, fake sync test, and the sync test. And you can use them to make your asynchronous test easier. And also zone.js provide a global error handling, so you can capture all the error inside the Angular operations. And also you can track and debug the zone, what happens inside the Angular operations by using those zones. So I believe not a lot of Angular developers will really directly use the zone.js API. So they basically will use the ngZone instead. So ngZone provide two utility functions, which is run and run outside Angular. So in sometimes if you use some third-party libraries and the code is not in the ngZone, you want everything is controlled by Angular zone, you can use ngZone.run. And sometimes you don't want the code inside ngZone, you don't want to trigger change detection automatically, you can use ngZone.run outside Angular. So okay, this is all from me. So hopefully you can have a better understanding about what zone.js is, how zone.js works, and if you have any question, you can ask here or post the issue in the Angular repo. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Gia, for the amazing session. And it has been amazing. Like, personally, I learned a lot of things from you, and it was going so amazing now so far. So hope you guys had also liked the session today and like with Gia, and it was like just amazing. Thanks and ten, Gia, for taking out your time and for spending all the tons of knowledge along with us. And I'm really grateful to you. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So I hope you loved the session by Gia. And any guesses for who's our next speaker? He has been there along with me for the next previous couple of minutes, and we have been talking around. So I'll be more than happy to bring along with you guys Boris, and who's our next speaker. And hi, Boris, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yep. How are you, man?
All right, I'll start my screen. Just let me know when it is getting shared.
Yep, it's there. And before we start that, actually, how are you doing? How is your day?
Just wonderful.
Right.
I'm really enjoying all the talks.
Oh, nice. And what time it is in your time zone?
It's about 4 p.m.
Oh, nice. It's for me. It's 1:30 a.m. You can understand the pain of losing the sleep for a night, for just enjoying the amazing speakers like you into the stream. All right, you can take it up from here. The stage is all yours. I'll join you back if there's something.
All right. Well, thank you so much. This is a little bit unusual. When I often give talks, there's an audience and I can see the responses and I can kind of react. Here's it going to be a little bit challenging. But
so this virtual thing is obviously hitting up everyone. But anyways, meanwhile, you always have the comment section where all the comments will be popping up for you. So just feel free to shoot any kind of question, spam X, spam hashtag Electron into the comment box, and these guys will be there. So, yep.
Okay. Excellent. I only have one screen, so I won't be able to see the comments until after. But anyway, thank you so much for thank you so much for coming to my talk. This talk is Angular and Electron, build an app for every operating system. So first off, thank you to Piotr Tomiak. He gave a talk about Electron earlier today, and it was very informative, even to me. I learned some new things. My talk will focus on a couple of other things, and hope you will learn something valuable here as well. So I will aim to cover 4 main topics. Primarily that Electron is amazing and awesome, that Angular pipes, a rather underused feature of Angular, are really, really awesome. Functional programming as a way to approach programming is fantastic. And finally, if we have time, then I'll briefly talk about open source and my personal experience with it and how I think everybody could benefit from participating in it. So even though this is an Angular conference, this talk will focus on Angular in only part of it, but I hope that you will take away something really useful from the other parts. And lastly, if we do have the time for me to talk about the open source stuff, it's going to be about my personal experience and more opinions rather than facts about how software operates. But let's get started and not waste time. So first, this is the scary time for a demo. I created an application that's called Video Hub app, and the way it works is you create a name, you pick an input folder which has videos in it, you give it an output. It could be the same folder. If you'd like, you can customize it to be different number of screenshots or whatever, and then create Video Hub. And what it does is it scans your folder and finds videos in in that folder, and then gives you a nice little preview of those videos. You can search through them, you can click on any of them and they will play. There are different ways to view the screenshots, and all of this is interacting with an operating system, but the technology I used for all of this, everything that you see here, is Angular. And so Oops. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Angular and Electron is what allowed me to build this application. And I want to show you how easy it is to get started with Electron and build whatever it is you would like for an operating system like Mac, Windows, or Linux. So Electron is basically kind of a nice wrapper that puts together Node and Chromium, or Google Chrome, together for you as a developer to use. And Electron is the thing that will know how to interact with every operating system, with a Mac, with Windows, and Linux, so that you as a coder don't have to figure out what are the idiosyncrasies of those operating systems are. You just use a uniform API from Electron. You just say, hey, Electron, I would like to minimize this window. And you provide that one command in one place in your code. And then wherever you ship your application, Electron will make it work. So you only have to write code once, and it'll work on all operating systems. And that's really, really alluring. It's very challenging to learn 3 distinct different things. Here you can just learn one. And more importantly, you already know how to use Node, probably, because you know how to use JavaScript. You can use any web technology you'd like, put it into here, into Electron, and it'll work. I recommend using Angular because Angular is amazing. And finally, the documentation that Electron provides is very easy to navigate, search through, and learn from. So it's very easy to get to do what you wanted to do without doing a lot of work. And then when you're done, you will be able to export your application, and it'll work on any operating system. Did you know that Slack, VS Code, and Skype are all Electron applications? So even big professional applications you probably use day to day are built in Electron. So it's something that is really widespread, and you can get started on it immediately. I'll show you how to get started. The easiest way, I think, is to start with the Bootstrap. It's this template repository. You can see it at the top, Maxim Greece, Angular Electron. You basically clone this repository, and you have a template that within a minute gets you to a working Electron application. How does it work with Angular? So I hope you'll be able to see my mouse. And we have a component on the right, TypeScript. I recommend using TypeScript. You will import Electron as a service. That is a service that comes with this template. Otherwise, you have to write your own service. And interacting with it is very, very easy. Wherever you want in your code, you can say, hey, Electron, IPC renderer. That is the inter-process communication. Doesn't really matter. But basically, you say, let's send a message. The message can be anything you want, whatever word you want, and then you can send over whatever data you want. For example, the string. This, when you call on it, gets sent to the Node part of Electron. So here, because you are using Node, you're able to access anything within the operating system, like opening a file, writing a file, or whatever it is that you can use Node for. In your Node file, typically a main, you're going to say, hey, let's listen for this message minimize. And then on that message, whenever that message is received, we're going to perform something. In this case, maybe we will say browser window, which is something that Electron provides. It is a way to interact with the operating system. So you say, hey, browser window, let's focus on it first and let's minimize it. That's it, the end. You've just minimized your window. You can also log or do anything you want with the data that's coming in. In this case, the data is LOL. Now, if you want to send a message back to your Angular component, it's similarly simple. You, within anywhere in your code, wherever you would like, you can just say, hey, let's send a message. Now, where do you send the message? I called it Angular app. It is a global object that is set at the beginning when my app boots up. The event that is being sent in the very first time you interact, I just save it as Angular app. And so that from there on, I can always say, hey, Angular app, let's send back the message to whoever sent it first. So you send over a message, let's call it progress, and you can send whatever data you would like. On the component side in Angular, very simple. You simply say whenever the renderer receives this particular message, whatever that word is, let's do something. And here you can log or do whatever you want. So this round trip communication, as you can see, happens in only a couple of lines of code, but there you have it. Anything you want to do in Node, you can get it done. And if you want to initiate it from your front end, from your Angular, you just say, hey, do this thing. And then whenever the data is ready to come back, it'll come back. It's not like an API request over the web where you request and you have to keep open the connection and listen for it. This is basically WebSockets. You can keep sending data as many times as you want, and these listeners will always be ready to grab it and then process it, do whatever you want. So the round trip is very easy, and that's it. That's your whole application. So what are the benefits of using Electron? Within Electron, you are basically working with Google Chrome. Your developer console is available to you all the time. Anything you would like to log, you can log and see instantly. Any changes that you make to your Angular code, and when you save your file, the app just refreshes and you have the newest version of the app with all the new code you just put in. So the feedback cycle of updating your code and seeing the results is basically instant, as quickly as Angular can refresh itself. There's a bit of a problem with the Node part of it, where if you change the code in Node, you will have to turn off Electron and then restart it again, and that can take about 30 seconds maybe on your computer for Electron to boot up again. So editing the Node code and playing with it is a little bit more annoying, but the Angular side of it, the front-end side, is basically instant, just like you're working on a web page. When you're ready to build your application, it is a very easy thing to do. In my case, I'm using Electron Builder. This is something that is already included as part of the template that I recommend. So it is a single file that tells the Electron Builder how to build out your application. In here, you will say what kind of an application you want. Maybe you want a Windows application, and then you run a single command in your terminal, and you get a Windows executable. If you change the configuration here, you can make it a portable, so that it's not an installation file that people install, but a simple portable single executable that you can run from a USB stick. Similarly, you can configure it for your Mac and for your Linux. There are very many configuration options, but basically, once you have your code, you just run 3 commands. Run it on Windows, run it on Mac, run it on Linux. Now, to build it on for Linux, I've been using like a virtual environment, a virtual machine, and that works. I haven't tried building a Mac version from Windows. I suspect it might be hard or maybe impossible. Similarly, I haven't tried building Windows for Mac. I just build them on separate machines. But the Linux one, very easy, boot up a VM and you can do it. I imagine you can boot up a VM in a Mac, have a Windows, and then build it there. Anyway, easy enough. So if I had to rebrand Electron or give it like a simple tagline, I would say, Electron, it's so simple, you can make a cross-platform application in 1 weekend. So this application that I built, a renamer, took me a little bit more than 2 weekends. But what's really exciting is you can build something really quickly, and then you can just share it with the world. And people don't have to be programmers. They don't have to run scripts. They don't have to install Node. They can just download your executable, run it, and get an application that works. So this one allows you to rename files. Okay, so miscellaneous notes about Electron. There's a lot, but here are a couple that I thought were interesting. One of them is when you are working as a developer developing the Electron app, you will see your console, your terminal, and you will be able to console log anything from Node directly in there. So it's very easy to debug things that way. But once you build the application and you install it on your machine and you run it, there's no longer that console. So Debugtron provides that for you. You basically run in the background and you'll be able to see all your logs. This is really good for debugging your application just before releasing to production to the world. Further, if you don't want to spend too much time styling your application to look a certain way, you can just use photonkit.com. It is a bunch of CSS that you just add to your project, And there you have it, an application that looks very much like a like a Mac native application. If you want to customize it, you can do whatever you want. You're just making a website. So anything you know how to do on a website, whether make it a button that's big or small, everything is possible. It's that easy. So you can build a lot more expressive user interfaces than you would if you were doing something with, different approaches, I think. Okay. If you want, you can include SQLite. You can include a local database in your application as well. I haven't tried it. Might be a little tricky, but I'm sure it's possible. So the point is, the sky's the limit. There's so much you can do with Electron. And this is a little tidbit for when you're publishing the application. The Electron library, when it bundles your application, it puts all those node modules into a single file, and you are able to use everything in there, and everything's great. But if there is an executable, like in my application, I have FFmpeg. It is an executable that needs to be accessible from within Node, and when it is part of this ASAR, part of this single file, it can't be run directly. So what I had to do is, first of all, one solution is to simply disable ASAR, just call it false, and everything's fine. But a more appropriate way to do it is to point directly to the file you want not to be included in ASAR, and then access it from wherever it is instead. So just as a little tidbit, you might run into trouble when you're publishing a thing if you're using an executable in it, that's not just a JavaScript library. Okay, and then this one thing, I have my app now for about 3 years, and recently I had this realization, wait a second, this app can access my Wi-Fi if I want to let it, if I ask the user to do that. And what I can do then is just say, hey, let's run a server in Node. The Node server is going to be running on your local machine, but if it's connected to your Wi-Fi, it will be accessible to your Wi-Fi network. And so I created a little QR code, and then people can go on their phone, take a snapshot of it. It'll open a web page on their phone. That web page will say, hey, if you just click the share icon and click add to home screen, it'll look like a native application on your phone. And from there on afterwards, whenever you start your server, you can just open up your phone and browse things on your phone. So I don't know how useful this feature is, but it was so much fun to build and so easy too, because all you need is write some code that runs on Node, and you have Node, so you just put it there. And then you need to serve up some files. So you created, in this case, I created another Angular application that just, included as part of my Video Hub app. And then it gets served through the Node server, and now users can browse on their phone. So Electron's lots of fun. It gives you a lot of different things you can do. And lastly, pro tip, TensorFlow or any other kind of machine learning stuff. So I think this is one of the most exciting things in computing for many decades now. Machine learning is really, really cool. And you don't have to learn a lot of it in order to be able to use it. So you can use libraries that other people have made to now package them into an executable file that you can run on your computer. So in my case, I've been experimenting with faceAPI.js, which can take a picture and find a face of the person, extract features, that is, figure out like something about it, and then find similar faces. So the point is, machine learning can be added to your Electron application by using some libraries through JavaScript, using Node or front end, depending on how you use it. Anyway, Electron is fun. I hope you find it similarly fun when you start using it. So my talk is about a couple of other topics too, just because I think they are a little underrepresented. I haven't really seen people talk about pipes in talks, so I thought I'll fill that gap and share with you my love of pipes. Pipes are so cool. Let me show you why. So pipes in Angular are a really neat feature. What you have is in your template, a way to put in code, putting data or something, or something, and then put it through a pipe. And in this case, date is a pipe that comes with Angular. So for example, birthday might be a numerical representation of a date. It's a timestamp, but you don't want to display a timestamp to the user. So in your template, you can just pipe it using this character into a pipe, into this date, and then it'll display in a beautiful way, in a human readable way. You can go a little bit more. You can take it and pipe it first through a date, and then pipe it through your own pipe called uppercase, which will make everything uppercase, or whatever you'd like it to be. So pipes are a really nice way of taking data and transforming it live on the page without having to go into your component and writing logic there. Now, there are benefits to this, and I'll explain why. I discovered pipes when I had to, in my work, create a dropdown where people would be able to search through a list of information, a list of things. And I thought it would take me like a week of coding, but I found out pipes, and it turns out it takes like 10 lines of code, and you get your live search. As you start typing, that long list gets filtered out by using a pipe. So that's how I started working in Video Hub app, my application, about 3 or so years ago, because I thought, wait, I could perform complicated search on a gallery of stuff. And so what you see here, it's poorly formatted, but you have final array, which is just an array of stuff, array of objects, and I'm piping it through a bunch of different filters. And each filter is going to take it, search through it, and then only return a subset of that. And so you could think of it as a simple funnel where you just find things through it, and then in the end, you get stuff out. So pipes can be composed like this. There's many pipes in a row. And now in a more recent version of Video Hub app, I have 15 unique pipes and 24 pipes in total. And you can reuse the same pipe again and again. So for example, here at the very top left, I have a certain pipe that is very flexible, and it takes some inputs, some parameters, and depending on the stuff I put in, it performs a slightly different search. So I can reuse the same pipe functionality across. So there's a wide variety of pipes. I'll search for file names, then I'll search for folder things, then I'll search across a file or folder, as a conjunction. I have a fuzzy search pipe, which does kind of fuzzy matching of a string. So you can pipe them all together. And if a pipe doesn't have any inputs, in my case, I made it so that it just returns whatever it got into it. So it doesn't filter unless you have a search word in there. I have a count pipe closer to the end, which simply all it does is it takes the number, the length of the array, saves it somewhere in a service, and then on the front end, I can show from the service, this is how many things have been found. So pipes can be used in such quantities, and the app is still very performant. So let's take a look at a pipe. Anatomy of a pipe. A pipe is just a single file that you make and you declare in your modules. And then once you declare a name, once you give it a name, in this case length pipe, you can use it in your template anywhere across your app using the little pipe symbol and length pipe. So after you declare it, there's a bit of boilerplate, right? You import it, then it's a class, and it implements pipe transform. Every pipe is going to have a pipe transform, and you will have a method called transform. You can have other methods if you'd like to, but transform is the one that gets called automatically when the pipe is called. The first thing is where is the data that gets funneled into the pipe, and you can have many other arguments afterwards if you'd like. So you transform that input, you take the input, and lastly, you return the output. So a pipe is very simple. You declare its name, you take the input, you do something with it, and you return some data out. The data could be of a different type if you'd like. You can return a string even though you have an array of stuff coming in. So as a simple example, I have this. It's a tiny little screenshot of a thumbnail in my application, and it shows the time of the video, the length of the video, kind of in a human readable form, even though the data inside is actually a number of seconds. So you can format your things. And what I can't stress enough is pipes are so fast and so performant. You can do this across a whole screen of data and it'll work very fast. Now, why is it so fast? And that's because pipes come in 2 flavors, and I recommend the pure type, and I'll explain what that is. So when you have a pipe, by default, it is pure. So it will be the way that it is, very performant. If you want it to be impure, you have to set it to be false explicitly. Now, why would you ever want to do that? Okay. Pure pipes will only run through the transform method when the input changes. So whether the string, number, or Boolean as the input, if it ever changes, the transform method will run. Similarly, if the object reference will change, then the transform method will run. Impure pipes are, you need to have a very good reason to use it, because they will run the transform every mouse move, keystroke, timer tick, server response. So it's very much overkill unless you really, really need it. Now, because pure pipes only do this when the input changes, that means no matter how complicated the changes are on your page are, if the data that is getting input into your pipe doesn't change, that transform doesn't run, so your app can be performant. So let's take a look. There's this thing that can happen. You can put in an array, and then maybe your array changes internally, but because the reference to the array hasn't changed, the pipe isn't going to run the transform again. So in my case, what I've done a couple of times is I've added a hack. It's a single Boolean that I shove in as an input into my pipe, and then when I really know that I need to update this pipe, I just toggle that Boolean back and forth. It's a bit of a hack, but it works, and it allows me to keep the pipe pure, meaning that it's not going to run all the time. It's not going to hammer down the resources of the user that's using it. Okay, and pipes are also flexible. In this example, I'm shoving in a Boolean into my pipe. Now, the pipe itself can call a service and do some stuff with it. The service itself can have very complicated logic and then return a Boolean. So you can pipe in some Booleans, have your complicated logic saying, well, I've seen 5 falses already, let me toggle it to true, or whatever business logic you want, and then it'll do it. But all of this, I tried it out as an experiment, and it works. So pipes are performant, and all this stuff runs really quickly. So feel free to use pipes where appropriate. If you are searching and filtering through things, pipes can make it as easy as a couple of lines of code, and they're marvelous. Okay, so here's an example of an app. Can you spot the pipe? Well, I have these inputs. All of the inputs go into my pipes and change what is going to get displayed. I have my pipe shoving output of how many images were found, how many videos are found. I have the pipes all here on all the human readable display of how long the video file is. I have a pipe here that will prettify the folder structure so that if the folder has slashes, instead of showing slashes because it's a string, I make it little arrows that are pretty. So there are many cool ways you can transform your data to make it prettier. And finally, the whole gallery is the output of a pipe. Well, that long, long list of pipes. So pipes everywhere. I hope you find them useful somewhere in your project. Give it a go. Easy to work with. Lots of fun to use. Okay. All right. Exciting part. Functional programming. I have come across this idea many, many times, and it has been quite daunting at times because I thought, oh, this is going to be really complicated. And it turns out, no, this is something that I think every developer should know about. Don't be scared of functional programming. Functional programming is just a paradigm, a way of thinking, that aims to make your code easier to understand and reason about. So it's just an approach to coding that when used properly or when used in appropriate places can make it so much easier for you, a human, thinking about all of this complexity. So how does it do that? Okay, the core of functional programming is pure functions. And the idea behind it is, maybe as an analogy to the pipes I was just talking about it, think about like pure pipes that have no side effects. So no side effects means that they do not alter anything outside of them. They take some data comes into it, and it flows out of it. Data comes in, and that data determines what the output is going to be. So a pure function takes input, doesn't interact with anything like global variables. It only deals with the inputs, does something, and gives you some kind of an output. And they are predictable because they're 100% deterministic. Nothing about it is going to change its behavior. Like, it's just going to behave the same way every time. And so when you restrict your functions to kind of a narrow set of things you're allowed to do, it actually becomes much, much easier to reason and think about what's happening with your code. You no longer have to worry, well, what's my global variable currently? You know the inputs dictate the outputs, and you're done. So as a bonus, there are other things that for you might be useful. If you're doing this in a work environment and you need to write some unit tests are super easy with pure functions because the output is determined by the input, and you can just call a function saying, I expect the output of this function with these inputs to be this, and that's it. And it's just so beautiful. It's so nice. Similarly, pure functions are portable. You can just take them and put them in any file, and they'll continue working because they don't rely on any global variables. They depend on the inputs, and they're done. And also, if you are parallelizing things, they work very well with that. Okay, so here's an example of a pure function. This is, in case anybody's scared, this is TypeScript, which is just like JavaScript, but in addition to declaring the input, I also say what type of input it is. So we have a function that is taking in some number array, and it's going to output a number array. The output depends only on the input. You'll notice there's absolutely no global variables involved. The input comes in. We're using a filter method, which, by the way, is a very functional way of thinking about coding. It filters stuff out. It takes an array and only returns some elements from it. And you get a new array as an output.
Just a minute to, sorry to disturb you in between. It's the time for your call, like, warning you asked for.
Oh, I have only about a few minutes. Okay,
Yep.
I will finish up very quickly. Thank you so much for the warning. So yeah, similarly here, we have a map method, which is a functional way of thinking. It's where data comes in and data comes out. And notice here we have a method that takes in some array of objects, but it outputs an array of strings. Inputs come in, they determine the output. That's a pure function. Nice and easy to reason about. So here's a beautiful introduction. It's a free online book. It is the Mostly Adequate Guide to Functional Programming. And without paraphrasing, the authors say it's also easier to get started in JavaScript since it's a mixed paradigm and you can fall back on your current practices while there are gaps in your knowledge. So if you are eager to try out functional programming, don't try to learn a new language from scratch. Just use JavaScript. You already know what it is. You know how to use it. Use some of the functional paradigm approaches to it, functional ways of programming. And then wherever you're not sure how to do it, just go back to using however you did it before. So in my app, I had extremely inefficient code that needed to be refactored. And for almost a year, I was just scared. I mean, this was already in production, but I was scared to edit it because it was just too many variables involved. When I was just starting out, I was a bit of a novice. And so I would like just throw it in a global variable and say, well, that global variable, when it's true, let's do this. When it's false, do this. At some point, I had way too many of those. And whenever a function would run, I wouldn't even know what the state was. And so I decided to functionalize it. And that made it so much easier. So how did that work? It was one function at a time, the way that I did it. I would look at a function and say, okay, if there is any kind of global variable inside that I'm using inside this function, it becomes the input into that function. So it's no longer something that is inside the function, it's the input. And that input is now, it is called from the bigger function. Wherever it is I was calling this function from, the input would come in through there. And so once I would purify this function, where it only depended on the inputs and had no global reference, I just put it in a separate file. And so over time, I just cleaned up my file. And at the end, I kind of had very, very little left. And everything else was very easy to reason about. I knew exactly what each function would do because it would only depend on inputs, never on anything global. And it worked. And it became so much easier to update my code. Finally, I cheated a little bit because somewhere in my code, I needed the user to be able to interrupt a long-running process. So what I did is I said, okay, here's a Boolean. This isn't functional, but I don't care. It works for me. A Boolean, if it ever changes to false, next time we come back to this junction, we stop. So you don't have to be 100% functional programming to reap the benefits of functional programming. I hope you get started with functional programming and not run into this problem. So I had a problem, so I thought to use object-oriented programming, and now I have a problem factory. Well, it's not the case that this is a bad way of coding. It's just that there are certain spots, certain places where functional programming is a very beautiful fit, and it can give you clarity of mind thinking about it. And lastly, just a recommendation for a great, very academic article about functional programming out of the tar pit. The authors say that software will be complicated. There's essential complexity that is involved. There's stuff you have to do, and it requires an algorithm, and it's hard. But there's also a lot of accidental complexity that often comes from having these global variables and functions that use these global variables, and then you don't know where it's happening. And the complexity is happening in your head. The computer has no problem doing it. But it's you, the coder, that needs to figure out how to edit it or update it. And that's hard. So reduce your cognitive complexity by using functional programming in places where it can. I guess I don't have much time to talk about open source. I'll just quickly run through this just to say, hey, Video Hub app was an app that I created, and then I was selling it. But I also made it open source because I realized it's great to share, and it's great when other people can contribute. And overwhelmingly, it's been a positive experience. So I encourage you all to open source your application, even if it is commercial. There are many people who have contributed to my code and made it better, that have given me feedback, advice, or translations to different languages. It's been a really rewarding experience. Also, I decided to give a portion of my proceeds to charity. So even though the app is $5, pay what you want, $3.50 goes to a cost-effective charity. And I hope that more people do this because the world is a very unequal place. It's one of my favorite charts in the world. I hope everybody gets to see it. Go to this website to find out more. But basically, the world is unequal, and it would be great to help the people who are worse off. It is pretty straightforward. If you give to a cost-effective charity, every purchase of an app ends up resulting in about 10 years of protecting people from malaria. And so if you are giving to cost-effective charities, ones that are using proven methods of helping people, you can do a tremendous amount of good. So for example, 1,000 app purchases would be either $3,500 or this many people protected from malaria. And I chose to give it to charity. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you to Carl Martin, who encouraged me to open source the app, to my employer, Forbes. I've been there for 5 years. I love it there. Angular, Node, Electron, and then all these other wonderful packages that I get to use. Thank you to the whole open source community for making coding a pleasure, and thank you for listening to my talk.
Thanks a ton, Boris. Thanks a ton for the amazing call. And I was just going through all the technical stuff that you were telling about, and towards the end of the session, as you told about the open charity that you're doing from the sales of your application, that just blew off my mind, because that's something being done by very lesser number of developers. Inside the whole of a community, we have just hardly 2% of them doing it. So it just blew off my mind. That's so amazing that you're doing that. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks a ton for joining us in.
Thank you so much. I look forward to the Q&A.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, guys. So that was such a heartwarming session. And the way Boris told us about he has been doing a lot of charity, and I'll be sharing the link to his GitHub profile into the comment section, so you guys can have a look at his GitHub profile. I was just over it and I saw it's pretty much amazing. And so the next I'll be calling up upon stage along with me is Wesley. And hey Wesley, how are you, man?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Oh, nice. And so how has your day been so far?
Oh, it's been relaxing here in the States. We just had a long 3-day weekend, so spent some time having some food that I shouldn't, and but slept longer than I needed to, and I feel great. I'm ready for my talk.
Oh, nice. So I guess we are already running late, and so I'll not take much of your time, and I'll just give you the stage and give your screen presentation to the audience. And
thanks, and I will try to go fast so I can help get us back on track. So I'll run through these slides. Thank you, Sandeep. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a great conference so far. I love a good Angular Global Summit. It's great. Hopefully, we can do it in physical space next year. So this is how to get through the awkwardness of networking. This is like a conglomeration of my life's experience and a very short presentation. So this is just a little hint of some things that I've learned throughout the years, and I'm going to pass these on to you. And this is kind of like a part 1 of getting through the awkwardness of networking. So this one is going to show how you can become more interested in the person you're talking to keep the conversation going. I have another part 2 that I'm not going to cover. That's going to talk about how to be interesting. They're kind of 2 parts that go together, but I think this is the most important, so that's what I'm going to cover today. So a little bit about me. My name is Wesley Faulkner. I'm a developer advocate, and there's several things that has made me different, at least here in the United States. I grew up in Texas. One is I am a minority, if you can't tell. And so there's a lot of times where I would enter the room and I will be the only person of color. So that kind of forces a person like myself to figure out, how do I feel accepted? How do I feel like I belong? Next is that my parents are immigrants. I'm first generation American. Both of them came from different countries. And so when I grew up in the United States, I grew up with 3 different cultures: my mom's culture, my dad's culture, and then American culture. And all of that came together to not get some references and not get some of the inherent information that's passed from generation to generation about how to kind of operate in a cultural appropriate way. And so I've been in places where things seem new to me that people have a lot of experience with, and that happens all the time, especially with movie references and TV shows. So that makes me awkward and sometimes weird in conversation. We also didn't grow up wealthy, which means we didn't have access to a lot of places where people gather, like yacht clubs or golf clubs, or going to having an annual vacation into a trendy, ritzy place where we would have more access to a wider array of people. Because if you know more people, you have more experience with different sets of people, of course, you're going to be a little bit more comfortable. So that's kind of what made me awkward in those environments. And also my parents, coming from other countries that were relatively poor, they also did not have a formal education. Basically grade school to high school level of education when they came to the United States. And because of that, I didn't have access to their school buddies or their being an alumni association, and to a deep, rich, history and connection to other people. So I wasn't experienced with bringing people who had different jobs, different careers into my life via that lack of formal education. And also, me personally, I am neurodivergent, which means that I'm not neurotypical. I identify as ADHD and dyslexic. So I think differently than other people, which also means that sometimes I make jokes that only I get or don't seem relative to the conversation, take it off track, off topic. And that can also make things a little awkward. So I'm still working on that. So bear with me. Hopefully it doesn't come out through this presentation. So this is about networking. And the reason why I talk about myself is because when you network, you're kind of bringing yourself either physically or virtually to the gathering. And so there are some advantages to networking and why you should do it. You should do it because you learn new perspectives. Like I said, because of my upbringing, I kind of had to seek out these different communities to really learn about the world, learn about different technologies even, and just hearing what the general consensus is with different groups about what's good, what's not, what's easy, what's hard, where there are advantages for using a certain library or using a certain documentation, why things are good. And without having to experience all these myself, gaining the experiences from others is a really great incentive to network. Also, you can help others. So when you meet different groups, hopefully you can find in one of your groups a person that has a need, and in another group, a person that can fulfill those needs. And then when you match them, you're helping people. And so when you help others, of course, you get a sense of fulfillment, but also you're making your network stronger by connecting all of these parts that would be otherwise disconnected. And it helps your self-esteem. Let's be frank here. If you're good at networking, you don't get scared as much when you are coming to a sea of people at an event, especially coming out of COVID, where we'll be doing some more physical events. This is important. You have to find a way to be comfortable. And then when you get to that point where you can tackle your fears around networking, you can actually be more comfortable, and it helps your self-esteem, helps you feel better. And speaking of self-esteem, do you remember that list from the previous slide? All the things that make me, neurodiverse, my parents are immigrants, lack of education, lack of wealth, all of that stuff. There's another word to describe all those things, for me anyway, and it's called shame. Shame is like an internalized feeling that I don't belong or I shouldn't be there. So I encourage you to make your own list of things that you feel shame about, and realize that networking is not just about meeting other people. It is bringing yourself, your whole self, so you can not only accept who you are, but also make sure that you don't try to hide that from others when you're networking. So that also will help your self-esteem if you can actually make a list of things that you feel a little embarrassed about or feel shame about, and just realize that that's what you're bringing, and it's okay to be you when you meet other people. Okay. So why is networking so hard? We're told to do it. We know that you're supposed to do it. Then why is it so daunting to actually try to network with other people? One, it's uncomfortable. It's like both of you trying to dance, but neither of you know who's leading. So you step on each other's toes. You feel around, and you're trying to listen to the music, and you're trying to figure out what style you're going to use to have that kind of communication, both verbally and non-verbally. It's uncomfortable because you're figuring it out. So it's natural for it to be uncomfortable. It's also something we're not taught to do. We're not born to network. We're not trained to network, except for this talk, of course. But generally speaking, we're all bad at it, and we're all figuring it out, which means it's okay. It's uncomfortable because not only are you going to be uncomfortable, but the person you're talking to is going to be uncomfortable, and that's natural. So that's okay. Because it's also hard because you don't know who to talk to, right? So who do you talk to? What do you talk about? And you're bad at it, but everyone else is bad at it. So it's going to be awkward, and that's okay. So accept that. Don't accept that you're going to be the worst out of everyone there. Don't think everyone has a handle on it. We're figuring it. We're all going to figure it out. And every time you meet someone new, you're going to be figuring it out all over again. So it's a natural process to feel a little lost. And since we haven't been formally taught about like what is good networking or what good networking looks like, the only thing we have are examples that we see in TV shows and movies and cartoons even. And these examples aren't necessarily the best, and you should try to deprogram yourself from these thoughts that one, networking is taught to be transactional. I give you something, I offer something, you want something, now we can connect and negotiate. There's dominance that's been taught, strong handshake, control, command the conversation. Those aren't really healthy, and they are not helpful. And I'll get to that in the next slide. And then something also we're taught is like people like to talk about themselves. And you say, so where are you from? So what do you do? What jobs do you like? What languages do you like? When did you start XYZ? And then it doesn't turn in. It doesn't stay networking. It then turns into an interrogation where you're just peppering them with questions. So networking is not just talking, having the other person talk about themselves, but just continuously asking these probing questions. Firm handshake, that's another dominance one. Be strong. Give out your card, right? You meet someone in the first second, you give them your card so they know that either you're the CEO of something, you're the founder of something, or you're an employee of some prestigious FANG company or something like that. And it's a way of showing that I'm important and I'm worth talking to by handing out cards. Even though cards aren't super prevalent today, that is something that we have been taught. Like, here, contact me or call my office or send me an email or whatever. And to hand out a card right at the beginning of a conversation. And that is another form of dominance, of saying, like, I'm more important than you. And also, like, I have a job. Some of us are unemployed. And so when you give out a card saying, like, I have a job, you're trying to say, like, do you have a job? And you want that reciprocation. And it could be a little awkward if you're talking to someone who is unemployed. Same if you ask them what they do and they're just a student or they're just getting started and they are not necessarily established. Starting a conversation saying, what do you do for a living, can be really awkward. And also it boils the person down to just their job and just the work that they do. And people are more than that. They do other things other than their full-time job. Another dominance play is the showing off your knowledge, of saying, well, did you know that in ISO standard 9001 that it states that it has to blah, 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 blah. And you're just kind of like, I know this detail. I know the very specific subject matter. And it just kind of alienates people because you're like, I can't compete with that. I'm not at that level. Thus, what are we going to talk about? Because no matter what, you're going to be able to know way more than what I know. So it kind of shuts down the conversation to kind of spout off knowledge because you want to show some sort of superiority of information. And it's not really equal to the other person, not fair. All right. Now we went over the stuff that you shouldn't do and why it's bad. Let's quickly go over the basics. So I'm sure you've heard some of these basics, and keep in mind, these basics are kind of from a neurotypical standpoint. I'll have to cop to that. If the first one is eye contact, you may not be able to do eye contact, or it may be really uncomfortable depending on the kind of person you are. There are some cheats where you can stare between the person's eyes or right above their brow line on their forehead. And if you stare at that, it looks like you're making eye contact. So if you want to use that cheat, you can, if it's really uncomfortable to stare at someone's eyes. maybe it feels like a form of aggression to stare at someone like that. So, but eye contact is a way of showing you're engaged, that you're actually paying attention to the person, and that you're interested in hearing what they're saying. Next is listen, don't interrupt. Oftentimes when someone's talking, like you meet them and they start saying something that's really, really profound, but like all over the place, and then it feels like it's like you might hear something that you can relate to, and then you hear something that, oh my gosh, I don't have no idea what they're talking about. They're kind of rambling. Should I rescue them and kind of like stop them? What you should do is try to listen to everything and not interrupt. It's really hard. It sounds simple, right? But it is really hard just to let someone just keep talking and talking and talking to the point where it almost feels awkward, like they're dominating the conversation. But what you'll find is that if you let someone talk, we have that tendency of saying like, oh, they mentioned like football. I'm really into football, so I can comment on it. So like I can contribute here. So let me jump in. But they might give you more context of the football when they bring it up. They might say they loved it. They might say they hate it. They might say, hey, my brother-in-law plays for this football team. Let them talk. Don't jump on the first thing that you can relate to talk about. Go ahead and let them finish everything that they want to talk about and get off their chest to the point where you're able to get all the information that they want to share. So don't stop them. Let it keep going. Next, sometimes we focus on what we're going to say next. We hear that football comment. We're going to let them talk, and then we're going to come back to that. And so the only thing we're thinking of is like, okay, what can I say that was related to football? And then when it's my chance to talk, I'm going to say this cool thing. Oh, but is that the right thing to say? Maybe I should talk about this other thing. No. Stay in the moment, be present, and actually listen to what the person's saying. If they moved on for football, make sure you're tracking with the conversation. And don't be too like hung up on I'm gonna make this cool comment. It's the best comment in the world about football. Let that go if the conversation has gone with it. Stay present, stay with the flow of what they're talking about. And that cool football comment may be appropriate a little bit later, but right now, just listen to the flow of everything they're saying. Take it all in. If you can, smile. Smile shows you're engaged, gives off endorphins to you, and shows that you're interested in actually and enjoying the person that you're spending time with. So if you can, smile. So I'm going to try to smile a lot during this presentation. Hopefully that makes it feel like I'm actually really connecting with you on the other side of this camera, even though I can't see your face. Next is stay away from the unaligned. And I'm going to have to define what that is. Unaligned people are people that you fundamentally disagree with. It could be something simple or something extremely complex, like maybe your whole family was like harangued or harassed by football players, and maybe you don't want to talk about that, and that's all this other person's talking about. Sorry, I'm picking on football if you really love football. But if you have like a thing where they really hate something that you're extremely passionate about, or they're insensitive about something that you may be especially sensitive to, you should probably stay away from those people. So if you're engaging in conversation and you hit one of these red flags, hot button alarms, you should probably disengage from those people who you feel are fundamentally unaligned from you. More on that later. But people want to be wholly seen. And so when you're talking to someone, this is the reason why you don't say, what do you do for a living? Because it doesn't tell the whole story. What you want to do is ask, how are they doing? You want to know what kind of person they are, what they enjoy doing for fun, and what they spend most of their time doing, and all of that makes them a whole person. They hobbies, passions, hates, loves, All of that stuff makes people who they are, not just their job, not just their position, not just their status, not just how much they make. So make sure that when you're connecting to people, that you allow them to be wholly themselves. And like that first slide, being able to have the room to say that they are neurodiverse, they are first generation American, they are any of the things that they may have some shame or some hold-offs with sharing. Make it safe for them to talk about that. Okay. All right. So here's the meat of the presentation. Sorry, I'm going really fast. I just want to try to get us back on track. But some tips are to arrive early. What you want to do is, if you have some hesitance about where you'll be most comfortable, when you arrive early, you can see where the bathrooms are. You can see if there's foods. You can see if there's drinks. If it's an indoor and outdoor venue, you can sit inside where it's comfortable, or sit outside where you have more fresh air, or when it's less noisy. Figure all that stuff out if you can go to the venue before the event, or just go to Google Maps and then look at the address, look at the venue, and look and see how much you can tell from pictures, from people who've been at that venue before. Just learn more about the place. Another advantage of being there early is that, especially if it's not open, you can wait in line, and then you are naturally presented with networking opportunities by talking to the person in front of you and talking to the person behind you. Two people that are just eventually going to show up, or the staff. The staff, if they're not super busy, having a conversation with them is really great. And also, if you know the venue layout, you can stay at a high traffic area. So you don't want to stand in front of that bathroom because people will be coming and going, or right in front of the food. You're going to have to move out the way constantly. That's going to make you unsettled because you're not able to concentrate on that conversation. You're going to be concentrating on where your body is in this space. So if you can go to a venue early and know the places where they're going to be high traffic and avoid those areas, that'd be great. And remember when I said, don't focus on what you're going to say next. And then we talked about some of the things that people are bad at networking about, like, what do we talk about? Here's a tip. If you don't remember anything from this talk, this one thing about focus on the journey. This is the golden nugget of this whole presentation. When you focus on the journey, it doesn't matter if you are talking to the richest person in the world or a person that's down on their luck and doesn't have a job at this conference. Your journey is this, and if their journey is this part of intersecting in the middle is where you both are in the same place at the same time and experiencing the same thing. When you focus on the journey and you can figure out how to talk to someone by taking that part, like, why are you two in the same place at the same time? You can talk about that. And then you can take that and move it a little bit to the future. Hey, this was really great meeting you at this conference. What is the next session you're going to go to? That's moving that little journey a little bit forward. You can move a little bit back. What session did you come from just now? How was that? Was it good? That kind of stuff. And then you can keep jumping back and forth depending on the conversation, what's appropriate. When are you flying home? Where is home? What's the next in-person conference you're going to go to? When was the last in-person conference that you did go to? Where did you fly from? What was the airport like? Is this your first day? Is this your first time at this conference? So you're both in the same place. You can talk about that. You can move a little bit to the future, move a little bit into the past, and keep bouncing around. And that's something that you're always going to have something to talk about, because your journey is the nugget of that relationship, and you can keep sliding that back and forth as appropriate. So even if someone says something you have no idea what they're talking about, they stop talking and then they look at you and you're like, have to respond. Focus on the journey, figure out where you want to talk about now, in the future, in the past, and then that is a good jumping off point to continue the conversation and not have to feel like you are lost. When you are engaging in networking, find people who are by themselves instead of crowds of people. That's why if you get there early, it's going to be a little bit easier before people cluster up. So early is key there. Don't assume like class, money, title, access, education. So like, don't say, where'd you go to school? It assumes that they went to school. It doesn't say like how did you pay for this event? You know, things that are just really just off topic. And that go into like where people have to feel like they have to defend themselves. Like, I deserve to be here. I have every right to be here. Those types of questions that kind of like sounds like you're trying to fill out their status or their belonging. Try to stay away from those, because those kind of like are exclusionary in terms of its language. And next, if you find one of those people that I mentioned before who are one of the people that you should kind of stay away from, you should leave the conversation by saying you need to go to the bathroom, saying, excuse me, really great talking to you, but I have to go to the bathroom. Usually they won't go with you. Or I need to get some air, or it's too loud in here, I need to rest my ears, I'm just going to step outside. Or it's too hot out here, I'm going to go inside to go into the air conditioning. Or I need a drink, so my throat's really dry from talking, I'm going to get some more drink. Those are ways to like leave a conversation once you found an unaligned person and you want to kind of segue out of that. And last but not least, follow up with the person. If you make a genuine connection, make sure you ask them how you can follow up. It could be email, it could be text, it could be ask them what their preferred method is first. Don't thrust your preferred method onto them. And then it's on you to follow up. So say, okay, I'll get back with you, and make sure you do, to keep that connection and make sure you don't have to start from scratch. And then you'll build up a crowd of people that you've networked with. And then you'll be giving a talk like this, hopefully someday, of everything that you've learned from your own experience. All right, quick summary. It's okay to be uncomfortable. Be interested in what the person's talking about, and make sure you listen to everything they say. Focus on the journey when you get to the point where you don't know what to talk about next. Don't waste your time with unaligned people, and make sure you follow up with your talks of all these people that you've met. Don't lose that connection. Thank you so much. Thank you for the talk. I have a Q&A in about an hour, so hopefully if you have questions, you can ask me then there, or you can follow me after this presentation on Twitter, or go to my website at www.wesleyfaulkner.com, and you can find a way to contact me there. Thank you.
Yep, thanks a lot, Wesley. Thanks a ton. And so I really enjoyed your session. And apart from that, like, you know, I have been into this community spaces since you can say since like, you know, since a year or two. So I was like, you know, I just hopped onto your LinkedIn profile and I was looking up that you have worked with MongoDB and stuff. So it's pretty amazing. Like, you know, I'll be looking forward if we can hop on a call over the weekend if you're free. And
sure.
Since we're running short of time right now, we do not have so much of bandwidth to continue the conversation right now.
Yeah, so let's keep talking. But I also don't want to delay this, so let's keep. If anyone wants to talk to me, I am open. I love networking. Is my own personal passion.
Exactly.
So reach out to me. I love it.
That was pretty much like, you know, visible from your overall session. So it's nice. It's nice. All right. So maybe I'll be getting back to you on Twitter or LinkedIn, and it's all good to go so far. And that's nice. So bye bye for the day, and we'll be getting back to you then.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
All right, guys. So that was such an amazing session. We got to learn a lot of things around, like, you know, on what are the things we can explore in the field of networking, and how networking plays a really, very important role inside, like, you know, inside a developer's journey. And thanks a ton to Wesley for, like, you know, spreading his like, you know, spreading the light over the topic and stuff. So next we have Erik along with us, and I'll be inviting Erik to the screen along with me. So hey Erik, how are you?
Hey Sandeep.
How are you?
I'm great. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're audible. It's all right. So can you share your screen? I can't see that.
Yeah, sure. Let me do that.
All right. And how has your day been going so far?
Oh, phenomenal. I actually started a new job today at Cisco. So it says something. It says another job on my thing on the listing, but it's been a good day.
And what company did you join today?
It's Cisco.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll be adding your screen to the stream, and the stage is all yours.
All right. Sounds good. Well, today I'm going to try and teach something that it's not very easy to teach this thing within 30 minutes. And last time I taught it, it was like 40 minutes, and I still didn't have enough time. So I decided to add a bunch more slides to see if that would help me finish this in 30 minutes. No, just kidding. No, this one is geared more towards the fundamentals for beginners, because I've noticed that NgRx or state management as a concept in general is difficult for beginner developers to really get into. And since this is the junior track of the Angular Global Summit, I just have to say, I'm so glad that this is free and that I'm able to give this talk to hopefully help some of you get into just a better way of managing your state and your data. So without further ado, let me go ahead and start. Get my notes up here. So today I'm going to be focusing on what is NgRx and how it can benefit you, but also how to just get it installed. So we're going to do a little bit of live coding, and that always turns a little weird. So just bear with me. Who am I? I am a husband and a father of 3 beautiful children. I'm originally from Texas, and now I'm in Utah, so I live in the United States. I've been doing Angular and AngularJS for around 7 years, and I've got over 12 years of JavaScript experience. And just a fun fact is that I am official top fan of the Endless Realms RPG game. I'm a huge nerd, and I am proud of it. Another thing about me that's pretty cool is that I am the director of the Angular Community Meetup, and we hold monthly events for multiple series. We have a series that's targeted for English speakers in the American continents and those time zones. And then we have another series that's targeted for the African and European time zones in English. We have monthly events for these. So come join us. The next event is going to be the African European time zones, and we totally welcome you guys to take part in that. You can go to angularcommunity.net to find out more. Last time we had these 3 excellent speakers, and you can watch the recording of that on YouTube. And the last thing about me I'll say is that I am launching a podcast for Angular. And it's not just for Angular developers, but it's for the Angular community, okay? So it doesn't matter if you're a DevRel, a developer, a product owner, a manager, whatever, come check it out. And it's going to be launching at the end of this month. So get ready. You can follow us on Twitter at ngxp_show. All right. Now enough about me. What is NgRx? Okay. NgRx is a framework for building reactive applications in Angular. It's interesting that we're using 2 frameworks now. I used to think of NgRx as a library, but no, it's a bunch of different libraries that you can use with your Angular development. Okay. It's really excellent for managing your state and for helping you separate the concerns, such as in a way like isolating side effects, and it will unlock your productivity. Okay. So let me tell you some things about RxJS that you should know before I dive into it. In order to use NgRx, you should know the basics of RxJS first. If you don't know the basics of RxJS and you're doing Angular, that's fine, but I recommend you go learn it. I've written 2 articles that you can find on Medium. You can find me on Medium and look at some of my articles. You'll see the series on RxJS that will teach you how to do RxJS. It's geared for beginners. So go check that out if you need a primer there. Number 2, it's not meant to be the shortest and quickest way to write your code. So I will say that it's not always the least amount of code that is the right solution for a project, especially when you're trying to build something that's scalable, that more developers can get hired on the project and learn very quickly and use, and you don't have to refactor it often. This is supposed to be a very robust, powerful way of managing your state in your Angular applications, okay? But that doesn't mean it's the least amount of files, the least amount of code. It's not, okay? NgRx encourages the use of many files. Now, I will mention that it's mitigatable by using Narwhal's NX product, okay? Narwhal is a consulting company who also creates this amazing technology called NX. And when you think NX, you think monorepo, but they also have schematics that you can use to generate your code. Now, NgRx also has schematics, and we'll get into that too. But the NX schematic is superior. And I hope I'm not offending anybody by saying that, but I've tried using them many times. I've tried teaching this subject many times. The NX one is superior, okay? But that means you need to use NX as well, and I'm not going to teach that today. So today, I'll teach you using the schematics with NgRx. All right, so let's dive in as quickly as I possibly can, because this is a huge part of this presentation, but it's an important part. Why would you want to use NgRx? Okay, and just in case you're wondering, NG stands for Angular and RX stands for reactive extensions. And if I'm wrong about that, please forgive me, but I'm pretty sure. All right, so let's get in. So the top 10 reasons, and I'm going to give you the 5 on the left, which are the official reasons to use NgRx, and the 5 on the right, which are Erik Slack's personal opinions on why it's superior to use this strategy versus some other state management library, or none at all. Okay, there are some really great state libraries out there. NGXS comes to mind, Akita. There's also the NgRx data, which is technically a part of NgRx, but it's sort of an alternate path. And there are other solutions that you could do as well, some that Dan Wallin has talked about. So I won't say NgRx is the only way to do your state, but these are some really compelling reasons to do it. Okay, just a second, we'll talk about type safety. It's promoted throughout the entire architecture. It's with reliance on the TypeScript compiler for program correctness. Number 2, immutability and performance. Store is built on a single immutable data structure, making sure detection turns into a relatively straightforward, change detection turns into a straightforward task using that on-push change detection strategy. NgRx Store also provides APIs for creating memoized selector functions that optimize retrieving data from your state. So the official reason number 3 is encapsulation. Using NgRx effects and store any interaction with external resources, side effects like network requests, WebSockets, and any business logic can be isolated from your UI. Separating those concerns out is very helpful when coding up complex, and scalable Angular applications. This isolation allows for more pure and simple components and keeps the single responsibility principle. Okay, number 4, serializability. And this one has even more power in it than you're thinking right now, okay? So by normalizing state changes and passing them through observables, NgRx provides serializability and ensures state is predictably stored. This enables us to save the state to an external storage, for example, local storage. In addition, it allows us to inspect, download, upload, and dispatch actions all from the store dev tools. And I have a slide about the store dev tools, which I'll show to you in a second. I also want to mention that this makes it so that you can cache your requests very easily and reliably. All right, so number 5, it's testable. Okay, I'm going to speed up a little bit right here and say these 5 on the side, these are from me, provides a consistent approach to state. This means that your developers are all managing the state the same way, decreasing the overall complexity of your project. It might not seem like it because it's like, oh, NgRx, that's scary, it's hard. But it's not really. It's not too hard. You just need somebody to kind of introduce it, and that's what I'll do for you today. What's really hard is when you have competing approaches to state at your company, and each team does it differently, or each developer does it differently, okay? Number 2, it helps with debugging data-driven logic. Using the NgRx dev tools to explore what the state was when an error happened can greatly speed up fixing the problem. You not only have the debugger, the console, and now the Angular dev tools, you also have this way of just exploring the data, which really helps with that logic. It's open source and it's well maintained. That's number 4. Okay. Updates are regular and impactful. As soon as an Angular version is coming out, there's almost always an NgRx version coming out the next week or even the same week sometimes. Okay. And then the last one, the community loves it. And so you're going to see it at a lot of different companies. And there's a lot of material about how to use NgRx. All right. Well, I have a lot to share, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but these are the official, like, if it's like a checklist, and you can be like, oh, do I need shared state? Yes, I need shared state between multiple applications or between multiple libraries. Hydrated state, available state. Okay, it's ready as soon as I enter my route. Yes. So all of these are true. Okay, the Sherry principle, you can find it on the NgRx website at ngrx.io. All right, so here is where I get a little bit brave. I want to share with you the versions of Angular that I'm going to be using today. In case you want to follow along, it's up to you. So the Angular version is 12, which is the latest. It came out a few weeks ago. And then NgRx version 12, okay? I want you to know that I will be using the NgRx effects, store DevTools, and schematics dependencies. And you can find out how to install those on ngrx.io. Click on Get Started, and then you can go to the different libraries. And under the Installation tab, in fact, I'll show you real quick. So I believe I have it open. I do. So under the Installation tab, you're able to click. You're able to see like installing with ng-add. So here's the store. I can copy that into my terminal, and it will work just fine, and add it to my Angular application. Just make sure you do that inside of your Angular application's root folder. Okay, back to the presentation. All right, steps. So if you are wanting to try this right now, which is pretty brave of you, and I commend you, then here are the steps. First, ng-new up an app, okay? Complete that process. Next, navigate into that folder using cd and then the name of the folder. Then you can do ng-add, and then these are the 4 things I told you could also find here, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next part. This is where I circle back and talk about Redux DevTools. Okay, Redux DevTools is something that is used across multiple state management libraries. Is built for Redux, but NgRx uses it very well too. So to install it, you can easily go to this Google Chrome Web Store extension page and install Redux DevTools for Chrome. I also happen to know it works on Edge if you're using the Edge browser. I guess there's probably similar options in Safari and Firefox, but I'm not sure. So you'll have to check that out. Otherwise, you can use Chrome to inspect. And I will talk more about how to use this if I have time later on. Okay, before I do the live coding, because I do want to show you how to do that. It's some of the hardest part about anything really in application development and software development is just getting started, isn't it? So it would be nice to have somebody walk you through just getting started with NgRx, and that is what this talk's all about. But first, some basic vocabulary, and when I say the basics, it's not this is easy to understand, this is easy to comprehend, so don't feel bad if you don't get it, especially since I have to hurry. This is only 30 minutes, so. All right, NgRx State Management Lifecycle. You can find this image on their website, okay? But what I want to talk to you about right here is the flow that I want you to think in, okay? There is a flow for your data that now you've isolated it out of the component, all of the logic to get your data, to store your data, and to access your data, okay? So now I'm going to show you the flow. This is where your data lives now. So we already have components in any of our Angular apps. We already have services even too, okay? But so let's start with component. I want you to think of that first. In fact, maybe I can do that little like, oh, they don't have it. Oh, they do have it. Laser pointer time. Okay, so we have a component. You already know what Angular components do, or you should if you know Angular at all, okay? And if you don't, no, don't sweat it. Go check it out on the website angular.io. Okay, so you have in your component the ability to dispatch an action. Okay, the action is a new thing, and I'm going to define what it is in a second. Okay, what you're going to do is you're going to dispatch an action that is going to be listened to by an effect or subscribed to, if you will. That effect will call the backend. Okay, it might call it through a service or it might call it directly. It doesn't matter. It'll call call the backend to get some data from a server somewhere. Okay, that server will hopefully work and send you the data back, right? And then the effect will return a new action, so it'll dispatch another action, and then that action will be the action that was returned, not the initial action that was dispatched, but the action that was returned by the effect will be listened to or subscribed to by a reducer. That reducer's job is to store that data into your state, okay? To store that state into your store, I should say. Okay, so then you have your store, then you have your selector, and your selector is what allows you to take state or data out of your store and put it down here in the component, okay? That's the flow. I know it's a lot. Well, let's move on, okay? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps, okay? And then there's another step right here that I like to include in the middle called a facade as well, but we'll see if we have time for that. So actions. What are actions? Actions describe unique events that are dispatched from components and services. To create an action, it's really easy. You just call this create action function and tell it what the name of that action is going to be, or the type as they call it. It's not like a TypeScript type necessarily, it's just the name. And then props, anything that you want to be able to pass with your action. So like a user ID, I want to get the info about this user. Well, you might need to provide the ID in order to know which user you want to get data for. So you pass that in the props. So to dispatch an action, you do store.dispatch, and then you give it the name of the action. Okay. All right. So effects. Effects are technically a separate library from the NgRx state. I'm actually okay. Looks like I'm good on time. So it's a separate library, but I recommend never using NgRx without using the effects. Okay. So if you look here, it's like, oh, there's store dev tools, effects. Just always get them, all three of these. Okay. Why? Because it will vastly simplify the amount of RxJS you have to do, and the RxJS complexity too, by just using this simple pattern called effects. Okay. So it's about doing side effects. So isolating your HTTP calls or whatever other calls you might have. It might be Firebase, it could be all kinds of things. Just isolating that away from what you're away from your other logic. Okay. So effects use streams to produce new sources of actions to reduce state based on external interactions such as network requests, WebSocket messages. This is really great for WebSockets, by the way, and time-based events. Okay. The reducers are responsible for storing new data in your state or changing the state based on new inputs. Okay. We already sort of discussed that. So they're handled by pure functions. State changes are handled by pure functions called reducers that take the current state and the latest action to compute a new state. So we take what the state used to equal, or the data that used to be our application, and then we combine that with some new data, and we combine those however we want to. And we are left with an entirely new state, okay? Create a reducer to process new state from actions. So this is just an example of from their website at ngrx.io of how to create a reducer. So you have this create reducer function, and you have these on functions in there. It's changed a little bit in the last couple versions, so I'm not sure that. I'm pretty sure though that it's similar to that. Anyway, we'll find out in a second when we go to do some code. State is stored within the store. Okay, this is what the store is. You don't have to know too much about the store and how it works, because you don't like do anything with the store. You get things out of the store with a selector. You put things into a store with a reducer. The store just is an observable of state and an observable of actions, or an observer of actions. So selectors, remember, are the things that allow us to get data out of the store. Selectors are pure functions used to select, derive, and compose pieces of state. Okay, we'll get into that a little bit more in a second. All right, we're back to this chart, and this is where I explain the flow even better. So this is an example of the flow in an actual app. So number one, first in my component, I need some data. So I dispatch an action called load data. these lines represent a facade. So this is probably all I'll say about facades. I like to use them because it's basically a service. We work with services all the time. It's a service layer that abstracts NgRx from the rest of your Angular application, except your modules. But all of the logic and stuff that you do in your NgRx, it's just contained within NgRx. So I like to be able to black box my state by sticking it in there and forgetting about it, okay? All right, so the facade layer, we won't talk anymore about that, but it's just a service that allows you to dispatch actions. You can dispatch actions from your component anyways, okay? So first, I need data. So I dispatch an action called load data. And that action is being listened to by an effect. The HTTPS request goes out. I got my data. And then number 4, it dispatches the load data success from that effect. And then this reducer is listening to this load data success action. And when it gets that action, and that action, remember, it can contain data in that props, in the props part of it. So I've got my user data or whatever data I need in that action. And the reducer now here's that action. It's subscribed to it. It gets one down the stream and it says, okay, I'm supposed to store a new state in the store. So it takes the new data and it's like you just compose a new object based upon the state as it was before, plus anything you want to change with the new data. So if I have a user's property on the store, I will say, anyway, I will show you this in a second, but I will make an object and I will spread what the store used to be and then replace the user's property on that store as well with the new data coming in and return that. And the reducer has now saved the new state. And then we can get that state out for our component with a selector. And that selector, remember, it selects parts of the store. So it doesn't have to get the whole store. You can get just a piece of it. Selectors are super powerful. Why? Because they're cached and they're pure functions. They're cached and they are, oh, I forgot the word. Oh, well, they're cached. Okay, so the computations that these selectors do, as long as the inputs were the same, the outputs are also going to be the same. And I have a few slides about that, which I won't be showing you today, but you can check this out later on in a YouTube video that I'll post. Okay, so I've got my data in my component now. Okay, I got it out of the store with the selector, and I started this whole chain of events by dispatching an action. As far as the component knows, I got data. It doesn't care how. Okay. All right, some live code time. This is where I get you past that initial hurdle. Yes. All right, so here we go. Yeah, we already installed some stuff, and I showed you the commands for that. But just in case you didn't have those, now it's just ngx, ng-add, NgRx store latest. Okay, and then there were the 4 other ones that I talked about. Okay, so next we've installed Angular. We've installed Angular on our machine. We've created a new app. We've installed these npm packages for NgRx. Now what? Okay, so now we can use our schematics. Okay, so schematics are a really cool part of Angular because it allows us to generate code and even modify files of our existing code and add some new functionality without doing any of the coding ourselves. It'll auto-generate code. So that's a cool feature of Angular, not something specific to schematics or to NgRx, I mean. But you have to use the Angular CLI to do it. So we would do ngg, and then we type a bunch of stuff. Okay, I'm not a big fan of memorizing every command line property. So I'm going to recommend, and if you're using VS Code, then you will find this extension in there. If you're not, you should check it out. VS Code is great, but there's this one called NX Console. Okay, this is made by that company I talked about earlier, Narwhal. So this NX console, basically it just provides a UI for the Angular CLI. It also provides a UI for the NX CLI, which wraps the Angular CLI. But we're not worrying about that today. All it does is let me show you in a visual way how to use these NgRx schematics. Okay, so the NgRx schematic you're going to originally want to do is going to be store if you didn't do the ng-add way of installing these packages. If you had done npm install or yarn add, then you're going to want to run that store one first. Okay, so we'll take a look at that for a second. And you would just want to name your state. And what this would do is add it to your module. So we'll go to the module. And it would basically set this up for you. Okay, this is just a normal Angular module. But if you use that ng-add, it already did that for you. So as long as you provided it, right, you didn't have to provide it anything. As long as there was an app in your Angular app, then it will work. Okay, that might sound weird, but you can have workspaces and stuff too. Okay, so the next part is, so you should have skipped that if you did the ng-add. All right, so let's go to the NgRx feature. So if you run, this is the bread and butter of making new Angular, or new NgRx states. Okay, you might have multiple states. Consider for a second that I might have, I don't know, let's see, an apothecary store. So I don't know, let's think Harry Potter for a second. Put your wizard cap on. So you might have potions in your store. You might have plants or herbs. You might have some various different stores. Okay, maybe we're an e-commerce store, so we're going to store all of these different. We're going to have all of these different states that we want to manage. So one of them might be potions. So we'll do potions, and then I'm going to pick the application I want to put it on. I'm going to choose the Meetup because that's the app that I'm going to show you the code of in a second. And then you give it the Angular, the module. And down here, it's showing you a dry run. This is part of the NX console. It's showing you a dry run of the app, of the files it's going to create and update. Well, right now, it's not updating the module because I have to actually put in app.module.ts. After doing that, you'll now see it's updating the app module for me in order to add this state to my app module, which is pretty great. And another thing I would recommend doing is uncheck this flat. I don't like this one. That way it sticks all of your potions state into a potions folder. And I don't recommend clicking this group function because then, or this group option, because then it's going to try to stick everything in different folders called like actions, reducers, effects, and selectors. It's super annoying having to like navigate your folder structure when you're working on state. Just keep them in the same folder, okay? And you can do any of these if you choose to, but you know, I'm going to maybe click skip tests and run that. Okay, so that would generate my state in this Meetup application. Okay, this represents the Angular community Meetup, which I have over here, and I have events that are stored in this Angular community app. Okay, so instead of potions, I have an event state, and so yeah, so let's take a look at that. So I have basically run this. I put events instead of potions, and I generated all of these files. And then I went ahead and manually created this facade file. Okay. All right. After you've done that, it's going to update your module. And let me check my time. So it's going to update your module, and it's going to add this 4 feature effects store module. And looks like it's actually going to put a 4 feature in here, but I think when I was doing this, when I was teaching someone something, and I ripped it out of the 4 feature and stuck it in the 4 root because I wanted it to load when it loaded the application. Okay. All right. But either way, it will work right out the gate. And if I had more time, I would show you even more basics. But here you can see I'm running localhost 4200/home. Refresh that to show you that it's still working, or it should be still working. No, looks like I stopped it. Okay, well that loads because I don't want to waste a second. it looks like I am almost out of time, so let me just wrap up here. So that is how you get installed, and that's really great. So let's move forward. Okay, Brandon Roberts, this advice has contributed so much to my success. I wanted to share it with you. Contribute back to the community if at all possible. It always pays back more in the long run. Okay, thank you, Brandon Roberts. Brandon Roberts is one of the core contributors of NgRx. Had a bunch. NgRx component is also a very useful thing, especially if you're doing zoneless applications. Okay, so check out NgRx component if you're interested in zoneless. And if you want to learn more about NgRx beyond just the fundamentals, beyond just what actions and reducers are and how to get started, check out this article. I had it published today. It was published by ngConf. It's about caching your requests in NgRx. You can find that on Medium. And please come attend the meetup. It's angularcommunity.net to find out more information. And thank you so much. Follow me on Twitter at Erik_Slack. Well, that's it for this presentation.
Oh, well, Erik, thanks a ton, man, for the amazing session. Like, I enjoyed it a lot. Got to know about a lot of things, and surely I'm gonna hop on, in your meetup group. It's like, I was just actually checking out the website, so I see, you have pretty much an active community out there.
We do. It'll be so great to have you too. So thank you.
Yep, definitely I'll be there. All right, thanks a ton for joining us in for today, and hope I wish you a good day, and
Thank you. You too. Bye, everyone.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So, guys, since so far it has been going so amazing, next we have Aliaksei for today's call. I hope I pronounce his name correctly. And I'll just add him to the stream along with me. Hey, Aliaksei. I'm not able to pronounce your name. Can you tell me how to speak that?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here at Angular Global Summit. I'm really excited about that. And I have a pretty cool presentation prepared for you. So looking forward to talk about components communication techniques in Angular.
Oh, that's so amazing. And how has your day been so far?
Yeah, it's the day just started here. I am based in Sydney, so it's 7:40 in the morning. Just wake up.
Oh, and I didn't sleep since so far. It's 3 a.m. for me right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I this Angular Summit has been just going so amazing. It just kept me so pumped to not ask me to not sleep for a day. I was like, fine.
Yeah, that's Angular, right? We people in Angular community and Angular developers, we're so excited about Angular. So sometimes we don't have enough time to sleep because we love Angular.
Exactly. That's just some crazy shit out there. All right, I'll add your slides to the stream, and the stage is all yours.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Aliaksei, and today I talk about component communication techniques in Angular and show you a little demo. I'm very excited about this topic, about component communication techniques, but before we get there, let me introduce myself. My name is Aliaksei Kuncevič. I'm an Angular expert, mentor, and independent consultant. I'm involved in the community, running meetups and different sort of events, as well as participating in different events as a speaker. Also, I'm teaching Angular, an Angular workshop. So if you need help learning Angular, feel free to reach me out and I'll give you more details on that. Also, I'm involved in open source. And I am a host at NgRx podcast, which I'm pretty excited about. And also, I am a creator of frontendwatch.com, which is an online resource where you can learn more about modern front-end frameworks and look up for the recent trends. All right, today we'll talk about single-page applications, basic component communication, and how Angular developers approaching component communication using reactive services. So, what is the most common challenge we are facing developing single-page applications using modern front-end frameworks? It's a component communication, basically. The data flow. which is always the complex bit in single-page applications. And there's lots of different ways how we can tackle this problem. In many cases, when component initiating a change, everything that relies on the change need to be updated accordingly. We as developers want to solve this problem as efficient as possible. Let's take this basic example. Based on a search term in a filter component, the search result component updated accordingly with the new data. There is lots of ways we can approach this use case. For example, we can use just a simple input and output mechanism that will work for such particular simple use case. And for other many similar use cases, it will work as well. Here's a simple code that illustrates such a use case. Normally, real-world applications has a complex component structure. Components within the structure interacting with each other, and this way the data changes and flows around. So yeah, the components communication can get really, really crazy. And so using input and output with nested components might not be the best approach, as you can tell. Because in that case, we had to deal with all these additional properties and had to pass nested components input all the way to its parents. And also, we have to bubble up all the new values, which kind of not cool. As you can see, using input and output techniques, because it introduced a lot of boilerplate, and also in that case, our components becomes tight coupled to each other. So there is quite a big tight coupling between our components in this particular case, which is not cool. And we want to keep things as simple as possible. And also, we want to have things maintainable, right? And so, I guess there should be a better way. And yeah, there is one. We can use reactive services. Using reactive services approach, we can solve the component communication in a quite elegant and a simple way. Reactive service is a service class that uses a RxJS object. You can notice that I put a star in front of subject because there are a lot of different types of subjects in RxJS. However, there is one that is covering most of the use cases. It's called behavior subject. With behavior subject, we can create an observable. We can set its initial value. We can set a new value. We can get a current value. So it kind of becomes a tiny state management for us. And let's see a quick demo. So here, just want to show you this particular implementation, how the class service looks like. So that's my counter service. It's just a normal TypeScript class, right? With a behavior subject here. So I'm declaring, okay, but first of all, I'm declaring a shape of my state for this particular service, right? It's just a counter with 3 numbers, so with the 3 values. And then here I'm creating this counter object with, and call it initial state. So I can pass this initial state to my behavior subject, right? So this behavior subject will hold the state. And then also I can expose this state. So other components which rely on this state, they can get access to it. In order to set a new value, say I want to set a value 1, new value 1 or value 2 or value 3, I can just call these functions. So here to set value 1, what I do, I get in the latest value. So I get in the latest value from behavior subject, and then I call in this .next function, and passing my current state and a new value. So I want to have my basically here what I do, I'm increasing the value, right? So I'm saying, okay, value 1 plus value 1. So what's is in value 1 getting added into current value 1, and the same thing happening in set value 2 and set value 3. And also here I want to calculate a sum, right? And yeah, I have this additional function which calculating the sum. And that's how my application looks like. So I have here a number of components, nested child component, parent component, and a container component. And yeah, so by increasing and I'm increasing and decreasing values here. And as you see, while I'm doing that, my container component receiving the latest state. And so it calculated the summary. And the way how I'm consuming this service, let's have a look into, actually, let me show you that. Let's have a look into here. So that's my container component. So within this component, yeah, okay, just hang on a sec. Let me jump back to the to this code. So here, within this, so this is my service, which getting used this way. So here my container component, and what I do here, I'm injecting my counter service here, right? And so what my counter service here is doing, I just need to call a sum, right? So this component, this is a container component, he needs to be able to calculate a sum. And so by using this .sum method from my counter service, I can calculate a value, and also I can display this value, right? And so here in my container component template, I'm just passing my total, and I'm using an async pipe. So I don't have to subscribe manually for the observable. It just happens automatically for me using async pipe. And let's take a look into one of those parent components. For example, that's in this component, I'm injecting the same service, right? But this component is looking for a value 1, right? So it doesn't need to know value 2 or value 3 because it's one of the parent. It's a parent component, and so in order to get a value from my simple state with behavior subject, what I do, I just mapping. I'm using this map function. I'm using the pipe, and I'm using this map thing to actually get a value 1 from my behavior subject, right? And then what's happened here, I'm assigning this value 1 into value 1 $sign, which is an observable, as you can tell. And here in my template, I'm subscribing to this observable the same way using async pipe, right? And so also within this component, I want to increase and decrease the value. And so I call in an update value function on this component by passing a current number. So it could be -1 or +1, right? So when I pass in +1, it's increasing. When I pass in -1, it's decreasing. And so summary calculated accordingly with the new value. So that's how a reactive service implementation looks like using a behavior subject. I hope it makes sense. But can we do that better? Do you think? Can we? Can we implement reactive service class in a little bit better way? Yes, we can. In that case, we can kind of deal with behavior subject indirectly. So what I mean, we can just wrap a behavior subject into something which we will interact with without dealing with behavior subject directly, right? So there is a library called NgRx service that wraps behavior subject for you. So you just operate with simple and intuitive APIs like set value, get value, reset value, and so on. If you can learn more about NgRx service library on this URL, but let me show you a quick demo. How we can implement the same functionality using NgRx service. So that's my another service. Again, it's pretty much looks similar, especially on the top here, right? We have the same shape of our interface, and initial value is still the same. So this bit is quite the same. But here, what I do, I'm actually extending the this particular service with NgRx service, right? So NgRx service comes from NgRx service npm library. And here you cannot find any behavior subjects in this implementation here, right? Because it's all abstracted for you. The behavior subject actually lives in NgRx service, but you don't have to deal with it. Instead, what you do, you just call an intuitive utility functions like set value, for example. And it's just a one-liner here. So remember before you had to get the latest value and then you had set the new value, right? Here with NgRx service, you just call it in one line. So you within this code, once set state is executed, actually NgRx service takes the latest value and combines it with this new value and so on. And that's how I'm approaching my reactive service with NgRx service. And if you look into components implementation, it's all the same. We don't have to change anything in our components, right? Because we didn't change the implementation. The API is kind of stays the same because what we do in this particular case, we're just exposing an observables. Right, the state shape stays the same, or like everything here stays the same, except we just changed the way how we implementing this code, how we implementing the interaction with our custom state. I hope it makes sense. So, right, let me summarize what we just learned. I was talking about component communication and single page application, and how to approach component communication using reactive services that powered by NgRx behavior subject. And then I demonstrated how to simplify reactive services using NgRx service library. So we are getting to the end now. I hope you enjoy so far. And if you want to learn more about frameworks and Angular, check out frontendwatch.com. If you want to learn even more, check out the Angular Rocks podcast. And in case if some of you want to learn even more Angular and become an Angular developer, I will be announcing a series of workshops soon. So you might want to check out my Kuncevič website, and maybe you want to subscribe for Angular developer tips. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Sandeep's connecting, right?
Hey, hello.
Hey, how was it?
It was amazing. So it's so amazing. I just loved your presentation. Got to learn a lot of things, and I guess it's time for the Q&A right now.
Yep.
And
awesome.
So I'll be adding all the other speakers as well into the stream, and bringing in everyone else. So all right. So just give me a second. Hey, Wesley.
Hey,
Hey,
good to be
Boris.
back.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Erik. Is there someone else I need to add? Am I missing someone? All right. So now it's time for the Q&A. And just give me a second. All right. So, there was this interesting question popping up that what's the approach to push notifications real time in an app with Angular or Java as a backend, as you said,
Who is this one for?
Out of all these speakers, whosoever could be the best fit for, going with this one.
Okay. I know that it's possible to do push notifications real time. And I usually feel like there's a backend component to this. But I don't know how to do it off the top of my head. It'd be a good thing to research.
I think in order to do that, you need a backend, like real-time backend. There is multiple ways. Else, I haven't approached this one for quite a while. But I remember we were building like a custom solution many years ago, and our backend was supporting it was like based on, was it WebSockets or something? But these days, there is lots of different solutions to approach a push notification. And yeah, I mean, you need basically a backend which respond to you with a real-time kind of data. And so in your client side, you can capture this data in a reactive manner. That's how I see it working. Probably there is also might be involve a service worker as well. So the service worker probably will listen for the backend, and once there is a push notification, it will show that in your browser or mobile application if you write in a hybrid mobile application.
I want to add that there's a Firebase cloud messaging application that
nice.
I'm a big fan of Firebase, and I was like, Firebase push notification. Firebase is great cloud service because it's very approachable to anyone. So I recommend checking that out. Sorry, Boris.
No, I was just going to jump in and say, yeah, Firebase is a great use for this kind of problem and WebSockets as well. I've worked briefly with WebSockets, and they're really easy to use. So don't be afraid to give it a try. Use a library, and it'll work well.
Oh, so meanwhile, me and Wesley, we guys being from the network and networking and the communities domain, we are these things are all right. So there was this another question popping up around, which was if you all right. So this question goes for Aliaksei, which was should we avoid using event emitter or observables on a service when behavior subject exists?
So when you actually using when you have a behavior subject in your service, you don't have to avoid. Think of it this way. It all depends on a particular use case, right? So it doesn't mean that you then have to forget it doesn't mean that you have to forget about inputs and outputs completely when you're using a services, reactive services or services with behavior subject, right? So you don't have to avoid all these things. Like reactive services or services with behavioral subjects, great use case for them is when you in a situation with a nested components, right? So you don't have to pass all these inputs from your child components to its parent, and from its child, and this parent is kind of child for another component which sits on top of this parent, right? So you don't have to pass all these values through the chain. That's kind of a shortcut, if you will, right? But it doesn't mean you don't have to use a inputs and outputs event. And like you see, It's all depends on particular use case. And event emitter basically, it's as far as I know, it's also a wrapper on top of some subject or behavior subject. I can't really remember for now. And actually, event emitter gives you an observable as well, right? And however, from other case, if you want to be consistent, you probably want to think about how you want to approach your components communication in a consistent way. And so, do you want to use event emitters? It's up to you. It's completely up to you. I'm trying to avoid, really. I'm trying to use as much reactive services as possible. But yeah, there is some cases maybe you want to use event emitter.
And then there was this one popping up, like, which seemed interesting to me, which is like, if you want to start a new project, how do you decide what front-end framework is better? And let's say for an online store, asking this because Vue.js start to be a good competitor for Angular. So now also this is happening for me around around an year or back or so. I started to work upon a project idea where I was like, confused which framework to pick up upon. So I would like, I would like to grab all the expert reviews from everyone upon this particular thing. What's your go on this?
I'll go first.
All right.
Angular is a fantastic framework for.
And that was like, very obvious response because we already run an Angular community.
We're obviously very biased, right? But there's opinions to our bias, which also goes along with the fact that we like Angular. Angular is great for enterprises. It just is. It is a fantastic choice for banks and big tech and big data and all of it. It's a fantastic choice for people who know a lot, who are .NET shops as well. And so, and not to say that Java can't benefit too, but it's like, it's TypeScript based and it forces a lot of opinions on you. And so that all of those things should help you pick Angular if you are one of those types of companies, but even if you're just somebody like me who likes to create like random hobby projects like Endless Realms or whatever, it's really easy to spin up new stuff. Vue is great. React is great. Angular is my favorite, hands down.
I can add a little bit to that. Again, the short answer is depends, but the long answer, what is your situation? So what I mean by that, like, what's your background? What's your team background? Because it will depend on what front-end framework to choose, as well as what exactly problem you're trying to solve. Right. So say if your team have this opinionated background, maybe they coming from Java background or .NET background, where they used to use a lot of typings and classes, interfaces, all that, they probably will love in Angular this idea, because it's all the same patterns. I mean, I've been .NET developer before getting into Angular. And once I saw Angular 2, I was, oh man, that's exactly what I want. Like, I love this framework, right? And so I become an Angular developer. But if you come in from different backgrounds, say, if you come in from, I don't know, vanilla JavaScript or what else, Rails, Ruby on Rails, right? So maybe Angular opinions won't match with your mindset, and if your team members, they on the same boat, maybe they say, oh yeah, Angular looking a little bit not the way how we think about things. That's not the way how we build in things, and so you might consider a different framework. However, as it's been already mentioned by Erik, Angular has a great adoption in enterprise. So probably if you're an enterprise company, maybe like there is a big chance that you love Angular. But if you are not enterprise, if you are a startup, yeah, maybe you say, oh, there is too much concepts. We don't want. Yeah, it's all depends.
Nice. And Wesley, what about you? Like, would you also like to spread some light upon this topic?
Actually, I think it's a lot to deal with your resources and what you're going to interface with. Sometimes you're constrained with the libraries you have available and what services you want to pull in. And not just the resources of technology, but the resources of people. So if you eventually want to work with other people, make sure that they have the skill sets you need, and that will probably determine the best course of action. Scalability is also taken into account. I would say that the Angular community is really amazing. I'm sorry, that's my preference, that it's really great to be able to easy to find someone that you can collaborate with and that you can help like really scale. And having that skill set is something that I think is going to help add some discipline to your work and your code base to make sure that things are typed the way they are supposed to be. So my preference is whatever is easiest depending on what you're going to integrate and who you want to work with. So it's kind of biased. It's a depends answer with leaning towards Angular.
And one last thing I want to mention, if you go all in Angular, if your team will struggle in the beginning because of the learning curve, right? There's like an observables, maybe like not everyone know the reactive programming, but there is also other concepts like dependency injection. Maybe your team is not familiar with dependency injection yet, but however, guess what? Once you learn all these concepts and try it in practice, your team will become better engineers, because it's like there's lots of things and opinions in Angular. It's not about Angular at all. It's just engineering practices. And if you follow these practices, you will build a great solution, that's for sure. And your team will become a better team.
All right, and like there was this another thing. So when is the time to switch to a state management library? Again, this seems to be an interesting question, which the smiles on everyone's faces says that everyone has got to comment something very interesting upon that. All right, yep.
Who want to go first? I can go. So I have actually this talk. It's called Progressive State Management. So the idea of progressive state management, it's to start simple. Guess what I mean simple. Simple, I mean reactive services, right? So start with reactive services and make your components reactive. Use async pipe everywhere. You don't have to use any state management solution on day one. It doesn't mean, you can, but you don't have to, right? So but very important is to architect your components and data flow so it's observable. And so once it's observable, then you can plug any state management later, if you decide to. Or maybe you decide, I don't want state management at all, right? You don't know. But later, if you decide, we need the state management, so you can plug it easily because your architecture is observable. And once your architecture observable, it's easy to shuffle different solutions, like different state managements around. Even if you decide, I want, I don't want to call names, but if you want to, I want this XYZ state management today, right? And then maybe tomorrow decide, I actually want this another state management. And all state managements, they based on observable pattern. They powered by observables and NgRx, so you can swap things very easily. But remember, the key point here is to create the architecture of your application, to make your application observable, right? To make architecture observable, to make components observable, and so on.
I have a very controversial opinion on this, and that is, we always talk about how you can scale up, and I don't disagree with you, Aliaksei. I think that you're wise, and I hear John Papa saying that. I hear Dan Wallin saying that. I hear all of the experts being like, let's scale up. And if you need more, you need more. But I just make new projects, and even if they're tiny projects, I use NgRx because eventually I know this might scale up to that. So why not just start with it? And so using NX DevTools has vastly sped up my usage of NgRx. And so it's just like, add a new state, done in one command. Oh, okay, then call some HTTP calls and things like that. Just getting into the habit of it isn't bad. So I'm not saying that Alexei's wrong. You're right. But it's totally fine to start with NgRx or Akita or NgXS or any of the ones that you want, and get into practice and get really comfortable doing it. Because remember, what you learn in your private time projects or your just for fun or side projects, whatever you got, that's going to enhance your skills at your full-time job. Okay. So feel free to start with NgRx if you want to, even on little stuff, is all I want to say.
Yes, that's right. But it's like when you alone playing with things, that's fine. You can use anything you want. But if you're in a team and imagine you have brought a new junior developer today, right? And if you and then what you need to do, you need to upskill this new developer. It depends on his background, but yes, there's different skills people. But if you have, it depends on the situation. But it's state management is always an additional complexity, and so sometimes you want to avoid that, sometimes you don't. So I think you have to decide specifically on your project you're working on and within your organization. So, but yes, state management is great, and they're solving a good problem. Yeah, that's for sure.
I just have to say, just be careful though, because if you don't lock your teams down into doing it in one way, you will eventually have many different ways of doing it. And so I hear you about it adds to that learning curve, but I also want to argue the point that we can all help the more junior people learn the more complex stuff, and it is better to have one solution than to have a ton of solutions.
Yes.
So just be careful.
Exactly. Choose some
I really
GXS.
like this debate.
It's getting real racy, you know.
This is awesome. By the way, here am I, Vicky. Sandeep, I think, cut his internet for some reasons. However, I really like these debates. This is really amazing. This is how Q&A becomes a panel discussion session. So, however, we have one more question for Boris. So, how can you improve readability when stacking a large number of pipes? For example, when you're using it to filter.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if there is any recommendation from the official Angular, official Angular recommendations about best practices. What I try to do is just do a lot of indentation. So if you go to the repository with my app and go to the home, to like the main component in the template, you'll see it's just all the vertical bars are lined up. And so you see the input, and then every next line is the next pipe that gets applied. And then some pipes have a lot of inputs. So then I had to align all the inputs kind of visually vertically. But I don't know if there's the best way. It's just this worked for me visually. For some people, it might feel a little bit too much. I'm not very happy when lines of code get too long. And so I try to kind of bring it all back if possible. I don't know. I hope that was helpful.
Thanks a lot. Hi, Jer. Welcome back. Okay,
Hi.
so I can see in our chat that we have kind of like, I can say that it's a question, but more like a comment. I will bring it here so you can see it. So there is also some buzz about Nest.js plus Angular for a full stack solution. Do you have any comments about this?
I'm excited. I haven't done it yet, but it's on my list. If I weren't using Firebase as much as I was, I would definitely use Nest more.
Yeah, Nest is a great thing. Actually, I built a front-end watch.com with Nest plus Angular. That's my stack there. And it's, if you're familiar with Angular, it won't take you much time to actually master Nest.js. it's when you open Nest application and Angular application, you cannot tell like where is the Angular application, where's the Nest application, because it's really like looking very, very similar. So all these similar concepts like dependency injection and modules, all these things. Nest.js is inspired by Angular. And so, yeah, if you like Angular, you will love Nest.js for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And actually, this is from, I think will be from me personally. I have a lot of friends who were actually programming on Angular, but then one day they woke up and decided to program on React.js. So what is your feelings about? Does it really have the subject to consider that React.js might actually somehow to actually, overcome the Angular and become even much more popular than this? And maybe a lot of Angular's developers can, surprisingly start using different programming languages instead of it. Is it actually possible or not?
So it's possible React will become a little more popular, or can you shorten what's the core of this question?
Yeah, so basically, like nowadays, as me as a summit organizers, and I'm connecting with a lot of programmers, a lot of people say that he was using Angular before, but after some couple of time, he decided to jump into React.js more. So do we have some subjects to worry about?
I ask this question a lot, and I ask this question to challenge myself, actually, because I have centered my career around Angular, right? And that can be a dangerous thing to do, because maybe in a year from now, this is the big fear. What if Google sunsets Angular, right? I've had multiple people ask me this, like on Twitter and just friends at work and things like that, and I'm like, they won't. And they're not. Okay. So I'm not a GDE, but I have a lot of friends who are GDEs. And I've asked this question to them. And they're like, if only you knew how much opportunity there was for Angular. But nobody's talking about it. You know why? Because a lot of people are making a ton of money on it. So there are a ton of businesses who are still doing Angular, and it is growing rapidly. There are a ton of businesses still doing AngularJS that haven't swapped to React, and they are switching over to Angular because they wanted to wait. They waited this long without switching to React. Now they're switching to Angular, and that upgrade process is a very lucrative market. So I'm not saying that Google will never sunset Angular, but it's not even on the horizon right now. It is in good states.
Yeah, what I mean better they do, they better think of migrating from AngularJS to Angular or whatever they think of, because by the end of this year, AngularJS long-time support and 31st of December this year. So yeah, it's better for these guys to think about migration. Speaking about will Angular will go somewhere? Oh, it's so hard to get Angular. It's very hard task to deprecate Angular tomorrow, right? Google won't have no plans of doing changing the wheels, and some people say oh, there is a Flutter, maybe Google want to adopt Flutter more because Flutter has this Flutter web, but it's also not the case for Flutter. Flutter is not about web. Flutter is about native mobile development, right? And so same, actually, I was talking to Mishka Hevery on the latest Angular Rocks episode about Angular history. And I asked him a whole bunch of questions related to Angular. And yeah, so there is a lot of applications within Google and outside Google, which uses Angular. And there's more and more teams actually adopting Angular. React is popular framework, and only the reason why it's popular because it's just a tiny view layer, right? So React is just a library which people use to render HTML elements in the browser. But Angular is a big, it's a complex solution. It's complex because there's lots of things there, And so that makes it different from React. And some project, you better go with Angular than with React, because using React, you had to build your own framework, really. Because what you do, you shopping for router, you shopping for forms, you shopping for, I don't know, bundler and webpack config, and you setting up all this transpiler, TypeScript. If using TypeScript, you want to transpile it, so you have to find out a way how to transpile it, set up all these configurations, right? It's taking time. And basically what you do, you build in your custom framework with React. But Angular is already built by a great team. It's a framework built at Google. It's proved on scale. Another benefit of using Angular is because Google building applications with Angular internally. There is about 3,000 of applications internally. It means that they testing this framework internally, right, before they releasing it to us. And so they fixing all the possible issues. It's a bulletproof thing. And so if you bet on Angular, you won't lose, that's for sure.
There's a new one every day too, right? At Google, they're still building them. They're not stopping.
Exactly.
What does that tell you?
Yeah, exactly. Google not jumping out from Angular to React, right? What does it tell you?
Yeah, that's true. Thank you so much for that answer. We have the question for Gia. I will bring it here. And Gia, is there any meaning for an end user programmer to use directly zone.js as an Angular application?
In the most cases, I don't think that the end user need to use the zone.js API directly in Angular application. So most of the use case has been wrapped into the ngZone service provided by the Angular core. So unless you have some very edge case, for example, if you want to write your own zone to trace or track the internal state of asynchronous operations, some of that case happens, I think, in Angular material, but in the most cases, I don't think the program need to use the zone.js API. They don't even need to realize there is a zone in the Angular application.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. Though I think it's, let me just check if we have more questions. Yeah, we have. So actually getting back to the debates about the NgRx. Did you miss it so far? So is it always better to use NgRx, or sometimes just a simple service injection is all we need? Because it looks like it looks kind of complicated to define all these actions and effects. Let's bring this stuff back.
It's not always better. And I think Aliaksei said this very well. It's not always better. But when is it better? In my opinion, this is just my opinion. Everything I've said today is my opinion, okay? I don't represent Google. I don't represent Angular. I just represent Erik's flag. But in my opinion, and from my own experience, it is going to be better for companies who have more than one employee and who are going to grow and increase the number of front-end developers. And it's going to be better for the reasons that I went into, those 10 reasons. Well, one of them was consistency. Consistency to your approach in doing things. So that's one. Another one is just scaling the product itself. And so, sorry, my kids are yelling. And yeah, so those are just a couple ideas for you.
Got it. Anyone want to add something? Boris, do you know something about this?
I think that's an excellent point about if you have more than one developer. If you are just working on a personal project and in your mind you can keep track of all the things that you're dealing with, like in my application that I have one array of objects that is just the gallery and one array of objects that's just the settings. What state am I dealing with? There's not much to deal with. And so if you know ahead of time there isn't going to be much to worry about, just save a global variable and you're done.
Okay, thank you. So we have other question for Gia. Gia. So Gia, what is your opinion on the Duneless movement?
Yeah, so currently in the Angular roadmap, in the future, the Angular framework will provide a zoneless option. So you can still use zone.js to for the automatically change detection behavior, and if you don't want to use zone for a lot of reasons, for maybe in some cases you have very critical performance requirement. In some cases, because currently zone.js doesn't support the ES 2017 async await, and you want to output the pure, the native ES 2017 code, you may want to you don't want to use zone.js. And I think in the future the Angular Ivy API will provide directly more easily use directly change detection method, so you can write your application without zone.js in the future. So I think I think in the future it will be option. So you can use zone.js or without zone.js. You can use both methods to write your applications.
Can I add a thing on Gia's question? Just
sure.
add some fun. There's a lot. It's kind of hard to do zoneless applications these days. It was way harder a couple of years ago, and it's gotten easier because of companies who are building great software. And NgRx, that component like NgRx let and the NgRx push pipe are really great for anyone considering going zoneless, because now when you go zoneless, async pipe stops working, and your observables stop working the way that you want them to. So use the push pipe in drop-in replacement for your async pipe. It'll save you a lot of time.
Thank you so much. And we have a question for Wesley, whose topic was about the soft skills. So Wesley, have you ever been in a situation where being honest landed you in a trouble?
Constantly. Yeah. I've yeah, but that's one of those things where, so there is a part in my talk about being your whole self or bringing your whole self, and that's why you are honest. So if there's conflict, you'll have it down the road, immediately in that first kind of connection, into going and put yourself out there. Because if it's going to be some friction, that's not going to be a relationship that lasts. And if you can see there might be friction by being honest, that is going to mean that you are with an unaligned person, and you pushing that truth about yourself or what you believe in off to a future date or trying to hide it makes you want to like do a dance where you talk around things, where you try to avoid conversations, where you're hiding that part of yourself, which actually enhances shame. So yes, I've been in those situations. Yes, it is uncomfortable and not fun, but it is it is the best option rather than pushing it off and feeling like you have to hide part of your own truth. And so I would recommend to always be honest, even if it's going to be uncomfortable, because it'll save you. Even your temporary discomfort will save you from long-term agony if you think about it.
Yeah, that's true. We are all been in such situation, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just check. I think we do not have more questions.
If you don't have any more questions, we can continue debating state management. I'm joking.
Why not? Why not?
I'd rather keep picking Wesley's brain about how to be successful in life.
I enjoy your company. It's almost 2 a.m. in my time zone. So yeah, let's keep going.
I'm joking.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. It's okay. So I think, yeah, that's all for now. And I would like to thank all of you for coming today and for helping me to make this event so awesome. It's been a long day of amazing content from all of the speakers, including you. So I think we will see each other later on our future summits. We definitely will have more. So thank you again for coming, and I wish you a very good day, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you. Bye. Okay, guys. So this was the end of our first day of Angular Global Summit. And before we go to do our stuff, let me just quickly make an announcement. So it's time actually to show some love to our youngest kids on the block. And we are very excited to announce that our next Flash Prize deal is for our Flutter Global Summit. The topics and speakers are simply fire, really. Developers from Google, eBay, Chili, Stream, and many others. They are just amazing, and you can purchase the ticket right now. We have a flash price, and you can purchase the ticket just for $99. The quantity of tickets are limited just to 20 tickets, and the flash price is valid just for next couple of hours. So please, to claim your ticket, you can use promo code AngularFlash, or you can just simply scan the QR code, which you can see on the screen right now. And thank you again for coming. We have 2 more days coming for the next, actually 2 days. It's going to be our senior track, and I will glad to see all of you there. Please be active again, participate, and on the 3rd day of the summit, we're going to make a giveaway and give 5 people 3 tickets for our next events. So please be active, stay tuned, and see you soon. Have a nice day, evening, or morning. Thank you. Bye.